of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Deadly echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. Gone is our home now, it's only memories. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Looking onto a life that can never be. What did you believe? Believe you would find. And so you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. We're now so bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. So we'll die and we'll fall here. We'll lie torn and broken. Die but will not be forgotten. We remain and we stand here. So we bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. So we bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember. We retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. stay and fortify. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away, we arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like we'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once.
变化永远指引着两条路，向后一步是固步自封，泯然众人；向前一步是君子豹变，奇闻未也。战场与对手在变，登峰与涅槃成为了悬于所有队伍头顶的利剑。迈向登峰，鏖战远远没有结束；跌入涅槃，更要经受锤炼之苦。即使是晨光熹微，也要踏上自己坚信的骑士之路。命运与心境在变，有人改换门屏，为的是在既定的轨道里改写故事；有人破釜沉舟，求的是在别人的剧本里成为变量；有人一路坦途，天赋异禀，惊艳世人，要的是境随心转，不变应万变。起点与终点在变，拼命追赶奔赴的远方，可能是猎场；整装待发的起点，可能是别人的梦想。季后赛只是新的起跑线，发令枪响，尘埃未定，莫问归途。
Welcome back, one and all, to the road to the Silver Dragon Cup and to the 2024 Summer LPL Playoffs. We are in Suzhou, and I couldn't be more excited to get to the second round of our Gauntlet-style playoffs. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Nightmara, and this series is going to end in elation and heartbreak, and we're going to get to experience both of those.
That's the wonderful thing about LPL playoffs, and something that I'm sure you'll hear us speak a lot more about as we keep going through. We have 18 best of fives between Knight's rival stage, which qualified for this playoffs, and then of course we'll see which teams make it through the regional qualifiers after that point. So there is no stopping in the action right now, and we have two great teams to continue that here today.
Yeah, so before we get to that, we're going to take a look at these Gauntlet-style playoffs that we've alluded to so heavily. We've obviously already had two best of fives. Last night, go with the distance. Silver scrapes Milky Way, pulling out the Kindred at the last stop and staving the Phoenix from disappointment themselves.
It was a great series, and for those of you that didn't watch yesterday, these aren't necessarily like our top 4 teams or whatever, but this series was very entertaining. It was scrappy, it wasn't always the cleanest, but you could really see the emotions on show. I'm actually a little bit heartbroken to see TT lose out because of UCal and how big of a fan favorite he's been for me, I suppose, as a fan. But yeah, it does mean that FPX will go on to face anyone's legend at the same round as we are currently going to be casting today. They'll be on the other side of the bracket to our game here today between JDG and NIP. And I've got a question for you, Marcel. I do. I have a question. In spring, I believe in playoffs we had 5 series go to full 5 games. Okay. I think this playoffs is much closer between a lot of our top teams than spring. Do you think we're going to get more than 5 best of 5s?
I don't know if you saw my bracket. I put a lot of best of 5 all going all the way. Yeah. So I'm always a big enjoyer of the 5 gamers, and I've gotten lucky to cast so many of them. But the LPL always knows how to give us a dramatic finish. So I'm excited to see how many of these go the distance. And this is also a series tonight that I do expect to have some of that magic to it potentially, because these two teams have very differing stories coming into this one. JDG versus NIP. One of these teams is going to be done here in 2024, but when you look at this, JDG team, it was supposed to be a story of revenge. It was supposed to be, we're so upset at ourselves for not making it to internationals, not making it to that finals in spring, yet now they find themselves at the worst regular season finish they've had in 3 years.
JDG, at the start of this year, were the 3-peat champions of the LPL. They had themselves a Golden Road attempt in 2023, and I think that roster will go down in history as one of the greatest rosters of all time. Now, of course, they did change out their solo laners. That is a huge thing for this team, but it's not like they replaced them with nobodies. Yagao and Flandre are incredibly powerful in their own right, and of course, Flandre is starting today. You'll notice it's not Sheer in that position there. And JDG couldn't make the 4-peat happen. They couldn't even make finals, as you mentioned there too. this roster has an awful lot to build back up to, and they're going to start much lower down in the playoffs rungs than they would have expected, even from the Rumble stage as well. They come in as 5th seed. As you were saying, just the worst result in the regular season, or whatever qualifies you for playoffs, because we've got the new format in the LPL. For 3 years, this summer 2021, this is not where they'd expect themselves. Yeah. And JDG have typically kind of capitalized on very good regular season results. They've not necessarily been that same team to build through playoffs in the way that some other teams do very, very explosively. Not that they can't, but it's not necessarily been their MO. So now they have to start seeing if they can do that this time. It's a very different story for them.
I'm very excited to see what Flandre brings to the table. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the miracle run that would be here for NIP, as they didn't win a single series in their Rumble stage appearances. Now they've won 2 best-of-5 back-to-back. They look like the promise that this roster had on paper, and I've really, really found the addition of Loyen and the substitution in for Aki to be a pivotal piece to that.
And look, NIP made it to the Ascension group, and they had issues. They replaced Aki with Lien, but they have started to find some semblance of form now. They have really taken over the last 2 best-of-5s that we've seen them in. And so when Troubling Georgia was with us out in Dublin in spring, she mentioned a little thing called Nip Magic, comes from CS, and that scene. I wonder if NIP can channel a little bit of that. It's always just there in the back of your mind for those of you who keep a wider eye on esports. And I think for a lot of people out there, a lot of that will come down to, can Rookie make Worlds? Can they pull out a performance that'll at least get them into regional qualifiers, that will at least allow them to have that semblance of hope before that? Because that is the conversation for so much of this team. Rookie, 2018 World Champion, 2019 LPL Champion as well, hasn't been to a Worlds, hasn't been to an international event since that Worlds 2019. It has been long overdue, but they have to get through JDG. That is a tough task.
They have to get through a lot of people. It's
going to be JDG and other people. It's going to
be a tough one, but that's where you look at some of the track record, the magic, that maybe miracle stuff that they were able to bring to us in spring, you know, a big trend changer across the world, bringing different styles to the board. And I wouldn't necessarily say we've seen that so far, but they're going to have to find some kind of magic here to make sure they can get through this. And I think the big test is now, can Loyen stay stable, stay active against a ruthless predator such as Konami?
That's going to be a huge issue, because when we look at kind of the centerpieces of each of these teams, I think it's Rookie and NIP, you can't really dispute that, but for JDG, it's Konami. Konami, I think, has been such a shining star in the LPL and internationally over the last few years, and that's why the key matchup on this graphic here is Konami versus Lien. NIP made that bold decision to remove Aki from the roster, or at least remove him from the starting roster, and bring in Lien instead, who is been a bit of a mercenary for hire. He was on IG, he was on Rare Atom, he's made himself over to NIP now. And he has looked better than Aki. He's looked better on the AP junglers, but it's really hard to integrate a jungler like that. Whereas Konami, he doesn't need integrating. Everyone else just conforms to him and his playstyle. He's just a force of nature.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the pillar of JDG, and it's a pillar sorely looking for success. I think JDG themselves, again, some of that backing to what we've said, but you also look at their Ascension moment and you see that, you know, they had some strengths. They didn't also represent maybe the strongest, and one of the key parts to that, I feel like, has been maybe a backstepping of Ruler and Missing, as we see the team making sure they don't get too wet there in Suzhou. But they have definitely taken a little bit of more of a backseat than I would say we saw from them in spring, but also primarily in 2023.
If I were being cynical and making a joke about League of Legends, I'd say those players holding the umbrellas for their various top laners is the only time you'll see a top lane get covered once. But hey, we'll see what they can do. Flandre, of course, starting today, as well as we see him on the screen as NIP also make their way to the venue. NIP, of course, not playing in their home venue. The entirety of playoffs will be in Suzhou, which is LNG's home venue. As far as we're aware, it is basically each playoffs. I think in spring it was Beijing JDG's arena, so this is also away from JDG's home arena there too. I think playoffs are then kind of basically being divvied up between the teams with the home arenas, so we get to see some of the teams with a bit more of that local support have to figure out what to do without that. Of course, JDG lost on their own stage back in spring, only ended up in that top 3 instead of top 4. They did beat out NIP to get towards that point, and they have to see whether they can do that again.
True that. I am also very curious to see what JDG's idea of bringing Flandre here is. Maybe more of that veterancy.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, we're very curious because he was playing a lot of the same picks that we were seeing from Sheer. You know, it felt like a different mold of Sheer in that regard, but here maybe trying to get some more stability up there.
I would have thought that would be the logic, but the way that JDG have subbed in their top laners in and out, it has been quite confusing to me, whether it has been Sheer or Flandre. I thought that maybe you would go back to something which, of course, Rookie would be more, I guess, familiar with on the other side, the Sword and Shield, which is what IG did back in 2018 when they had Duke and the Shy. That was something that we know that the LPL has succeeded with before, teams within the LPL have succeeded with before, but Flandre and Sheer feels like they've just been subbing in different players to do whatever the heck it is with their drafts. I don't know whether it's a draft thing, but it hasn't necessarily been for any specific reason. They have been playing for their spot, and I do think that both these top laners are very, very good. Sheer, for me, I think he was a top 4, top 3 top laner at points during this split. I think he's had an incredible growth, but Flandre, he's been playing since 2015, the Snake God himself. It's always a pleasure to see this real veteran on the stage, especially when you're playing against other veterans like Rookie as well. He's been playing all the way since 2014 when he was that OGN champion back there, and then of course came over to IG beyond that point. It's nice to see these veterans around.
It truly is, and obviously no short supply of those veterans tonight, but you're going to need some of that veterancy when it's a one and done style all the way until round number 4 here for these teams. Don't want to end summer in the same disappointment, especially for JDG. But back to that conversation I was having a little bit earlier. I think there's been a lot of criticism, maybe rightfully so, towards NIP's bot lane. But I feel like maybe not as much criticism, and maybe some of it needed towards the bot lane of JDG, where that was the centerpiece, it felt like, of a lot of their wins over that 2023 season. And I don't know if we've seen necessarily the same fluid dynamics of Ruler and Missing so far.
That is a really important point to bring up. Now, I do think that JDG's bot lane will have an advantage over NIP's bot lane in this series, and that will be something that we will continue to keep tabs on through this, because if that lane explodes, it's not going to be easy, is it? But that doesn't hide the fact that I do think that Ruler has had a difficult split, a difficult year compared to last year, when it turns out it's really easy to look good as an AD carry when you have players like 369 and Knight on your team to help you out in those team fights. But, I mean, Ruler is still one of the best AD carries out there, but can he show that right now? He'll need to start building in his own way. I think Missing is the player which I have a bit more criticism for JDG. I think that he's had some struggles to capture his own kind of opportunistic engaged self that he was really potent at in 2023. I still think that they'll be probably favored, well, definitely favored for me, versus Photic and Draw, of course, walking out onto stage here as well. But it will be a case of which parts of JDG are going to grow, and will they have a chance to do that? Because as you're saying, it is single elimination right now. We get to that top 4, we go into that double elimination, we get themselves that Guardian Angel for the teams involved there. But you don't have that right now.
And for NIP, the entire story has been who can carry on this team. I mean, we came into the split, we're like, okay, Rookie can carry, but who else? Then it became who can carry it all on this team. And then over these last 2 best of 5s, we finally see, you know, it's got to be Rookie and Photic, but they have to be set up for success in a lot of ways. And that's where you look to the other pieces around them to find that stability and not take those L's so early on.
Yeah, stability for NIP has been quite hard to find myself. I think they found more of it. They looked better versus LGD. They looked better, of course, in the nice rival stage as well. So we get
Let's go.
Some poses on stage. I've missed the poses on stage. Give ourselves some character.
Hey, we got UCal screams last night.
Yeah, we did. But is it the same as 369 with the 369 dice coming in? I don't know.
Gosh,
I'm
man,
missing
that first split. Oh, they were like the first couple weeks rather of that split, where everybody was doing the intros. Oh, that was so much fun.
Yeah, there was also, I think in spring, we did have Bin carrying Shun on stage, like just giving it a little piggyback. That was great. We've seen some good ones.
We have indeed. And we're about to see some good ones right now, but it's more so going to be on Summoner's Rift, where we dissect a matchup that has a lot of fate in store. It feels like a lot of big names, a lot of players that maybe some fan favorites around the world. But it's something where we have to talk about how these two teams come to bat. We've seen NIP be able to use the meta pretty strongly, obviously. Some conversations of what the mid meta is right now and some of the maybe dislikes of that. But it's going to be crucial to really keep an eye on the mid-jungle duos here and see how potent they can be, and especially if Loyen can keep up, really, with Kanavi.
So, for those of you that missed the context of that, there was an interview recently with Rookie about the meta of the mid lane. He was talking about AD mid laners, and then Yagao had effectively a response in another interview where he said, look, mid lane is for mages. Get these AD carries out of here. I don't want to keep playing this stuff. Give me my mages back. And I have to say, we do have ourselves a couple of really big patches coming to play. So if you didn't see the first round of playoffs, and we have moved now onto 14-15 as a patch, Aurora is enabled and she is hotfixed, but not hotfixed enough to not make her be 100% pick ban. If you're not picking or banning this champion right now, I don't know what to say to you. You've made a mistake somewhere. I think that one of the things that we learned in the NIP LGD series, which typically, well, it was LGD favored before that. They won the best of 3 in the Ascension group between those two teams, but NIP won the best of 5 here in playoffs, of course the more important one, and I think a lot of that was helped by the fact that Rookie showed a great Aurora game, and then his team didn't have to ban it, LGD did because they didn't want to play that pick. If Yagao, and he is a mage player, and I'm expecting him to put time into this champion, but if he is not willing to first pick it on blue side, that could be an issue. You can't let it go through the red side for red 1-2. You have to make sure this champion is well worked into your drafts.
Yo, I'm just going to say, Rookie, Yagao, maybe take a little extra time to get into the game, go backstage, talk a little bit, shake hands, mage, meta, mid. See if we get that here tonight. Now, both guys being very vocal about that, but I expect to see the AD mids, the prio, be super important. We know that Rookie obviously kind of needs that to help play around Loyen and the rest of his team. We know in a lot of ways he does like to try to influence the game often and early.
And in terms of influencing the game often and early, that might change as well if we do have these different mages in mid lane. We know that Rookie, of course, is the master of moving from mid lane. If you give him a prio lane, which has been kind of the name of the game of the meta for the entirety of summer, whether it's the Lucian or the Tristana, something that can infinitely push, you do get that first chance to affect the map. Getting ourselves into that first draft between JDG and NIP, one of these teams will be sent home early from playoffs here.
How sad it will be. Again, elation on one side, absolute heartbreak on the other. And as we get into it, it's JDG on the blue side for game number 1. Gonna ban away the Misfortune to Leona, the Renekton. We have NIP on the red side. Gonna ban away the Ashe and the Rumble so far. Maybe try to get some more of those solo lane matchups going.
Are we going to get the Aurora last ban from NIP? Now, I think it is fine to have one game where you test the waters and say, all right, can you pick this on blue side? There's no Aurora ban. Are JDG going to pick it on blue side, or is it going to fall through to NIP later into this? With Leona and Braum gone, a lot of the mind games, the bot lane support role are also gone as well. So that can potentially influence things. Ezreal, also a particularly good first pick here. But I'm really looking at this Aurora. NIP choose to leave it up. That is a gamble which you can kind of use once in a series. You don't want to give up multiple games to that.
No, I mean, you absolutely cannot. But we'll see if their answer is going to be the right one here. It feels like a multiple choice question, but you don't know which one is this. Usually it's C. I'll just say that right now. But the Aurora is going to be something that needs to be answered to. The Ezreal right now still providing some flexibility for NIP.
So, in terms of what you want to pick into the Aurora, one, you want to pick stuff which can potentially blink out of that ultimate. The Ezreal helps with the AD carry. You're not going to be an AD carry that is stuck within that ring. Going to keep bouncing off against that wall. In terms of the lane matchup, I've seen Yone, I've seen LeBlanc do quite well into that lane, and sometimes the Lucian can do quite well too. All of these things are quite good for Rookie, so we'll see what he wants to pick up into that individual lane matchup. Though very early, though, the Rel is given over to Dro, who I think had a great couple of games on this in their first series, and it is a takeaway from missing.
Man, some of those engages, holy cow, he earned an MVP for a reason. See if they can kind of pair some of that up here with that in the second phase, or even finish out this first phase. JDG, on the other hand, going to go with the classic. It will be the Kaisa here, so giving a little bit of damage potential, but the follow-through going to be super lethal.
So you need some hard CC, that's where the Nautilus comes in. I also wonder whether we're going to get something spicy out of Kanavi. I think you need a dive jungler here. I don't want to see Kanavi on something kind of backline.
You gotta put pressure on Lien.
I wonder whether we see Kanavi going towards either something like a Nidalee, which is very, very aggressive. But we have seen stuff like Viego, Lee Sin, and also Nocturne coming out with this combination with the Aurora, because the Aurora goes invisible. And I think there's actually a bit of an issue here with the Zyra. Now, Zyra, if you get caught out by an Aurora ultimate, and Kai'Sa starts flying through as well, if CC starts to land, you don't survive. So NIP, they need to be very careful in this second round of the draft to lock in something which can just provide a front line well enough for this Zyra. I think you're probably looking maybe towards Shanji, going towards maybe even the Udyr again. We could even see the Udyr if he wants to get a pushing lane in that top lane. We've seen it a little bit there, which is right, it's exactly banned away from JDG. It's kind of nice to know that the teams are on the same page as us as well. NIP, they do need a front line for the Zyra, otherwise this is going to be nasty for that jungler to survive this big dive burst combo which is being set up by JDG.
Research does the body good, at least in this first game, trying to take away some of the pieces that worked so well for NIP as well, on the other hand. But take it away, a crucial Kanavi snowball champion potentially in the Viego. And I like where NIP's head's at. I think they realize that Kanavi has been one of the most disgustingly ruthless junglers in this split. And I think he's here to try to take advantage of Lien. And that's why I raised that big question is he going to be able to hang on?
Well, NIP, they changed out their jungler in this roster. They brought out Aki and they brought in Lien to hopefully give themselves a bit more oomph in that jungle role, because Aki was struggling. At JDG, they lock away a lot of that front line, which means that Lien on this Zyra might be the person with the target on his back. What are NAP going to do now? You can potentially put your mid lane pick in right now. The Lucian isn't bad. It's mobile. It's pretty good against getting away from dives too, because you can dash backwards and fire your culling for the first person into the fray. And we have seen it do okay in the individual lane matchup into the Aurora. Does struggle in mid-late game though. You just don't do the team fight value, which Aurora can do. Last pick top lane for Shanji. I think that's important. It does give you some ability to allow Shanji to potentially outvalue Flandre in the laning phase, which sometimes Shanji has struggled with.
I think that laning phase could actually turn into something maybe a little bit more important, especially if we start getting these more interesting matchups in that solo lane. But it will be the Jace locked in here for a little bit of that extra poke damage, that follow through I was talking about. But they need more setup here, it feels like, for JDG. They need a little bit more of those go buttons to tag on to that dive composition, and it will end up being the Sejuani for Kanavi.
All right. So, just one note here as well, as the Nasus gets locked in for Shanji. We'll forget about that note. We got that dog in us today. Shanji locks in the Nasus towards the top lane. He has played it before. We saw it a little bit in spring. We saw it, I believe, maybe 1 or 2 games in summer as well. He brings it out again, and the whole idea is that Jace runs at you, gets withered, and then can't run away. So Flandre needs to be quite careful in this matchup now. Was wondering actually whether we'd see the Jace be flexed into mid lane and have that Aurora go topside, but Jace doesn't really like playing into the Lucian either, so it kind of has to be, alright, take phase rush, use that slow resist when the wither comes down at the right point, and try and stop the Nasus from having that rundown potential, and then of course translate into those later team fights. The combo from JDG is absolutely disgusting. They hit the right target at the right time. I will say the problem with the Nasus, great against the Jace, not great at performing that front line. I do think that NIP, they can't afford to overstep, they can't afford to give easy access for that combo to land onto them. If they let that Sejuani ult come out of nowhere, the Aurora ult come out of nowhere, I think they're going to lose this game. So they need to be very, very careful and very aware of the bullets in the chamber of JDG's guns.
I'm very, very worried for Lien, who on the Zyra, yes, we've seen a little bit of proactivity from him in their last series, but it truly is a pick that you're fine kind of farming up, and Kanavi is going to be active as much as possible, trying to get to level 6, and then once he gets to level 6, trying to combine with a lot of those damage potentials that we see from them. So really all eyes on JDG for some of the activity they're going to bring to this one.
Proactivity from JDG. They weren't always the most early game active team, but they have grown into that, particularly when Kanavi is on form. He has a champion that can do that, and in our first game here in round 2 of LPL playoffs, we'll see exactly how active they get.
Love to hear it. The crowd getting into it already in Suzhou. But both these teams, a lot on the line here. One best of 5 separates you from being done in 2024 and from continuing on the road to the Silver Dragon Cup. I think with the track record of these teams, that kind of revenge we were talking about JDG were looking for coming into this summer split after a very disappointing spring. It differs a lot from the miracle workers that are in IP, especially the little bit of a run they made in that spring playoffs, but now trying to make the campaign for Rookie to Worlds happen in 2024 summer.
It's been a long time since Rookie's been to an international event. JDG, they've been much more of an international mainstay. Rookie does need to be quite careful scouting this out. Your guy's going to get himself that electrocute. Nice damage onto Rookie at the level 1. Yeah, this Aurora does have some nasty trades right from the very start of the game. You can see that JDG not going to be able to interfere with the Zyra plant spawn, which is often what you're looking to do at this level 1, but they do get information that he is going from top lane to bot lane, which might help Kanavi make his own decisions in terms of where he wants to make his impact felt first.
Be crucial to keep our eyes on how interesting Kanavi keeps his pathing here. Maybe goes with the full IQ pathing, and also just maybe trying to influence that bot lane, or both these junglers, as they will be pathing that way as quickly as possible. But that's where we can also spend a little bit of time talking about Rookie versus Yagao. Not only a legendary matchup in mid lane, but it is another Aurora in the roster. Rookie's answer, the Lucian.
And we have seen across the world some attempted answers since the Aurora. You know, it's not 100% win rate champion. It's not like it's unbeatable or whatever. But we've seen some of the AD carry mids do completely fine because they're still just early lane dominant champions. But it really is a question of later into the game, can Rookie keep himself safe from Yagao? Because if you are still stuck within that Aurora ultimate, there are problems. While we're talking about that, Leon's going into the enemy jungle. Level 3 to level 2. Kanavi.
He's the one being aggressive. I like it. It's the plants, man. The plants make people do crazy things. Missing is almost dead in bot side. How did that happen? NIP getting advantages here to lean towards Lien, invading Kanavi's jungle.
Great early levels for NIP, pushing in mid lane, pushing in bot lane. Doesn't matter that Shanji's getting pushed in top lane. He's a Nasus. He'll just keep stacking up there unless he dies. He's not really under... he's just not really caring about what happens in this early game. So Lien gets himself another red buff, and he gets himself the Krugs. And this is what we're seeing from the 2v2 there as well. Early level 2 hit, and just so much damage coming through. Lucky to get out alive there. Good laning phase from NIP, unlocking extra options in the early game.
They need to keep that kind of mentality here. Just be aggressive, keep up the tempo against JDG in some regards. I think Lien obviously is going to be stronger as time goes on, but just making sure that JDG don't have control. Because we know that when JDG do wrestle control of the map from teams, it does not look pretty.
No, that is one of the things we learned about this team. Now, there were criticisms about JDG earlier in this split, earlier in the year, which is this team doesn't have an early game unless Kanavi starts popping off. And the great thing is Kanavi does often pop off, but what happens now in games like this where he doesn't? That's why we get to the second string to JDG's bow. They are a team which can do very, very well once they organize that map, once they get to the point where they have power on Yagao, Kanavi to start comboing up together. So NIP, I think they've done point 1 on the checklist of how to deal with JDG. Make sure that Kanavi doesn't have the best early game. Now point 2 is making sure that they don't settle in, start slowing the game down and wait for that one big fight. They do need to be quite careful here to JDG not to give too many early advantages over.
Yeah, I think, again, the bot lane could be a bit of a focus for NIP with the pathing they had, but if they can take advantage of what's been a little bit of a weak point, could be huge as JDG get a Spider-Man their way out of that bot lane gank from NIP.
Means that the wave will crash in just fine. With that by Kanavi, now in top lane.
Instant ghost. You have a good follow through from JDG. The nice hammer slam back there. Shanji still has ghost activated and try to get his way out of this one. Maybe get a couple stacks on his way out as he will slowly but surely give first blood over to none other than Flandre in his return.
So, JDG, they get their jungler onto the board. They get their top laner onto the board. Bottom's going to have a quick 2v2. Don't think that's going to lead to a kill at this point, but that top lane matchup, that could be a bit of an issue now. We did say that the Nasus doesn't care unless he dies. Well, he's died. That's a bit of a problem. Lien now on bot side to maybe look for potentially a cross map, but it's not happening that quickly. Kanavi can be down here in quite short order. I don't really think there's dive threat here.
it would be a little dicey. The reason why you grab this Kai'Sa Nautilus matchup is because the damage you can put through with the plasma stack so quickly with the stun that Nautilus brings is so detrimental to your health bars. The big stack wave, though, is going to be something that Ruler has to chew through down here. The next thing to look at, though, objectives. Both going to be up on the board. Both junglers resetting back onto the map, and both of them heading up towards this top side where the grubbies reside.
Yeah, and the reason they weren't taken on spawn, this is why they're still available now, is because both of these junglers understand the importance of getting active in those lanes, or in the case of Lian as well, getting himself that gold early as well on an AP farming champion, getting so many camps away. Does mean that the objectives are going to be slow to the take, but with the resets coming through, both teams do have options. You don't have Flandre with Flash, which could be a bit of an issue. I think that Jace with Flash in early game is an absolutely different beast to Jace without it. Kanavi is going to go towards these grubs first, though, and there's no contest coming through. Lian's just happy
He's level
to keep
6.
getting some fun.
I mean, Kanavi's finally going to catch up a little bit with the grubs takes here, but Lian with the massive farm advantage is just going to keep presiding that lead over Kanavi. Luckily, Kanavi does get that extra XP buff from those grubs that he'll pick up.
And I think this is a great time to once again check in with this matchup, which we've highlighted, this jungle matchup, because Kanavi, the central pillar of JDG, Lian, the bold switch out from NIP. It is quite difficult to replace a jungler, particularly once you've had him in a team for a long time. Lian comes in, and he is focusing on individual carry potential. He's double the farm pretty much of this other jungler. He's level 6, very powerful, can't get himself ganked right there, but he does have that level 6, would have been very, very powerful amounts of damage coming through if he'd landed that. But still, Lian choosing to go for his own selfish power, which is completely fine on a champion like the Zyra, over going towards the objectives, and it is working out for him in the individual gold right now.
Trying to take hold of some of that IG synergy.
True, yes.
But see if it actually comes to fold.
Yeah, it was like... Well, I think it was with Aki and Shanji. They had 300 games together as a duo. So what NIP did was they broke up that duo, but unbeknownst to some people, they just reunited another duo as well. The IG duo of Lian and Rookie of years past
so
as well.
long, but yeah.
There are it's like 1,500 days since they played together. Level 6 from Kanavi.
Oh my God, that level 6 immediately gets the bloodthirsty fangs of the Poro out there. Ruler taking a heavy trade to keep missing in safe. Still going to see Rookie using some of that pressure from mid, though. It was very dicey for Lian. He did burn his flash.
Did blow his flash. Very, very lucky for him that he managed to get away from the burst from Yagao. I thought he'd be able to get one shot there by the Aurora. Yagao does use that ultimate, so that's going to be on cooldown, but Lian gets away with his life. And what that means is that he gets away with his life and can keep farming. So he's going to be able to keep getting that gold in his favor and build up towards that first item.
First item spikes, especially for JDG. It enabled him to kind of put some of that pressure out on the map and try to get that at least for the next big skirmishes. But it's where we can talk about maybe a little bit of that setup. We already talked about the go buttons, things like that, some of that proactivity from JDG. But I feel like NIP actually have some really good peel back answers into a lot of that. And that's a trend we've seen a lot of here recently in the LPL.
Yeah, it has been a lot about, and this is somewhat of a global meta too. It's about absorbing the engage and then re-engaging. I think teams like Gen G are very good at that. I think there are some teams across the world which have kind of showcased that in different regions to different levels. If you do get this Zyra on the chopping block first, it's a problem. But if you engage onto someone else, she puts down that ultimate, and that can be very, very powerful for allowing other people then the ability, the time and space to start running things back to them. That's not necessarily going to be the threat right now, though, because we're not in those 5v5s. So what I'm interested from JDG is, okay, you got the Sejuani ult coming back up again. There's no flash on Lian. There's no flash on Nasus because he didn't take it. And that means that JDG do have some options to just fling that ultimate and see if they can get some good burst trades onto one of these unsuspecting members before they get to those 5v5s.
And I'm very curious that NIP are kind of gaining some advantages in farm, as we are going to see the ghost spot preemptively from Shanji. Getting a little scared. The dog ears, pricked up a little bit. But we're getting a massive CS differential between Lian and Kanavi, obviously. But also, we've actually seen Rookie be able to use this pressure in mid lane pretty proficiently.
I think because Yagao used the ult in that attempted pick onto Lian, which got his flash, means he hasn't been able to have that same burst threat back onto Rookie for the last minute or two. So Rookie's been able to take these really hard trades. And we did have that question of, okay, is this Aurora blue 1 pickable for JDG? Is that something you can first pick? And Rookie has said, well, I'm going to play the Lucian. We'll see if we can counter it that way. Right now in the laning phase, that has worked. That's one of our big questions coming into this series. Half answered. We'll see if it lasts into the team fights.
The other big question was Loyen and Kanavi, and Loyen's sitting there 40 CS up over Kanavi, so I'd say we're doing just peachy in that regard. Kanavi is going to be walking face checking the bush into some vines, and there is some nasty underbrush there as Dwo picks up the kill in return here, tying it up 1-1.
Someone forgot to call the gardener and trim that hedge down. Leon gets himself a good pickoff onto Kanavi with the rest of the crew. That's going to allow the grubs to go even between NIP and JDG too. I don't really think there's any way you can test this, especially that Tree Shot Barrage clipping some HP bars too. That being said though, Ruler is around. There is an outside chance that you could see a Flash Nautilus ult. And with the Kanavi coming back in with Flash and Ultimate, NIP, they get the kill into the jungle, but they can't move fast enough to get those grubs. That's a bit of a pain point for them now. That might just be 6 going over to JDG.
That's tough. I mean, Kanavi will be spotted walking over here, but as you said, maybe not much NIP can do. They're sticking around a little bit, but gonna pull that off. So, grub again on the way for JDG, and that is a bit terrifying to give a team that is so good at knowing when they can push their pressure. All those grubs and that siege potential after these fights.
Yeah, and also when you've got a Jace winning lane, that just kind of sucks. I mean, Shaji, he's trying to stack, and
he'll be a big dog one day, all right? He's growing. The
yeah.
kibble has not affected him yet.
Yeah, but the problem is he's going to have to do that without a kettle, because the towers are going to be gone. He's going to pick off onto Kanavi. It does take a lot of ultimates to do this. So 3 ultimates for a kill into the jungler means that they don't have the fighting power if they did come back into that scene of the crime, and it does mean that they can't contest those grubs afterwards. Rookie going to move up against Flandre now. I think this is a really good lane assignment, having this Lucian. Lucian was historically a Jace counter. Khan used to play that one, amongst others as well. And we now see Rookie potentially trying to keep Flandre down with a different matchup.
See if that's still going to enable them to keep Yagao down, though. I think that was enabling NIP's early moves, keeping Yagao under turret, keeping him pressed up all the time. But we will have more objectives coming up. NIP want to continue stacking this one up. They've already put bodies down here, already have some seeds ready to go. And Shanji, he's getting some worth on the top side here.
Yeah, pops the ult to get the half Q cooldown. Thinks, okay, I can get myself 2 plates instead of just that one. All right, you know what? Considering that Shanji was sat there, not doing very much for this early game, blew his ghost a couple of times and died the one time. I think it's actually a good amount of gold to put on towards him. So that's important for Shanji. We did just see a bit of a damage check from Yagao. On one side, JDG have kept Shanji from being a problem so far. Is Yagao still going to be a problem? I'm going to guess yes. So be careful if this Aurora beyond this point has that Malignance. They're going to be a problem.
So NIP knew this was coming. They saw vision on Kanavi heading up this way. Shanji just says, maybe I can take it under turret. Not going to be able to, though. Juggled so beautifully by JDG. They'll take even more plates up here, as there was a response of the Dragon taken on the other side, and more plates to Rookie on bot lane. The control ward that was actually spotting out Kanavi that enabled NIP to make this bot side play did not get taken out either.
And Shanji, this is a bit of a continuation of a worry for him on weak side. Once he's behind in a lane and once he's left on the weak side of the map, he does tend to capitulate pretty hard. And yeah, NIP, they chose to make this cross map. They chose to put Rookie down into this bot side and have him be the point of power. Yes, he's going to get a load of gold, but at what cost? JDG still running around the map, and now they've caught Rookie.
He does have flash, but just going to wait out the between worlds. Missing. He has a dredge line, and it has Rookie's face on it. Oh, no, it didn't have Rookie's face. It must have been somebody else.
Case of mistaken identity there. No matter. Plenty efficiency. Ruler, why is he pushing up like this? This is dangerous now.
Immediately getting away there with the Cleanse Killer Instinct combo. Gotta be careful about that, though. The Cleanse is going to be a big tool for him to navigate these fights here, as we do have a Rift Herald coming up very soon for either side.
And I'm really waiting to see what our first 5v5s of the game will look like when we get round to that kind of Rift Herald, the third Dragon coming up in the 3 minutes as well. We're getting to that point in the game where we're going to get our first big engages. Right the way through the draft, we were seeing this big engage combo coming in from JDG when you have the Aurora and the Kai'Sa that can dive forwards, the Sejuani and the Nautilus, which can enable that too. And that's going to be really dangerous for NIP to walk up into. Yes, Lian is very strong on an individual level, but he can't survive that dive. NIP are squaring up right now.
Square up. Better get ready to take some punches. Whoa, going in. They're going to get the Hexgate not going through, actually. Missing takes a little bit of a bite of a dirt nap. And Shanji finally does come over the Hexgate. It doesn't matter anyways. The Rift Herald secured by NIP and the kill.
Really well played by Dwarf. Now, the thing is, if the engage combo goes onto the Zyra, yeah, that's really bad for NIP. If it doesn't catch the Zyra and JDG couldn't get it there, then they can disengage for the team and they can stand behind that front line. Hexgate's coming through, Herald coming through. This should be just a free turret.
Ruler is there. They're going to get the turret and collapse onto Kanavi. Kanavi flashes and still dies. Missing. Does connect the lollipop, but that is a sour one you want to take out of your mouth. Now, Rookie going forward onto Flandre. You have a decent amount of damage onto the turret there as well. And it's just NIP carving back the little deficit that they had into a lead. Yagao answering with the bot side outer turret.
Much more decisive from NIP. That's been the difference in the last few minutes. JDG, they've kind of stood around but couldn't find their engages. NIP, they've had no such issues. They find those engages and they get themselves a lot of gold across the entire map. Shanji gets himself some turret gold. It means that he's not quite as far behind before. He's still behind, but hey, whatever. Lien, though, this is a huge problem. Lien has got his flash back. Yep. Kanavi doesn't have his flash either. And he's 2 levels up and a boatload of gold. That's a huge issue. If you can't shut down Lien, he will be a huge threat. You can see that Draw manages to catch out Missing here, who really hasn't been finding the engages he would like to across this summer. This is another case of it. He's trying to maybe thread the needle onto Lien, doesn't manage to do so. And now you don't have that Nautilus, and I just got to say, JDG, very, very greedy staying around here. The Herald's down, you see it being summoned. There is no point standing here. It's going down to the Herald charge. Giving over another freebie kill here is absolutely not what you want to see.
And I'm wondering how many of these deaths is it going to take for Kanavi to say, nah, give me the sticks. I cannot believe I opened this up by facilitating with my team with the Sejuani. As they have just NIP themselves kept the tempo up time and time again. Lien will claim another one. Second kill for him. Get Yagao's flash, and Rookie claims him. As Kanavi just watches his team is falling apart around him, and a tier 2 is now falling as well. NIP have exploded this gold lead.
Folks, this is the NIP that didn't win a series in the Ascension group. This is the team which was at the bottom of that upper group where we thought they'd be so hard-pressed to climb their way back up to relevancy again in this playoffs. But this early game has been absolutely monstrous from them. The laning phase has been good from most of the players involved. Their early game has been so decisive. And now JDG find themselves, sadly, in a position that they have done many times before, where they are going to have to start stalling out and look for their one big team fight engage later on to see if they can bring themselves into it. This isn't helping. This is not stalling out the game. This is being very, very greedy with positioning. Missing, again, way too far forward. The plant's taken down with one last 2 out of that plant to take him down, but why you stood there in the first place? This is not it.
Is that the sound effect the plants make?
Yeah, I guess it is now. You heard it here first.
Oh, I'm gonna have to.
What sound do you think it makes?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
I'm sorry, I can't make convincing plant noises. All right, Dragon's up. Talk about that instead.
Well, the plant noises that Lien is making are very, very loud screams from JDG. Now, Dragon is getting low. They have Between Worlds coming through. Yagao is in there, but the Dragon goes over. That's Hex point there for NIP. The fight's still continuing, though. Ruler picks off one. Now, Lien's going down as well. Ruler getting himself a couple, but it didn't matter because guess who was cleaning up? No, it's a quadra kill for Rookie in the end, and the man that needs to step up every time for NIP is the guy that puts them and JDG into the dirt.
JDG take a fight where if they weren't monstrously far behind in terms of map pressure, in terms of the early game gold, that could have been it. Yagao finds a great teamfight angle, but the gold's just not there. We'll watch it again in this replay. This isn't a bad angle from Yagao.
It's not.
He catches out the really squishy backline. That's good damage. This is not on Yagao. You just can't be this far behind on the map. You can't be this far behind in the game. If they were even in this, I think JDG win this game. But this is the problem with giving over an early game like that, and real credit to NIP for having an early game like that. You can afford to take some more fast and loose fights like this where Aurora does get into the backline now because you're so fed, and that's only continuing to get more so.
Oh, man. Rookie was chunking them, too, doing tons of damage now already on the Lucian. And it really has just been a JDG composition that needs to really be ahead to be proactive, isn't ahead, trying to continuously fight here, and NIP are just taking the more decisive fights. Speaking of, maybe a little bit too decisive here. It's Woe getting locked down. Will end up having to get his way out of that one with that flash, and NIP still putting pressure on this top side of the map right now, and they still have that giant 4K lead.
And that 4K lead, particularly with, weirdly, 1,000 gold in the advantage between support role, is another reason why Draw didn't either. We saw it in that last team fight. The extra gold being over to NIP and the damage not quite there from JDG means that NIP can play a little bit more fast and loose like this. Draw can get out with a flash in his W instead of just dying unceremoniously in the enemy jungle. And while all this is happening now, let's go revisit these compositions. We were talking about how JDG, they have a great 5v5 initial engage combo. We saw that not work around that dragon as Draw does get out safely there with a little bit of move speed.
Yeah, check the distance on the hook. I swear I've seen those hit 10 out of 10. I don't know. We got to get him back in the shop.
But I think the problem here for JDG is just that if you let one of these carries go through from NIP now, particularly the Zyra and the Lucian, if you let them go untouched in these teamfights, they're going to win the teamfight on their own. Great tree shot barrage coming through,
so
opens up another angle for NIP.
And this has been the bread and butter style that NIP have brought these last couple best of fives. You get prio mid with an AD pusher, you have the length of damage, the tons of follow-up, and missing is going to die to Rookie, who is just going godlike in this game number 1, and NIP are taking down the big purple worm. JDG, desperation is reeking.
Okay, Kanyago getting himself a big ult. There is still the chance of a smite steal. Kanavi does have flash.
Kanavi, is he going to turn into a king? He's in the pit. The Between Worlds is there, but they're losing bodies left and right. Kanavi is the focus. They know not to go for the Baron when he's in the pit, and it's NIP that are going to claim the Baron and claim the lives of JDG.
Both junglers go down. It gets a bit hairy for 1 second. Flandre flashes in, trying to get a steal because there's no smite up there, but he can't manage it. And this extremely large lead for this point in the game is only going to get larger than that. Ruler, he is powerful on the Kai'Sa, but honestly, he's felt very quiet. He can't impact this game in the way that he'd like to because the game has fallen apart away from him. In any other game, you'd think that maybe Ruler could play out these late game team fights. He's just not been allowed those angles. The start of this comes through with another overstep from missing. We actually let out today saying that, you know, there has been criticism of NIP's bot lane, but I think JDG's bot lane has somewhat escaped that criticism on another level. I think that missing, dying like that really doesn't help, because once again, Jacko finds great damage. He finds himself a great angle into here. This isn't even bad, but then it's just a problem of just not having that extra member, not having the extra disruptive force to the Nautilus, and of course, once again, I've said this multiple times, not having the gold to see things through.
They're just so far behind at this point that it's hard to take these fights that they want to take, that their composition wants to take. And now you're going into a peel comp. Maybe it's going to work now. Maybe the 4th time's the charm here. It's Woe goes down, but Shanji is about to just delete missing. And now NIP smelling the blood in the water. They want to continue going forward. Botic, he's done this time and time again in the last best of fives. He is aggressive on this, and he is going to find everything there as NIP push JDG away from this bot lane play. It will be the 1-for-1.
10 seconds still. The Soul Dragon comes up as well. JDG, they're trying to smoke the mirrors. Kanavi is here.
Might be in trouble. Yeah, I mean, Botic completely overstaying here. Does have the arcade ship, but the immediate follow of the flash. Kanavi wants that kill and wants to follow up with Shanji's life too, but here comes Rookie. He is so ridiculously strong, and Shanji has already claimed the Poro as forfeit here. JDG trying to defend this bot side play as there's a dragon up, and it's a Hextech Soul Chimera.
Yeah, that's why JDG were making these snatch and grab plays. They look desperate because they are desperate. NIP, they have ridden this early game into a demolition here. Teleport coming in. Rookie. I just think it's their own dooms, though.
Rookie is just literally from the Matrix right now. He is dodging every single ability, every single bullet thrown his way, and landing them right back. He's going to get another couple here, at least for NIP, as Ruler trying to claim something back. He's going to be run down. He gets the slow up. He does flash away. He's going to throw up the Yubi Kitty. Honestly, Ruler, same, bro, same. As now NIP, they are just running a JDG that we thought could be dominant straight through the washer.
Rookie's back, and he has himself even more items. And yeah, the amount of skill shots he's dodged, what's the quote again? It's like, you telling me I can dodge bullets? No, I'm telling you that when you're ready, you won't need to. NIP did that work. They downloaded all of the extra like gold and items they needed to get to a point where it doesn't matter how scrappy these fights are later. They just need one person with a free team fight. It starts exploding after that point. NIP, this has been one of those few games where they take that early game lead and actually ride it into a game-winning advantage. I think that Flandre is still strong. I think that Rule is still strong, but they can't mount any sort of resistance here because their strength is matched by the other carries and their front line is doing so much worse in this game.
It really just has been an absolute flabbergastingly different performance from NIP over these last week or so since they came into these best of fives. And we take a look at this one, JDG, they just needed to try to find something.
Yeah, this first game has been so solid for NIP. This hasn't been the typical, oh, we have one good showing in the early game, but then we can't do anything else. It has actually been comprehensive. And Ruler, he jumps in, he can't get the auto attack, can't get the Q, it's just an ult in to say hi, and then just gets out, causing him to burn his flash.
JDG still looking to find something on the map, still looking to find that follow-through damage the composition finds so well. Maybe trying to take advantage of the cocky nature, the big advantage that NIP have to find the little picks here or there. Maybe it starts here, maybe it starts on Loyen. He will go golden in between. Everything here is the damage onto Fotik, and Loyen has gone down. This is a big pick for JDG in a little bit of a microcosm of what can go well for them, but they're losing so much.
This is exactly what we highlighted in draft. You can't be out of position here as NIP. You do get picked off very easily. Question is it too little too late? They get an objective bounty, but they are losing 2 pushing lanes. 6 growths for JDG actually make this a pretty good trade. They are very far behind in gold. They're going to get double objective bounties. They get themselves 2 turrets. There might be an engage coming through, though. Will they have died for their greed here?
Oh, not going to hit the Shattering Strike. Rookie coming with the flank on the Lucian, but he's by himself. He's going to try to get over to the rest of his team. They need to take him down. He's got a big shutdown on him. He's getting low, and he finally goes down. None other than Yagao cleaning that one up. But look at Shanji. He has finally become a big dog, and he's got that dog in him. As NIP, they're running JDG through the ground here. They're going to look at mid lane. In-hib turret as well. They're going to TP for it. Flandre trying to put off the best defenses, trying to get Two, does get one back, is going to get traded back immediately though, as it's actually Two that gets the kill in the end too. The mid lane in-hib turret will fall, and so will the in-hib.
Yeah, so it's not going to be the game. I think probably because Flandre does do a bit of wave clear and gets that extra kill down there. Shanji will absolutely demolish this tower, though, so it's not exactly like JDG are coming out of this feeling good about themselves. It might even be 3 inhibs if they're lucky enough. Nope, Fotik has to back off, so it'll be double inhib. And that top one just left on a sliver of HP on that top side. JDG, we said that they don't necessarily have the most explosive early games if Kanavi doesn't pop off. I don't think this game is on Kanavi, but they've been held to account all the same. This is going to die again. Those Hex Gates not helping him there.
Kanavi going to try to get something back now. Oh, they overextended Loya, and he doesn't have anything to get out of this. Zanyos was just coming up, but look, Rookie, he's come back from the dead, and he's got vengeance in his eyes. Between Worlds is immediately ended by Yagao, and he'll be split between them as Ruler is trying to get his way out of this one. Shanji trying to go the angle with the AoE. Yeah. They're going to go straight for the inhib, though.
Yeah, Yago, the only world he's between is this one and the Afterlife, and he's found himself sadly on a journey that 6 times this game. The first pick, Aurora, we said it's important for the draft. Can JDG first pick it and make something out of it? Is this a game about Aurora? No, not 100%, but I do think that Rookie has really demolished on this Lucian. Maybe that's something which they need to first pick instead of that the next time coming through. This play was pretty much the only macro play available left for JDG in this replay, but they go towards the double tower trade, they try and get themselves the objective bounties. They do overextend. I think they do an okay job with this team fight given the point they are in this game. That sounds maybe a bit harsh to say because they do get absolutely blasted in this one, but sadly, that just is the case.
Just despicable. That was...
Yeah, but he did miss the plus 12 on the
He's got 600 stacks, bro.
Yeah, but he could have had another
more.
12.
You could always have more NASA stacks. Always.
Yeah, you can. And that's going to be a problem too. This hasn't been a game about the Nasus, but we've seen occasional moments like that where you realize what a late game monster it can be. NIP go towards that Baron. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. We could see an Elder Flip from JDG, but I think they're so far behind. I think that even the Elder Flip probably just gets them killed.
And I'm going to reiterate something I yelled at the top of my lungs in the first series of LGD versus NIP here is, where has this NIP been? Like, this is a team that on paper we had such high expectations. Since Loyen has come in, they have just found consistency that has been lacking literally all of summer.
Yeah, no, and NIP, they've had a disastrous summer after everything we saw in spring. Missing, caught out again, sent to the death chamber again.
What are you gonna do, Agent Smith? As Neo, the chosen one, will find everything in game number 1. It's a vintage rookie performance, 11, 1, and 13, and JDG will fall in game number 1.
NIP find themselves the 1 in their column after that first game. Incredible early game from them. I think that their draft looks very confident from them. I think JDG knows every chance if it was a quiet early game, they could just pull that engage combo time after time and potentially punish that Zyra, but that just wasn't the case. The lanes went really well in mid lane and bot lane for NIP, and the Nasus losing that early kill and losing that lane early didn't end up being a game-losing factor for the team. Really want to praise Lien. I think this was a very difficult game for him potentially because he was like target number 1 for JDG's combo to go towards him. He actually played out that game incredibly well, but you can't walk away from that game and praise anyone but Rookie. Yeah. Oh my god, that Lucian was disgusting.
And I'll just say right now, I didn't have Lien almost flame horizoning Kanavi in game number 1 on my bucket list here, or on my bingo card rather, because my god, we'll see if Kanavi gets the sticks on something maybe a little bit more aggressive for him in game number 2, or if NIP are just going to be on that miracle dust, I guess. We'll see after game number 1 has ended. We'll have a little break. We'll be right back with game 2.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. These are the good, these are the good. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. These are the good, these are the good. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. die unforgone. Just remember. So bleed, crown escape, find the death that you see. Just remember. Just remember. We retreat, but we won't. Those that die unforgone. Just remember.
Welcome back, one and all, to LPL Summer Playoffs, the race for the Silver Dragon Cup. And NIP shocking everyone along the way and finding themselves a massive Game 1 win against none other than JDG. And it came through the jungle, it came through mid lane, and exactly where we wanted to set up the primary positions for NIP would be. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Nymera, and that Game 1 was something to behold, a vintage rookie performance here.
Yeah, Rookie played so well, got prior throughout the entirety of that game, and Team 4 very well on the Lucian. I do think on JDG, mid lane and bot lane really did not work out the way that they would have wanted it to. And that Kanavi, because he was playing around mid and bot, just not performing to the expectations which they would have wanted from that draft, meant that he was shut out of the game. I do think that Kanavi also maybe probably overdived a little bit, knowing that his team wasn't necessarily in the places to follow up, but it was quite hard to play as Sejuani in that kind of game. I do think that Flandre played quite well for JDG, but on the whole, NIP, their early game was absolutely insane. And Draw walks away with the MVP. You know what? He actually had some incredible catches. I know we were focusing a lot on Rookie, but Draw actually had some incredible game and performances there in terms of the engage. So I'm actually not unhappy with that. 2 for 2 on Rel performances here in playoffs and getting MVPs. Love to see it. Yeah, I mean, he had a great performance. NIP had a great performance, and this was taking advantage of a JDG composition that wanted to be ahead, that wanted to be in that tempo position, and NIP never gave it to them. Yeah, no, NIP, they just got ahead and stayed ahead. There's not much to say about that. JDG are typically a team that will stall out and look to get themselves into a point where they can teamfight later into the game. They didn't have bad teamfight angles later into the game. I think that actually the overalls were okay. I thought that Kanavi managed to find some great ults into the backline. Even this one here managed to find out Lien and then the entirety of the pack there. It just wasn't enough, and the problem was they just let themselves get into such a deficit, which we've seen before from them, that they couldn't fight their way back from it. We need to see a stronger early game response from JDG. And I want to see how exactly you're going to respond to some of those draft prios here, because now the question had been answered about the Aurora. Trying to figure out what's going to happen now is that Aurora is still going to be a primary pick for JDG if they find themselves on the blue side. And I think now that Rookie has shown how much he can put on pressure on that pick in mid lane and utilize that to play towards the team, it just, I guess, begs a lot of questions for JDG moving forward. Yeah, maybe JDG will walk away from this feeling like it wasn't an Aurora problem. They can still first pick that. It was more of an early game kind of overall problem. But yeah, it definitely didn't help the fact that Rookie ended up smashing that lane and ended up having really high value after that point. JDG was still playing quite well into the mid and late game. We will emphasize that again. So I think that anything which will help them in the early game can really bring benefits about here. I'm wondering now whether JDG will focus on something a bit more early pressure in that mid lane, just purely because of that. Not because they think that Mura was quote-unquote bad or whatever. The scoreline doesn't look pretty, for sure. But I wonder just having those early pressure lanes in mid and bot lane could help them more. And that's why I feel like this first game of this series is so exciting, because this is not the kind of performance we maybe expect with the track record NIP have, even though when you look at recent track record, maybe it is. But this is a JDG that was kind of expected to come in here and take full control of the jungle, take full control of the map itself, and have that strength going for them. And that's the beauty of a championship boxing match, is it goes all 5 rounds. True. And I'm expecting JDG, while bumped and bruised from that game number 1, to find a way forward. And I think that centers a lot around Kanavi, maybe feeling a little bit more confident and comfortable in that jungle role and trying to take some of that pressure into Lien. So, into the draft again. Can we find ourselves a better early game answer from JDG? We are on the same sides. Will we see ourselves any Aurora differences either? Getting into game number 2 now, JDG. Gonna ban away likely candidates in the misfortune of Leona and IP. On that red side, ban away the Freljordian duo of the Ashe and the Braum. The final ban gonna be the Renekton yet again. No blind picks here. So, Aurora up and available again, but it's not the first pick this time. So, available for Rookie. Of course, Aurora has now lost, so 100% win rate within the LPL. It was 2 games, but hey, we'll take those now down to just that 2/3. Lien going towards the Zyra again, really monstered Kanavi on an individual gold level. And in terms of that farm, of course, across that first game. And the Rel, which Draw has got now multiple MVPs on, immediately snaps up. I think that's a power pick between both Draw and Missing. We'll see that more in this series, of course. And there's an underlying current here. I mean, NIP are just so okay with giving Lien the Zyra. In these last best of 5s, he's literally played it 8 times.
and one other game on brand. And I think it's so crucial to how they want to play, because he can play back, he can have huge peel back abilities, but strength around objectives, and he relies on a lot of his other pieces, the strong pieces, to have that damage profile for him. But he is no slouch on that pick. The Corki trying to pair up with some of that length damage for JDG. Also going to go with the Alistar for missing, give him some roam ability.
And I think the most important thing about that Alistar, because, you know, the Alistar and the Nautilus, they're both engaged, tanky-ish champions, is the fact that the Alistar can at least walk up aggressively like he was in that last game and at least pop that ult to buy some extra time. You couldn't even do that on the Nautilus the last time. You have yourself that Ezreal. Ezreal is a very strong laning champion. The Kai'Sa got blasted in that first game. It wasn't particularly easy, but you are still now going up against the Jhin Rel on the other side, which is potentially a combo which can really punish you very easily as that Alistar. It's quite hard to get on top of that Jhin, and if you catch that with the W, there are definitely cases where you can force your ultimate for free too. So once again, I'm liking this bot lane from NIP. We have criticized Photo Control before. They walked away with a strong laning performance with the Jhin. Maybe they can do the same.
Lucian definitely needed to be banned there. I don't want to just give that kind of classic matchup now, Lucian into Corki. I like the idea from NIP, though. They say they know. They can smell it coming. Kanavi is no longer going to sit back and facilitate. They know he wants something that can be a little bit more advantageous to his position. And the Nidalee was the ban, followed by the Skarner there to take away some of that top lane stability Flandre might be bringing.
So, JDG, they have a chance to ban away the Aurora now, if they think that Rookie will pick it up in the next round of picks. I think that'll be a fine blind pick for Rookie on 4. Nasus goes away instead.
Ladies
and gentlemen, and everyone else, we just saw Nasus win a game in a major region and then be banned in the next game. That is the world that we're living in. Shanji was really monstrous in those late games, despite the fact that the early game didn't go as well for him. They banned the Nasus instead of the Aurora, this champion which can absolutely blast out games on their own. There's every chance that Rookie could go and lock in towards that one, but maybe they're just happy with the solo AP from the jungle. All right, we're seeing the Aurora being passed up by NIP. That's not something I expected. We might actually see a drop-off in that 100% presence.
I will say, though, Rookie, he looked good on the Aurora, not so much his LeBlanc, I will say. The AD mids, though, I mean, he might not like them, but he's damn good at them. I feel like his Zeri, his Lucian, they have been so deadly. And I love to see that he's bringing that one out here in terms of the Zeri mid and trying to get some strength there with that sustained damage there and keep pressure in mid lane. The Aurora locked in. We have seen it top lane.
Yes.
And it could be that time around for JDG.
Yeah, it's very likely to be that Aurora top lane. I mean, we have seen Corki top lane too, so technically flexibility again. But I would expect Flandre takes this one here, and we'll see whether Flandre has an answer to that one. Kanavi, he's working with very little setup. He has an Alistar and then the Aurora ultimate, but does go towards that Viego anyway.
Let's go.
This feels like quite a look. They're fun champions. They're disjointed.
This feels
though,
personal.
JDG. To an extent, yes, but like I'm sat here looking at this Viego and saying, well, how the hell are you going to reach the targets that you want to? Udyr comes in last for Shanji. He'll just be trying to tank up that Aurora.
King Kanavi wants his crown, baby. And maybe it's a little ruined, but he'll still take it. As it's going to be really important for Kanavi to have a good game here, to get a little bit of that confidence under his belt, to play between these solo lanes, and especially for missing, to be more impactful than that game number 1 and to get onto the map and combine with Kanavi in a lot of cases here for this game too.
So, JDG, we criticized their early game in game 1. The Aurora is a lane bully, especially against melee champions. The Ezreal, one of the strongest laners as well on the patch, but it is against that Jhin Rel. JDG, I think they've given themselves some more tools to fight out that early game, but will they be enough? NIP won that last game by exploding the early game and never looking back. Great first game. They've shown themselves that they are on good form here today, and I hope they can keep that one up and give ourselves a real contest between these two teams. And it's JDG chasing the series now.
Not something maybe you would have expected to say going into this one. This was the JDG who were angry going into summer, who were mad they weren't able to make it to internationals. They weren't even able to make it to finals. And now starting off on a 1-0 slide down in this best of 5 for them. In a make or break moment for both these two teams. But NIP, they are revved up and running smooth right now. A team that we had really the worst expectations of coming in. They have completely blown past those, and it's the NIP that we would expect of this roster to be. It's game 2 for JDG to try to even up the series here. We'll see if they can do it. A little more coordination there for the NIP fans. I don't know, I mean, again, you got that game number 1. I feel like maybe your voice gets a little louder after that one.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, JDG, they're not in their home arena. Well, I guess NIP aren't either, but maybe the traveling has done something to the coordination between the crowd chant leader and the crowd itself. Truly, the most dramatic things happen within the LPL. Wow.
It's all drama. It's like a reality TV show.
Yeah. I really want to zone in on something that you said coming out of Champions Slate, because I think there's an important conversation to be had there in terms of NIP in that first game. That felt more like what we should be seeing from this roster.
Yep.
Now, across most of spring, NIP really struggled to find that form. I think across most of summer, they've struggled to find a lot of that too. NIP in spring had a fantastic start, and then they were the first team that could have locked playoffs, and they didn't manage to do that for a very long time after that. I think they went something like 7-2, and then they went to 7-7. It was it was a bit of a fall-off, we'll call it that way. But NIP, they've had a bit of a similar situation here in summer again, where just the regular season or the qualifying for playoffs really didn't look that convincing. But we saw exactly what this team can do in that spring playoffs. They came through with the lane swaps in, thanks to Droll, by the way, for the lane swap meta, by the way. That was all on him, finding it, running into it in solo queue and thinking, hey, I want to do that on a bigger stage. Let's go ruin everyone's pro careers for a little bit. But yeah, NIP, they have looked really good in their last couple of best of 5s, but this is the first time they're up against real strong opposition. Can they keep it for a full best of 5? That's the problem, really, because they have shown that they can at least reach some of that potential again. And
that was like kind of the big hyper focus for us is, can Lien even keep up with Kanavi? Well, he's doing way more than keep up with Kanavi, as so far so good on the Zyra picks for him across the playoffs. But I also got some extremely breaking information here, Nightmare. It's very important to decide the entire series. Producer Ashin has told me every champion in NIP, they all have 4 letters and they have a Jin. Coincidence?
Are you
I think
me?
not.
But no, but then the problem is
numbers. What do they mean, Nightmare?
No, there are 5 champions with 4. There are 5. They needed to kick someone off stage. They can only play with 4 players. That's the problem. Man, so close. Thanks, Ashin.
Now we have to decide
really
who they kick to make it 4. But no, they are looking for a dive on bot side right now. Lien has returned to this well multiple times over these playoffs, and it has worked so well for them to get early advantages down here. We're looking to be poked. Not going to get CC just yet, though. Able to dodge out a lot of that one, and Lien not going to find success on his first gank. Kanavi, on the other hand, might just find the prize he's looking for. Is going to be rebuffed, though, as Rookie does have exit tools available.
Oh, it's so hard to gank Zeri in mid lane. If you ever have E, you just hop over a wall, job's a good one, you're fine. I think particularly with the changes to the mid lane walls, of course the entire map got a bit of a makeover in terms of the way that the walls were situated across the map. Mid lane is much harder to gank now, and they have done a good job of allowing mid lane to be a bit more isolated. I think in the previous years, you would very commonly see 3v1 mid lane, but I think that has allowed these AD carries an extra degree of safety again. That's one of the reasons we see them so often, because when you have the dash AD carries, they can just play like that. You walk into the lane, you don't really have any threat.
Getting to second paths now from both junglers. Looks like it's going to still be that re-clear of the mirrored starts here. Big thing also to think about is a little bit of that objective prio and what we're going to see. Because Rookie had constant mid-prio last game, and it enabled NIP to play strongly around the objectives early.
Yeah, so those are early objectives. The thing about that last game was when it came to those early objectives, both junglers wanted to be in lanes or getting like huge amount of farm instead of going for the objectives. It was very either like selfish for the laners or selfish for the jungler itself. I mean, with both these junglers again, you can just keep farming over and over. So the combo from missing, is it going to lead to more?
Nothing else going to come of it. They will end up getting a nice deadly flourish on the back end. A bit of vision gain by the minion there too, as Photic looking for a 4th shot. Not going to find the connection there to get some more damage. But both junglers are back towards this bottom side. Kanavi says, no, we am not going to full clear on top side. I want to stay active down here.
Kanavi is going to come in. Flash!
That was an incredible time flash from Botic. Might just give over to Woes. Like, beautiful shattering strike there. Now Botic stepping up as the first soul is forfeit over to Kanavi. They claim first blood and might find another one. Botic in low. Essence Flux is on him. And Ruler, he wants it. The barrier, it's going to be just enough. And Ruler dies for his overstep. Lien takes the kill back for NIP.
Botic breaks Ruler's ankles with the barrier bait. Kanavi's still down here. Is there enough cooldowns to secure the W?
Oh my god! The Jin is able to stop Kanavi from continuing that onslaught on the Lien. He does end up stopping his back there. Will still complete it up, but what a play from this NIP bot lane!
Damn, we have spent most of this year going, Fotic's not really on it today. Fotic really needs to be on stuff like the Ezreal or the Senna. What's he going to do with other champions? Fantastic first 2 early games from him so far. This Jin manages to get that turnaround. And now, as you were saying, the early objectives have been a bit of an afterthought in the first game because it was all about getting into the lanes. And again, we see here, it's not an immediate startup off that Dragon. Kanavi knows he doesn't have belt prio. He goes towards the bot gank instead. And yeah, Missing's used his combo at this point. You do have that ability to go forward with that Spectral Wall. Chwo outplays Missing again, though, gets that stun afterwards. It means that he's low HP. He can't really continue that trade after that point. And Kanavi then really misexecutes. This is what we like to call the barrier bait. Tries to just hands check him. He tries to hands check him. He has the W on him, but he pulls that barrier in time, survives at 4 HP, and Lien manages to turn it around. So Fotic, honestly, just winning the mind game.
I'm just going to say, you already saw him instantly react to the earlier play. He's on his toes right now. And this is what made that 2022 Spring V5 so potent. Fotic and Rookie, the dual carries of NIP. If they are finding success, if they are set up for success, I mean, the world is your oyster at that point.
You know what I was asked the other day where the heck that phrase came from, and I still have zero idea, by the way. Why is the world an oyster? Is that?
I don't know, they're shiny.
There's got to be some... No, that's the pearl. Oysters aren't shiny.
Well, yeah, but they have shiny things with pearls. Some of them have pearls inside. I don't know.
Yeah, some of them do. Yeah, they do. Anyway, that's just me and my musings. I have
Maybe
no
it could
idea
just,
where
you know,
that comes from.
it'll just fade off into
knows
existence.
About that, please let me know. It's the most important thing I can think of right now. It's, you know, very important best of 5 to determine these careers.
That's the most important thing you can think of right now. Not, you know.
Yeah, nothing else. Nothing else.
Nothing else important's going on. It's definitely not a do or die best of 5 between these two teams with like so many veterans and all the great stuff. And world champions, all that wonderful stuff.
Man. And, you know, starting back in on that a little bit away from the history. You know, we've been kind of... It's not a meme, but it is a kind of a factor. Whenever you watch NIP, you think, oh, is Rookie going to get back to Worlds and blah, blah, blah. You know, they did get some championship points from Spring. They're likely to get themselves into regionals, especially if they manage to outperform. I believe they outperform FPX, who, of course, did advance from the games yesterday.
Yeah, they already have 30 points from last split.
So yeah, NIP, they're not in a bad spot with that. But honestly, the more points you can get, and honestly, just in terms of knowing that you can beat upper teams when you'll need to in the regionals anyway, or even, of course, progress further here in playoffs, it's so important to have a strong series like this. So NIP, first game in the early game, fantastic. This one has been more contested, but it is still not a bad showing from NIP, particularly around that boss side.
See, contest over these grubs. Kanavi, we tried playing the first one. NIP feeling a little...
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I don't know. Sheen was onto something. The number 4, the 4 letters. Coincidence? Again, I think not. I'm just saying, results-based analysis is working out right now for NIP.
Oh, are you kidding me? Fotic, I guess that our player bot side steals away that grub. Really powerful plays from him in the early game, and now NIP going to get themselves potentially a skirmish.
Really big between worlds by Flange Rage. Whoa, getting his way out now. Look at Rookie. He's got so much damage from the Lightning Crash. Kanavi going to claim a soul, though, onto Lien. It's feeling a little bit personal in that one-on-one. Now Rookie trying to take down Yagal. Ends up getting the flash out of him, but Kanavi is going to town right now. Fotic all by himself, and he's just Jin as another one comes through, and it's a triple kill for King Kanavi.
The power of 4 defeated by the power of 3 kills from Kanavi. The resets come through. Viego is so powerful when you have scrappier, kind of more improvised teamfight setups, because the Viego just ends up pulling apart 1 kill, and that can win you a team fight. Kanavi, you said it was personal. You said he was reaching towards that crown, ruined though it might be. I guess huge value here out of the early game. JDG, they couldn't find themselves early plays in that last game, but these early resets get massive value Flandre, great ult coming out of the Aurora. Haven't really focused on that top lane matchup so far, but Aurora is still Aurora. Did get that loss for JDG in that last game, but the intro into this fight, coming around that fog of war and getting that big between worlds, opens up the resets to come through. It's one of the big reasons we've seen Viego Aurora being played as a pretty big combo coming through between the two of them.
And I know that feels so righteous for Kanavi. That game one, it didn't feel like he had really any say in how that game was going to go after a long period of it. But now I said at the end of that one, give this man the sticks. He wants to try to win himself in a lot of cases. And the Viego starting out pretty strong, already has the Trinity Force completed. Rookie does have the Blade of the Rune King to match and some of that damage profile, but Kanavi is going to be in a much happier place in game number 2.
That he is. So, JDG, they're ahead in gold. We did say they often need Kanavi pop-offs to do well in the early game. Well, we got one of them.
Oh, he's
Good
popping
stuff.
up, all right.
He's popping up. Hey, we even get ourselves a graphic there as well. Those, I'm sure they're wonderful numbers. So we get ourselves the Dragon coming up in just under 20 seconds. Goes towards the draw. That jungle ain't your own right now, buddy.
Now. Yeah, after all this lead has gone down, you don't have any say in that bottom side. The Dragon stacking going to be denied against NIP, and Kanavi, he truly is just looking for picks now in between. Missing, though, going to get heavily comboed by some CC there. Still, Big Cal will make his way out, and Dragon started by JDG.
Yeah, Missing just needs to be a little bit careful. Of course, you don't want to lose too much HP before you have to press your ultimate. Kanavi, though, going to take this Dragon uncontested at the moment. Water over the wall means that Lian is around the area. Whenever there's a Jhin in the game, I always wonder whether something's just going to happen from off screen. So funnily enough, it's really funny to me that we see Jhin and Zyra back in meta at the same time. The last time that Zyra was actually meta in a pro sense was actually Season 6 when Jhin Zyra was a very powerful bot lane. For those of you that remember, of course, this was arguably the greatest best of 5 of all time. It's on the shortlist anyway. The Rocks SKT series back in Season 6 semifinals. That series was largely determined by Jhin Zyra being so powerful, and then turns out Misfortune countered Zyra because you could double tap off the plants and it would just like, the double up would get like huge value. The fact that now Jhin and Zyra are back together doing the same thing they've done, you know, ages into the game's history now, despite being much earlier champion releases, it makes me happy.
The little things. Oh no, he's gonna cleanse. Does have to burn the flash as well. Curtain call opened up here. Ruler, you gotta find those fancy feet somewhere. One more shot. Oh! Call him the sniper.
Photic is having an absolute showcase in this game. Yeah, you know, he's
Ruler's
behind
upset.
in CS but Ruler's sat there going like, damn, this guy's just outplayed me multiple times. Photic has been under so much criticism.
Look how upset he is.
Yeah, and you know what? Considering the amount of weight on this guy's shoulders that have been for so much of his career, being one of the best players in his role across his career of all time, Photic is showing him up right now in terms of a lot of these mind games. And yeah, you know, the CS advantage is there, and there's a balance between the flashy moments and then the legwork outside of that. Photic is still having a great game.
He's had a hell of a couple series here already. Again, returning to that promised land of being a proficient AD. Now NIP gonna get the third one here. Maybe looking at the fourth as there is no response. They'll actually get the might spawn for themselves as we take a look back to Ruler barely getting caught.
Hey, folks, we were just talking about the Jhin Zyra as a combo. One lands the CC, the other one hits everything, and it is a real pain from half a screen away. And this time, maybe even a little bit more than that. Photic gets that fourth shot.
That's a 50-50 right there. You choose one way, and the other way might have been the better one, but definitely going to be kicking himself for that one. Still in a good position, though. Still has a lot to say in this game and this series. JDG as a whole still have a little bit of a lead. Not maybe the big lead that they were hoping to carve out early, but you have to think all those resources centered around Kanavi is extremely useful as the pillar of JDG over these last years.
And even though we've seen these cool plays out of Photic, I'm still favoring JDG in a lot of these upcoming team fights, especially right now, this terrain in top river. You don't want to be stuck here against the Aurora with the Viego being able to reset off it. Flandre just ended up doing a huge amount of damage, and yeah, Missing isn't here. I think this Herald will go over for free, but that's the kind of situation you need to be quite careful about the setup for from NIP. If you allow Flandre to get good damage, if you allow him to get that setup for the Viego, one kill could basically seal your team fight. Yeah. So NIP, that's something they'll have to be careful beyond this point.
And you saw in the picture-in-picture there, Rookie is at a point now that even if, you know, Yagao is there to put by damage, but even if Flandre is there to get those between worlds, he is confident to step in and keep fighting. So a lot more strength being provided by Rookie now, getting close to that second item spike. They're also going to outright take the outer turret up here in top and crash into a tier 2. JDG are here to respond.
Do they know he's here?
Oh, they got a lot of damage on the Rookie, but the leap from the Rift Herald is pretty huge. Ruler going to get a decent chunk on the 3 members here, now looking to be just as aggressive as Photic was in that last game. Ooh, flash coming out from Rookie to get away from the rocket barrage. Yeah, Gal, he's hungry now, and so is JDG. They want to try to collapse over here on NIP. The root's not going to connect. He can't hit the rockets, though. Ultra Shock Laser going to go a little bit wide. Jwo is hovering over here, and also Photic is on the way, has Curtain Call. Things are collapsing, but is NIP going to have an answer? Kanavi.
Right, Missing has ult. Missing has ult. They could have gone for the dive there. He had the ignite and had the ult, but they're a little bit slow to it. They'd rather just return to this tower. I wonder whether that's a missed opportunity. They can't make their way over to that play just about, though, and it's going to be more tower trading. NIP, they do have the 4 grubs. It makes these trades a little bit easier. You can see that Shanji actually getting ahead in the individual matchup now because of those cross maps. However, I think he'll probably take the extra gold onto the Corki, the Viego, and the other carries rather than the tank of that frontline of Shanji. It's still not bad cross maps from NIP, but JDG, once again, at least getting themselves into this early game much better than that first game.
You just have so much damage on the side of JDG when you get into these fights, right? And especially on the first, second item spikes, I think you're going to have a lot of promise when you come full force there. But then I guess the question becomes, does some of that utility for NIP become the thing that makes the difference in front of these fights, as they are already positioning around the dragon that'll be spawning soon?
Okay, so dragon spawning soon. I think we're going to start seeing a lot of these 5v5s come to bear sooner rather than later. I don't know whether JDG really want to be contesting this. They might choose to just stall out again. But when it comes to those 5v5s, again, really look for how Flandre makes his way into those fights with those big between worlds, setting up for Viego. If NIP do not play well around the rel engage, catching someone important, and of course Shanji's front line as well, one kill could just determine this team fight. The Viego is so powerful at doing that, so NIP do need to be very, very careful of where Flandre is angling.
See some angles from JDG. They have gotten all that damage I was talking about centered around this Dragon Pit. They want to deny any stacking here and claim this for themselves. Triple Trinity Force for them. They have the damage. Shanji's going to be a massive frontliner Rookie looking for a flank here. JDG a bit split now. Missing going to go over here as well. Ruler does have a decent amount of damage. Missing getting a little bit low. They got the True Shot Barrage on the Photic. That means JDG pull off of the Dragon. There's the twofold Hex, actually getting a decent amount of damage between worlds. There's the combo. Jwo going back in. Stranglethorn on top of 2 there. Curtain called by Photic, but Ruler's going to chase him down now. Maybe himself feeling a little personal as JDG have completely cut off the head of NIP, and they're running around like chickens. As Kanavi is trying to go under turret here with the soul, but can't do it. And now the Dragon will be going over to JDG.
The Dragon goes over to JDG, the Gold League goes further over to JDG, and they get themselves hugely on the board once again with a big combo. NIP, they were split in all the wrong ways, and now suddenly you're going to be playing from behind the game against that Dragon advantage to JDG as well, so there's the threat of that soul point coming in later. And these combos are only going to get more deadly. Look at how Photic is positioned against this wall. He's not really in the best place to stand and fire. There's no easy way for him to retreat. He tries to go towards this mid lane, but he gets taken out of the fight very, very easily. You can just see this, how split this fight is and how easy it is for Flandre to get right into this play again and just make a real mess of things. Keep people pinned in that one position and allow Viego to just keep resetting.
And you just see the mobility that this champion has literally made it across your screen in like 2 seconds. Incredible stuff, but just good micromanaging of the fight by JDG. This is feeling much more like the JDG that we were expected of in that game number 1 that we didn't get.
By the way, if we don't get Alice in Wonderland, like Aurora skin for the White Rabbit, something's gone wrong, folks. This champion is just like all about the weird and wonderful rabbit magic stuff. As now NIP, they have to play from very far behind in this game now. So what are their options? They can potentially look to stall out until you get multiple items on the Zeri, multiple items on Lien, but I don't think they're going to be able to do that. They've left these walls behind them. Hex gets some teleports. Rookie caught out.
Oh my god, he's just dying outright. Just gets killed by Kanavi at the end. Did he? just kill him with the distance there. And now JDG are completely collapsing over NIP, who were trying to save Rookie, and now we're just trying to find a way out here. The escape hatch has been closed, though. Shanji is just going to run his way through it, but unfortunately, he's not going to have the same amount of luck. And guess who it is? It's your nightmare in Game 2, Kanavi.
Kanavi is just slaughtering through these team fights. He's had a lot more help from his team this time. They've been setting up for those resets, but now with so many kills, Baron is up and available. And Kanavi, I think he might just keep going. There are Hex Techs, there's another teleport coming through. They might just want themselves another fight.
This JDG, this is the anger that you can just feel palpably on the Rip. They are just fighting every tooth and nail. They are going for everything on the Rip. They have the advantage, and they're pushing it into NIP. The Baron already have health here, but this might be a little bit of an overextend, as here comes the curtain call to take down some of the health bars. The nice catch by Swamp in the Between Worlds. Oh my god! The Baron ends up going to JDG, and they completely collapse on NIP, unsuspecting of the power of those Corgi jaws. A triple kill to Yagao.
JDG get themselves on the board in the early game, and JDG start rolling through this game like game 1 never even happened. NIP, they can't stand up to the team fighting prowess of JDG in this game number 2, and I don't think this game is going to get any easier for them. They've let these champions come online. The Baron goes over very, very easily to JDG, and these gold leads are only going to get worse. They don't even have the Muramana transformed on Yagao yet. That's going to get even worse for them. This isn't even the worst entry to a fight that NIP could have had, because Flandre is caught out very, very quickly here. You can see that the fourth, well, the Jin ult very nearly steals that Baron. That's about the closest they were going to get to with that one, but they don't have Lian here. They are fighting that 4v5, and the roll through that team fight is absolutely disgusting.
And Yagao having a much more, stable performance, I feel like, this time around, able to keep Rookie on his toes a bit more than I guess in that game number 1. But it truly has been a story of Kanavi just taking the reins by his own fists and throwing them into NIP. Is now the lead that he has borne for JDG has led to absolute devastation for NIP in Game 2. It's 22 minutes in, and they're looking at a Tier 2 tower on bot for JDG.
So JDG, they take this advantage much in the way that NIP did in that last game to get ahead of the game, and they don't look back. This Aurora's looked a lot better in this game compared to that last one. Maybe it was something about that matchup in the mid lane which held it down for them, but I think honestly it's just much more about JDG having a better early game, giving themselves a chance to showcase that they are such good team fighters and they have so much damage to bear.
Can't run away from the bunny lady. She'll just chase you down. And that is a red-eyed, bloodthirsty beast right there as JDG. They're looking at the inhib, and they still have the Baron for another minute. They could look just for the end here and even up the series.
Oh my word, I think that's going to be it. This chunking through those turrets.
They've taken the snowball, and they are crashing it now into the Nexus turrets, and that's already one down. We said it's Reset City for Kanavi, and he wants to put the hurt on all of NIP. He is under their turrets, he's in their Nexus mountain, and right now he's living rent-free in their head. We asked if Kanavi can make this kingdom his, and for Game 2, he will.
JDG, they don't even care about that first game, do they? They walk away from it and say, well, whatever, didn't work out, lanes didn't work out, they snowballed, whatever, we'll come back and get them in that second game. I think that's one of the bonuses you get from having so much veteran talent on this JDG roster. It's very hard to get under their skin like that. Very, very confident team fighting. I think even in that first game, we saw that JDG from behind the game had a lot of threat in those team fights, and NIP... Now the question for me, for that team, if they want to go further in playoffs, if they want to keep this this dream alive of them getting further into that, is going to be all hinged around those early lanes and that early game.
I'm also looking at mid lane, needing to be a little bit more consistent there in the series if Rookie's going to have that stable hold. We are going to send it to a little break, and we'll be back with game number 3. Welcome back, everyone. LPL Summer 2024 playoffs are underway, and the race for the Silver Dragon Cup is already into round number 2. And here we are with a tied-up best-of-5. I'm Bazell. I'm joined by Nymera, of course, and NIP versus JDG is looking to be that 5-round boxing match that we expected. JDG, they gave the sticks to Kanavi, and he finally takes hold of that crown.
Well, as you can see here, compare this goal graph to the first one, there's not a huge NIP lead, and what we saw in that first game was that even with a huge deficit, JDG still nearly clutched out some team fights. Comparative to their state of the game, they actually did quite well there. The second game, I think NIP chose their fights poorly. They squared up to an Aurora and a Viego at the wrong situations with the wrong tools to deal with them, and they got slapped. They got super slapped, despite Photic having genuinely some really fun moments. See how the mind game outplay, the W kill into Ruler into mid lane, as well with the ult afterwards. There were some good moments from NIP, but I think we're seeing that to beat JDG as NIP, they need significant early game advantages. They almost found them, but I think particularly, as we'll see a little bit later, we'll see what happens around the grub fight, where Viego starts to reset, they misplay the team fight, and they just get blasted after that point. That was the last real hurrah for NIP.
And you could see little things in the early game, maybe not going Ruler's way, but luckily he has a holistic team behind him. And this was much more the flavor of JDG that we expected. They have been so ruthless, especially led by Kanavi getting those early game leads. And when they have those leads, they do not let you breathe for a moment. And there were some slip-ups and maybe some overextensions in this one, but it felt more like the JDG that we had such high expectations for.
No, and no, these two teams were top 4 teams within spring. They had, and of course JDG were the 3-peat champions of the LPL, MSI winners for 2023, World Semi-Finalists. Yeah, JDG have a hell of a lot of expectations for them, and NIP is a top 4 team from spring as well. They're not without them too. So this matchup, there is a lot of consideration for where they are compared to their peak form, how much can they show us. They've both struggled, I think, over summer compared to where we thought they would do. And yeah, JDG, that first game, the early game deficit was too much. This game was much, much better for them. I think that they also showed that the Aurora being able to be played by Flandre and being a multi-row flex as well, working out so much better for him, because I don't think Shanji is playing champions which deal with Aurora very well. That might actually be a killer draft learning moment for JDG, realizing that actually, what can they do about that? Because also that set up for Kanavi to do this.
He started getting resets early and didn't look back. But yeah, I mean, if you look at that kind of draft question, I mean, that's a question that NIP begged to LGD, and LGD didn't have an answer, and they find themselves out of 2024. So hopefully NIP can change that tune a little bit here in their second run. But it is Kanavi who took center stage, helped a lot by the team, but once you give this guy resources, he knows exactly how to use them.
And, you know, the Sejuani is great for facilitating your team.
Nah, man, don't even say that. Get him out of there.
Good, excellent, you know, all passive kills, blah, blah, blah. It's not the same as a Viego. It's not the same as heck, even something like his Lee Sin, which he does occasionally grace us with as well, where he could just take the game by the scruff of his neck. This time, the team was playing for Kanavi. What did we say at the start of the today, before we got into that first game, was that, yeah, you know, NIP, they've tried to integrate this new jungler. Kanavi is the player which players integrate to. This guy controls the game so well. He is such a core piece of this team and has always been for JDG.
5 years now,
almost. Yeah, this guy is just the foundation of this team, and he absolutely knows what to do when he's got a lead.
It's been really cool to see them bend this team in a lot of ways around him. And I mean, you even look back to that 2023 roster when we talked so highly of it. It centered a lot around him facilitating for those big pieces. So to see the ebbs and the flows, the different shades of Kanavi over these years, but to still see him, especially in this split, having been so control-oriented, so resource-hungry, it's been really refreshing to see. So now that we've seen him have a little bit of a rebuttal to Lien, who almost flame horizoned him in game number 1, we'll see now if there's going to be an adaptation from the jungle perspective here for NIP. I don't know if they can necessarily rest on their laurels with those kinds of picks and let Kanavi run rampant.
Yeah, so there will be a question about, is it about jungle pool? Is this about laners? Because we've seen, this is a big factor now as well. In the first game, Flandre actually had a really good Jace game. You just couldn't really tell that because the game was so blown out of proportion. And the Aurora game was really good too. is this going to be a situation where you need to draft such absurdly strong early game laners that NIP give themselves a time window to then make sure they can get ahead of the game and get themselves into a point where they can stop JDG teamfighting the way they were going to? Or is that actually going to be impossible? Can you even do that in top lane? Shanji played the Udyr, which was fine to get a safe pushing lane, but it didn't stop Flandre becoming a huge menace as well on the Aurora. That could be another point too. This is a whole game problem. NIP cannot afford to let this early game slip away from them. They need to really crush that down. And now they're planning the Aurora on the blue side. That's a huge shift.
Game 1-2 didn't happen. We're going to game 3 now, resetting into a best of 3. As it is the Aurora ban priority, trying to just take that one off the table, say we're not going to deal with that one. The Ashe, the Ezreal, also key bans by NIP, switching these sides up. It is the Rumble and the Lucian ban, so giving a little bit more respect over towards Rookie and the possibilities he can have in that mid lane. Still maybe a Zeri ban, maybe we'll see some more jungle bans. The Zyra, still a heavy presence in this series and for both these junglers, but it's the Renekton once again by JDG.
Ooh, that'll be something different. They're hovering over some different things there. Leona, Braum, both available too. So there's a bit of that mind game where Leona, the best engaged support in a lot of ways, but doesn't really like playing against the Braum. That might come into things later as well. Miss Fortune actually works very well with both those support champions now. So if Missing wants to lock in one of these, potential that the other gets locked in there too. However, actually speaking of that, maybe the Rel gets snapped up here for Missing. Rel very important for Draw. That's also on the table.
Is Rel also just kind of disgusting? Leona has been banned away this series so far. Finally maybe coming through, and it's honestly the perfect answer into the Misfortune. Give a little bit of room for Missing to get some outplay potentials as soon as that bullet time comes up, and that will be locked in here for JDG. So they had the go button already, now they just gotta get some follow through.
So, I think NIP, they're probably eyeing... It depends whether Draw wants to go towards the bigger combo for MF or the better counter into the Leona. If you want to counter Leona, you go for the Braum. If you want the bigger combo, you go for the Rel, and Draw has looked good on that. So I think that would be a fine answer for me, despite the fact that Leona, doesn't like playing into that other pick. And now we start questioning some other things. Do you want to lock in Lien Zyra again? He's been prioritizing that very heavily for this right now. So potentially you could go towards that one too. NIP, they do choose that Rel. They want to go for the aggressive wombo instead of peeling back from that Leona and punishing Missing.
I think that's actually a really good pickup here by Dwell. Obviously, he's already gotten a couple MVPs on the pick in this playoff so far. But they gotta go with comfort, I guess. And Lien, yet another time, I believe a 9th play in these playoffs so far for him. We'll get the Zyra.
Yeah, Lien, he's played like one game of most of the other champions in the pool, and then just a load of Zyra. He has taken up guarding duties this time. Ruler picks up that Jhin. Ruler has had some incredible games on this champion, and will be able to take a longer range champion. It's not that Ezreal. It's not necessarily about the hopping around the team fights. The Jhin, real artillery potential here as well. Jhin, Leona, very, very powerful. Long range backline for JDG. Does open up the opportunity for them to go towards, probably a lot of people won't be liking to hear this. You potentially are looking at something like an Ivern for Kanavi or something more supportive. That's one of the options they can go towards. They can also go towards something like the Cassandre for Flandre, and then something like the Brand or something for Kanavi as well to have, again, backline magic damage. But then you need a frontline somewhere to help this Leona keep going.
Respect being given. Flandre, when he was in before Sheer, had a really good Twisted Fate. It was
true.
It was really interesting, and that's why when Sheer came in, it was still able to play that Twisted Fate. We're like, okay. Now
that's the JDG pick. All right,
yeah,
lock
it's the JDG pick. Now, though, I think this solo lane matchup is going to be super important to think about. Shanji has been hovering the Udyr a lot of times. There's no bunny lady to deal with it, so going to try to take that one away. And Kanavi will get his ruined crown taken away after a wonderful performance in Game 2.
Okay, are we just locking in our jungler now, or do you want to know the full composition? You can go towards something like that Brand if you'd like, but Kanavi really has been about aggressive junglers when you can get them on him. We tentatively say we have a thing called a Nidalee pass, where you have to be so mechanically proficient to allow someone to play this champion. The two names in the LPL which come up first for that, I think, is Tien and then Kanavi. Kanavi gets his hand on this for his 7th game of the champion in summer, and he'll be able to combo up with the Jhin and the Leona to potentially do some real damage.
I love it. They have learned, they've adapted. It's about the team facilitating to Kanavi, and now they have all those pieces to make him shine here on the Cougar. And I'll have those Cougar facts ready to go as we go into the game itself. But now it will be Kashanji who is finally making his face shown. The hybridization that has become this guy on this pick. It has been so crucial for NIP in stable performances for him on this.
Yeah, Shanji, this is one of his real go-to champions. He is going to get counterpicked, and that could be a bit of an issue for him, but you do need a bit of that front line, you can understand it, as Rookie locks in the Smolder mid. Now, Smolder, it has been raising up in priority in that mid lane matchup. I think it does fine into the Corki as well. You're just looking to scale up and wait a little bit longer. Flandre now gets to choose his champion into that Cassandra. He probably does want something a bit tankier. He goes towards the Zac. I love this. No one is really going to be able to easily stop Zac from getting right on top of that Zyra, on top of the Smolder, on top of that Misfortune. Flandre diving in with that Solar Flare at the same time with some artillery coming out from Yagao and Ruler could be so crucial in how they stop the big long-range combo from NIP.
Man's been cooking in his time watching Sheer. He's like, I gotta keep up with the youngins. Second time in his competitive career to whip out the Zac. Love to see it here for Flandre. He's trying to make the difference to set up Kanavi as well. This whole team is really centered around the damage profile of this mid jungle for JDG.
So, big combo coming in from NIP. Less early game explosiveness that could fall into a bit of a deficit there. We've seen how important the early games have been. And I think on the other side, JDG have some really good tools to pull apart that combo. We don't always see this amount of backlane dive. We don't always see this amount of ability to cancel out those big old ultimates and get those immobile carries. But JDG have locked that in. NIP, they're going for those 5v5s. They've typically been losing those 5v5s versus JDG, or at least been hard contested in them. They will need to showcase that they can pilot this composition well against the cancellation tools being locked in from JDG.
Who will take the forward step in this best of 5? It's a win and you continue, lose, and you're out for this summer playoffs. It's also a story for NIP of maybe a miracle run starting to reminisce, and JDG wanting to start their revenge for the lackluster spring finish that they all put the weight of onto themselves. It's a game 3 where you can forget about the game 1, the game 2. It's both teams fighting for their right to stay in these playoffs, and it's JDG versus NIP, game number 3. Love to see it, and as we break down some of this compositional strength for both these teams, you talked so much about maybe some of the immobile carries here for NIP, but they will have a ton of damage centered around these team fights, but it's going to be about how they can bend around where Kanavi's putting pressure on this map.
Kanavi on this, Snidley has been so good at doing that too. So JDG, as you were saying, in lead up to this draft here as well, JDG are starting to put more of that early game emphasis on Kanavi again. JDG, they have not always been the team with explosive early games, unless Kanavi does stuff like this, and he absolutely can be a real threat. See in this mid lane, Yago trying to walk behind the back of the mini wave, trying to see if he can get a good trade there, but that's a nice ward from Rookie. Maybe he's learned that Quilkies can do that into the Smolder and keeps himself safe.
Gonna see fighting for the level 2s on bot side. Super important, especially for Ruler. Trying to keep advantage onto this Misfortune lane. Still very difficult to do. Missing maybe Kyle a little bit here. There's a couple trades going back and forth. That fourth shot evening things up. A missing, getting pretty low. Luckily, Photic will be slowed down. No! Oh my god! Woo, that was so close now with Joel. He's going for it. Doesn't end up getting the connection. They don't have level 2 just yet. But NIP, they've put the pressure on a JDG. Potions a popping down here.
Yeah, that's the thing. They haven't died yet, so the potions are still popping. These double-ups are really well placed from Photic. Managing to do that flip back.
They got the Shattering Strikes. The level 2 missing goes down, and it's over to Photic. And the combo of Dwo and Photic has been so good here. And you have to remember, Dwo is who replaced Missing on Team WE all those years ago.
And who had on their bingo card that Photic and Dwo will be outplaying Ruler and Missing in the 2v2? Not just once, but multiple times now across this series. 3 games in, and Photic and Dwo are really playing much better than we've seen them throughout the rest of summer so far. JDG, this is a bit of a worry for them, and we did lead out today by saying, yeah, Photic and Draw, they've been criticized for a bot lane, but honestly, it feels like particularly Missing has been potentially spared a bit of that criticism. He's not had the best series so far. It really does feel like Photic and Draw have been getting the better of them. Great level 2, gets the level 2 just as that comes through, means that the extra follow-up stun is available. Fantastically timed from Photic and Draw, and Ruler and Missing just taking way too much damage early.
I love to see it, though. They're putting on pressure here as much as possible, and I think some of these win records, you know, for JDG looking very promising, but NIP putting their foot in the door right now as well. As I really love to see how active Jwo has been. He's been so good for NIP in these playoffs, and obviously, you know, sitting behind Missing on that TWE roster, sitting on that Academy squad. It's maybe a little bit of resentment all those years, but he still is going to be getting the best of Missing so far early.
See right here, this little confrontation in bot side river was about this scuttle. You could see that Kanavi really wanted to get that bot scuttle. Maybe it would allow Missing and Ruler a bit more safety. Leanne's going to trade for that top one. It's not going to be a double scuttle, but I think that Kanavi, at least getting something for his bot lane early, does help, especially with the amount of pressure that they put in. This is quite well played from Photic. He knows there's a trap. He just saw the trap. He just saw the trap go down in front of him. So Kanavi uses that bot scuttle, stays around on bot side and says, all right, 2v2 struggling, let's give them some help. Let's make sure that Photic and Draw are zoned off from this lane. Leanne is now trying to return the favor. Okay, they've got a massive wave here that Photic wants to come over. She missed the cannon. Oof. The wave, though, is going to be getting this turret plate here as Kanavi just hovering over. Dragon is going to be spawning here soon, but with that reset, that means JDG aren't really going to put the early priority on this side of the map, and you see pings coming to the top side here already. Yeah, I think once again, Kanavi showcasing he'd rather just be active in terms of camps and in terms of kills, and Leanne's done the same kind of thing with his farm on the Zyra in the 3 games so far. You don't always have to go towards the objectives on spawn if you can get value elsewhere. So Kanavi comes back out onto the map. Both junglers have that Fated Ashes now. Really increases their clear speed rather. You want to get those camps down as quickly as possible. So just make sure you can get as much gold as you can. We're not really in a jungle meta anymore where you're dropping camps to continually get ganks and pressure across the map. You really do want to get maximum value for yourself in most situations. And people say they don't like the role. See, played like this, maybe you like the role a little bit more. As NIP trying to pull a little bit of the own medicine that JDG were pulling, and they will find Missing here. He gets locked down. Shattering Strikes to follow, but Ruler is right there to stop any further follow through by NIP. They are still hovering around. Here comes JDG's response, though, as they're bringing Kanavi down. Rookie's coming down too. Level vision. 6, Smolder. Smolder can actually pull out the ult here too. Not the best early damage, but it's from a very long range. Oh, he almost got Kanavi there. They do catch Kanavi, and all on top of that, the cherry is that Rookie picks up the kill with the help of Mom. Rookie, this guy, doesn't matter what he's playing, he just finds a way to influence games from outside of his lane early. Yeah, oh man, all of these AD mids. Rookie plays it like he's got that semi-global the way he does. Of course he does have that with Mom coming down. Gets himself that first kill for himself. NIP, we asked them to do better in that early game again. That's how they won that first game. That's a good start to it. It is already 1,000 gold up. Here comes JDG's rebuttal though as Dragon's getting low. Loyan barely gets it there. They got to get out though. As a squad together, they will make it away as Kanavi was coming out of his own jungle. But this means that JDG will have first move over to this top side into the first spawn of grubs. They do, but again, we come back to this conversation, which we said a few times. Shanji might go for the all-out. Don't really think he's going to get that much for this. That's going to be an ult for an ult trade. He might even walk into Kanavi now, which is a bit of a trouble. How's the all-out? I mean, he might just use his go to Kanavi. Sharp ones. I don't know, Kanavi. Waiting on the Q3 there for Shanji as he pushes away from the scuttles. And I was saying that JDG get first move to grubs. They still will, but Shanji's making him hurt up there. Stranglethorn going to be popped up by Leanne down here. Photic following through with a little bit of damage there himself. Going to end up getting stopped by the Deadly Flourish, but NIP putting pressure all over the map. And that's so key for them because coming out of this draft, the big talking point which I had about these team comps is that NIP are looking for the late game team fight wombo combo. But can they reach there? Because JDG, if they're not at a deficit, they have really good cancellation tools for the Misfortune, because you can dive in and you can use the big ultimates. They have had a good early game, so I think they will reach it towards those 5v5s later on. The question will be now, can NIP accelerate this gold lead more to the point where JDG, even if they team fight in the way that we absolutely know they can't pull it off well enough? We're going to get contest over here, Kanavi.
Doesn't have the leap of the cougar, but isn't level up with Rookie yet. He's down 2 levels, so the health difference definitely making a bit of a difference. And you're still getting those stacks proactively right now for Rookie. And I think that's the biggest difference between the last game and this one. They have the insurance policy of these stacks in mid lane by Rookie, who's been having a great series so far.
Yeah, you know, Kanavi just there. Lost the Smite fight as well. Pulled his Smite early. Didn't get that level 6. Couldn't turn it around. And while you have this insurance policy of the Smolder in the mid lane, and it's on Rookie, who, you know, is incredibly safe hands for a carry. This guy is so good when he has the ability to impact the game. If you flip that now onto the side of JDG, they are still playing with the Nidalee. It is Kanavi. He is a very good teamfight Nidalee later into the game. He is one of those players which we really respect on this. He's not done that much early. He has died. He is behind in terms of XP, and he's behind a little bit in terms of that farm. We need to see Kanavi do a lot more at this kind of time window around that first item mark to really justify this pick.
Keep our eyes peeled for that, and we'll check in for sure as being pushed out of the jungle. Jwo goes for the flash play. Yagao has no exit. His corgi butt couldn't wiggle fast enough, and now missing. He's going to get slowed down by the Achu and caught by the Grasp. There comes as well Mom's help as it hits Ruler too, giving a couple extra stacks over. Bullet time there as Jin is just an immobile carry in a mobile world. It is hit IP constantly just throwing things at JDG's bot side.
I think when NIP are winning their bot lane, they look so different. When they win this bot lane hard and Dwarf can start comboing up with Leanne, they look such a different team. And JDG, I think they are massively disrespecting the ability of this Rel Zyra to catch people out, and even within their own jungle. JDG have been very disrespectful when they've lost these early games in both Game 1 and now in here in Game 3. They aren't completely out of the picture just yet, of course, but this Gold League is getting to the point where it could be very, very dangerous.
Finding that plants hurt. As we're going to take a look back at that, exactly how it started off, just the lack of vision here.
You know, Leon just comes in with a blast cone.
That's bold, but
this is just such disrespect. Like, Yagao coming in, maybe thinking that his bot lane's roaming up. Well, yeah, but not on the timing that you need him to. Also, by the way, you're half HP.
Did the slow guarantee the roots?
It's close enough. It's close enough. I think the root would have helped anyway, but all the same, both hitting definitely doesn't hurt, and the damage, of course, really helps after that point. Now, Dragon coming up in a minute. Next one, Grub's coming up in a minute. I think JDG, I don't know whether they feel like they can't contest right now. They really need Missing and Kanavi to start comboing up. Rookie might be the first target,
He has no mana, going to dodge out of the spear, trying to get the minions here, but he's going to flash to his death as it's Kanavi who claims the first kill for himself, at least. Leanne going to chase him down, has the Leandries completed there, but cannot follow any more as Rookie will fall.
Okay, so that is first kill. Kanavi coming through. W lines as well.
Stranglethorn going to be popped there, and Dwell was right around the corner. Surprised we didn't get the spear combo. Maybe not having the belief there, as Ruler does come in pretty clutch.
Yeah, force out the Strangle Forms. You jump into those Strangle Forms, you're probably going down yourself, especially with that flash down and Leanne's up. You don't really want to chance that one. Still, this is what we want to see a little bit more from JDG. They need to be the ones starting to combo up with the setup from the Jhin, from the Leona, or apparently just a freeform spear as well that can do his own stunts. So NIP reminded that, yes, they are still up against a very good early game amount of damage from the Jhin and that from that Nidalee, and that will make things a little bit more interesting if that can continue to land beyond this point. So, both objectives have now spawned. We can see that at this point, Rookie is going into a side lane. He's going towards that Shojin first and stacking up that Muramana. He's just looking to get himself as much wave clear as possible. If he can get himself some stacks, that's important, but it's actually quite hard for him to walk up against a lot of turrets knowing that you are still an early game Smolder.
We are going to get some serious respect given by both these teams. See the bullet time in mid lane. I think about half of Ruler's health, a little bit more. The Grubs had been started up by Leanne, Dragon, by JDG to try to even things up here. Leanne's going to be finished very quickly here, so it will be 3-3 on Grubs and 1-1 on Dragons. Leanne is on this top side of the map.
Yeah, we see that Flandre jumping on towards Rookie. Not really got kill threat right now, and he is on weak side. He's looking to just wave clear as safely as possible. Good damage coming from Rookie. Gets the self-heal too.
They got the roots. A lot of damage from the Leandries. Leanne is going to go to the end of the slingshot to try to catch him here. Goes for the flash. Stranglethorns gets the passive. Needs some help from the plants, though. Doesn't have anything. Is going to wait till all of them get into the middle. And there you go. Is it enough? No. Flandre combines himself to at least stave off that kill.
Yeah, it still allows Rookie to get plates from this top side turret. It still allows him to get some stacks from that as well. What's going to happen with Shanji on the bot side? Has ult, has Ghost.
He's trying to outplay all three of them right here, and kind of does.
Still has that all out too. I mean, they might go for a redive. He's still tanking up. He has a pot ticking. And now Flundre, he has no passive now. This could be a bit of an issue. He's going to have to try and get as many blobs as possible.
If it doesn't work with 2 people, throw 3 people at it. And maybe it's going to work this time. As they go in, they're going to get so much damage onto him. They get stacks for Rookie. Though he's healing up, it's Woe that claims it. And now they're looking at the turret here. The dive on bot side was not pulled off successfully. The turret almost going down, though. Shanji still has all out, like you'd pointed out, trying to get the Q3 going here. And this play from JDG is taking so long.
Shanji just contesting even on the Krugs there at this point. Yagao is going to get first turret from the looks of it. I don't think they're going to be able to kill that on the top side. So it is some gold over towards Yagao, but it's still plates going towards the Smolder. It's still going to be a turret kill towards there. And well, most of the time you consider gold onto a Corki a huge win condition. The fact that the gold is going to the Smolder on the other side and Rookie is still starting to stack up is really, really important here from NIP. This is one of the bonuses of the mid lane Smolder. Much harder to interrupt the Smolder from stacking. It's one of the reasons we see so many AD carries in mid lane. So much harder to interrupt them, and that's why Smolder's making his way into that lane.
I mean, he's already at 145 stacks almost here, 14 minutes. I mean, it's actually really incredible timing. And now has the Shoju's first item completed. First item is pretty much across the board. The Rift Herald will be claimed by NIP, but JDG's move is now to try to take a fight after missing overextends himself, though, and now will find himself, maybe. The Gray Screen gonna flash, but still to no avail, and the Solar Flare comes out as a last-ditch effort. There's the slowdown from Ma, maybe setting up Rookie to pick up some more stacks here in the mid lane, but NIP are just gonna keep pushing. They got the Rift Herald, and they're driving that thing just like a train straight into JDG.
It's another great early game from NIP. They get themselves the mid lane outer turret. They got themselves the top lane outer turret. They're in a really good spot when it comes to a lot of their gold. Another charge onto mid lane. They're starting to really push JDG about. And, you know, we were saying that JDG, they were focusing more on Kanavi to be this early game wrecking ball. He has struggled to be that here in game 3, and that is going to continually be a problem for them.
Not going to really have the avenues to be one-shotting anybody now without a massive advantage. They'll be struggling to find those values as in Italy in the later part of the game. But if there's anybody that can do it, it's Kanavi. He said he's got the pass.
True.
There's a reason why we've given it to him. We'll see if he can do it now in the step up. Because him versus Leon is literally what is deciding a lot of these games. Whoever is getting that advantage and utilizing it around the map has been getting the better of the other. And now we see Missing going for an engage early here, but gets rebuffed.
Yeah, because I think it's just a good litmus test, right? Because these early fights, they're going one way or the other very, very heavily in all of these games. They have been very differently judged between the two. By the way, sorry, I just noticed something there too. There is a slight interaction between Zyra and Leona. With Leona ult Zyra, she ends up growing slightly larger because photosynthesis of the sun. That's completely irrelevant to the gameplay.
It's like hard-hitting analysis, all right? Shanji, though,
to the top side.
About to get some hard-hitting something. JDG stacking 4 members up here. Tons of CC underway, but they don't have the wave necessarily in a good place just yet. He's going to be stacking up the Q3. Going to be trying to get Yagao, honestly, might just die here. No way. He just separates Yagao, and he's just a little dog. As Shanji finds the 1v4, and we called him Kashanji for a reason. The entire time JDG were here, NIP were making plays across the map.
I mean, is this LPL or Thermopylae or something? Shanji gets the 1v4 on the champion he's done so much work with in the past. Great kill on that weak side, gets that 1-for-1. And while this is happening, Rookie is still getting gold out of that other side of the map, still getting himself stacks there too. NIP, great early game for them again. They have a significant gold lead, getting towards that 4,000 mark at this point. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and bot side is their strong side of the map right now with the waves pushed in. NIP could potentially look to get themselves a Dragon advantage alongside those gold advantages they currently have.
Actually trying to get a little bit of a setup down here into JDG's jungle. They're getting more stacks for Mr. Rookie. He's almost at 190 now. Solar Flare going to be popped there. Leon getting a little bit bigger. Is it going to be enough? He's real big right now. That Stranglethorn separating JDG here. Here comes Flandre. He gets stopped by Shanji. Now the Blast Cone gets Leon away from the fight. NIP, look at Rookie. He's literally just been free hitting this whole time, and he's going to find himself a double kill. The man you need to step up when it's darkest for NIP does yet again on a little tiny dragon.
Rookie gets the damage off, but the reason he can get the damage off is because Shanji holds the door shut. Stops the Zac E with that quick little shunt from the W of the Kasance, and that is really what determines the team fight. JDG, they can't get onto the backline in the right way, and NIP, they get themselves another huge fight.
They are just out fighting JDG, which is not something you'd say on a typical day in the LPL. It's been incredible to watch this team come to life in the playoffs, and just a little bit like they did in spring.
Yeah, much like in spring, see that NIP are really starting to find their form again. They've struggled to do that through a lot of summer, but hey, better late than never. Shanji finds himself a carry next to a wall. Walls aren't your friends when you're against a Kasance. And you know, Yagao, he has the flash. He could have potentially gone for a big flash earlier before the damage came out, but I think he just holds it a little bit too long, and no one can come to his rescue at that point. The heal from Kanavi can't come through. Gets himself a huge amount of damage. Yeah, it does go down, but he'll absolutely take the 1-for-1.
Missing gets the kill there. Then we see the initial play here on bot side. They thought they caught out Lian, but they didn't. Now we have to go back to picture-in-picture, though. There's a little bit of catch out there going on. The fight continued. The fact that they got so much separation from the front line of JDG and that Rookie had just been hitting this whole time because of Shanji's positioning.
Yeah, Shanji ends up saving the day there. No backline access. See another fight. This time around the red side, enemy jungle. Dwo doesn't have flash, but he does have ult.
You can't be there. Flandre is going to give away his life here, too, as JDG. They're trying to save President Kanavi, and they just did. Lian's going to flash away, though. A little bit of damage done. Now Mom coming through. They get one back. They get two back. Maybe the shots are going to ring out here for Ruler to make something happen. He gets him. He found the agent in the midst, but it's still NIP. Putting the hurt on JDG here. A tier 2 tower is now in their eyes, and guess who has hit their stacks?
Yeah, it is a good snipe at the end of it, but it's a bad fight overall. NIP, they can't even take Baron right now because it's not even spawned. This game has been all NIP early game. Kanavi locked in the Nidalee. Kanavi wants to take over that early game, and he just can't. He's caught out early into the game, and he's struggled to recover from that point. I think a lot of this, though, starts from Photic and Dwo monster in the 2v2. That huge kill right the way at the start of the game opened up the entire map for success. Now they've been able to be unlocked. They've been shut down Kanavi, get Dwo out onto the map, and it's been so hard for JDG to get that combo off the ground. They are now down a massive amount of gold. They've given over so much time and experience and resources to the likes of Photic and to Rookie. And yes, it is a great extra snipe as Lian. He blinks first. He steps out from behind his front line. He goes down, but it's still one kill, which is just not, it's a drop in the bucket.
And I may be wrong, I might be right. And if I'm wrong, go ahead and at me, but I'm pretty sure that's the fastest smolder stacks we've seen in the world. I think it was like 1940, 1930 something. It's actually incredible what they've been able to do around this pick. And NIP are not stopping anytime soon. Bullet time on him missing the burn. It's not going to be enough. He's got those potions healing. But NIP, I mean, they're over 6,000 gold up. They have complete control of the entire map. Now they have all of the resources they could ask for to force JDG's hand around these big objectives.
Yeah, so what can JDG do? They're looking for Flandre to reach that backline. He's not been able to consistently do that. Shanji has had his number. Kanavi is past his window of power. Ruler can't cut through the front line. I don't think Yagao can either. I think they need to wait on a misstep from a carry from NIP and somehow pounce, but it's so hard to watch that. They do have some vision. NIP looking to take down the Baron, but they might just get an angle onto them.
They can just find the pick outs and missing. Will go quiet potentially. Is the execute going to be enough? Flandre finding the back line. This is big. He can actually try to take him down, but Stranglethorn's going to come through and deny Flandre. He just wants to get Lian, and he will flash for it. Does end up killing the jungler, so maybe making Baron a little bit more dicey. Look at this, though. JDG have opened up the fights. Fourth shot not going to be enough. Ruler, he has a lot to say here. Deadly Flares hits. He's got it. He wants to get the kill to Photic. The duel, though, he doesn't have the damage. Photic goes down to Yagao, and Yagao steps up now as well onto Dwo. He's getting the Shattering Strikes, though, and there's the TP. Rocket Barrage is enough, though. Yagao gets a double kill. Shanji is out here, but JDG, they will not go quietly.
What is that, a 4 for 3? This is the one fight where NIP's front line kind of forget their job. They leave that entrance into the back line, and Flandre manages to get himself a lot of damage before he goes down. JDG, they are behind from this early game, but they are still JDG at the end of the day, and NIP had best remember that sooner rather than later. You can see that Flandre managed to get himself an angle later into this fight. Yeah, missing ends up dying towards one side, but look where the front line is. Dwo's not in the right place. Shanji's not necessarily in the right place either to defend that backline. And Flandre goes and assassinates one person towards the back end of this. There is no Zyra before this point, and it means that the carries of JDG can actually do some damage without worrying about the Zyra adding in the extra damage onto them.
Very close to also getting the kill on Shanji there, but this fight gets even more chaotic here. Ruler tries to step up and he doesn't have his fourth shot, but the entire time Photic forgets that Yagao is sitting right there.
But like, watch this as well. When the teleport comes in, a trap goes down, which means that it will proc the W onto Shanji, so the W can immediately land. So Ruler ends up saving Yagao's life with some good mechanics there from the Jhin, and now we square up around the Dragon. We soul point for NIP, the third one on the table for them. Can JDG pull out a similar team fight again? Or will NIP's front line do a better job this time?
The round 3 bell ding right on the other precipice of these fights. NIP, they don't necessarily have good vision on Flandre. They don't know where his entrance can be, and this could be the changing fight for JDG. Zhuo tries to go for one of those magnificent engages, misses it now. There you do have Flandre in the middle of all of it. Lien getting low, Stranglethorn splitting across, but Lien's already gone. Now the Dragon, it's gone over the Rookie. He's claimed the Dragon's soul point for NIP, and the execution, it's not going to be that. The Primal Surge saves Kanavi's life, but Yagao, he might not be so lucky. You're being surrounded by the young guns there by NIP, and Shanji is finding your backline. Kashanji unlocked, and Kashanji will decimate them.
Shanji gets himself another brilliant team fight alongside the rest of NIP. They do end up tightening some of the screws from that last time. JDG found their way into the backline around that Baron fight, but they can't quite get it done this time. They do kill Lien, but not before he puts down a huge Stranglethorns, and I think that's the difference this time. Lien actually gets the damage down compared to the fight just before this point. So that's going to be third Dragon for NIP. They're going to go towards this Baron as well. Finally look to finish that one off from their earlier attempt, and I don't really think JDG can look in for a contest here.
Another holistic performance from NIP. I mean, yeah, Rookie's leading the way now with the 8-2 scoreline on the Smolder, but they have not let JDG do anything. I love that the counter engage comes through here. That Stranglethorn, like you had mentioned, really being a difference maker in this fight.
Yeah, and just look again at how the difference between frontline and backline is playing out, where you can see that this time Lien gets the damage down. That Stranglethorns does so much damage just with the few cooldowns that Lien has left, and Kanavi just about has that burn time out on him, otherwise he would have been a very, very dead person to the next skew. Still goes down anyway, but hey, close enough from Rookie just before that.
Yeah, forgot about Shanji. We can't forget about him. And unfortunately, Ruler, in this kind of position, in this part of the game, you're very much about utility. You're very much about cleaning up fights and finishing them. And in that kind of position, you just can't be asked to deal with a Cassante. Now, NIP, they themselves almost 10,000 gold up. A game number 3 that's much more representative of that game number 1 we saw from them. And it's really been a step up from Rookie, who we've said is the campaign all about in these playoffs, but it really is the whole team stepping up in a way they didn't in the Ascent group.
Yeah, and NIP, I mean, what better time to find your form than now, I suppose, when it comes to elimination games? They didn't exactly leave themselves much room for error. They're definitely a team which have left it till the last possible moment. JDG, once again, they don't find themselves a good early game. They do find themselves some team fights, but they're giving themselves a heck of a mountain to climb here. And it does feel like now NIP have the stacks, and Flandre misses another engage.
He does end up getting the nice connection on Photic, but the fight back is just too damn big. And now that Dragon, he's grown into a full-blown beast. Zhuo getting low, but they're already taking down the inhib here too. They have another minute and 10 seconds on the Baron. This might just be it.
I think that might just be it. A minute left on the Baron, and I think with the waves coming in and a teleport within short range for Shanji to make sure at least one of those turrets go down. JDG, do they have the damage? Do they have the threat? I don't think they do.
JDG had all the pressure, all the weight on their shoulders, but NIP, they are made of miracles, and they are made for the playoffs, as NIP will put themselves on soul point, and now match point against JDG.
NIP, maybe a little bit of that nip magic, which this organization has occasionally pulled out across the esports world. They were very much underdogs coming into today, and JDG, I don't know whether they underestimated them in some regards. I think that maybe a lot of people did, because this is not the NIP that we've seen from the Dissension group. We haven't seen them reach this level of form before. It's quite hard to predict this kind of level of form coming out from a team which has had very difficult summer. The early games have been great. I think Rookie's on great form as well, but the rest of the team is also standing up to match him. It's one of the best series I've seen from this bot lane in quite a long time, and I don't think JDG have been prepared for that. They're going to have to, once again, figure out this early game for themselves.
I'm just going to say right now, it might be harsh, but JDG cannot just be the Kanavi team with all these names, all this veterancy. Somebody else has to be the ones to step up to help him reach that precipice, and JDG now find themselves one bad fight and one bad game away from elimination here in the playoffs. We will see you on the other side of this break for game number 4.
Taken away, and numbers too great to comprehend. We cannot break, we cannot bend. We must find and strike their hearts. Must stop its relentless beating pulse. For these tyrants covered our world. Gather our people. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Where the ring died, we must remain. Relive the pain and dirty on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, we win this war. We'll take up arms, we'll make amends here. Where the ring died, we must remain. Relive the pain and dirty on them. 'Cause we must live up to our
The year was 2024, and NIP hadn't won a single series in their Ascendant stage. And now, match point against JDG in round 2. Oh my God, the story writes itself. NIP 2-1 up over JDG here in a series we maybe didn't expect that from them. And Nymera, we're going to need a little bit of breakdown on how exactly that happened.
Well, the early game went massively in NIP's favor. Again, you see the gold at the end of the game is absolutely blown out of proportion, which makes the gold difference at about the 15-minute mark look a lot less impactful than it was. NIP really started to control what happened in this game. I think as soon as they won that bot lane 2v2, they used that to shut down Kanavi, they used that to get a hold of the map, and I think Lien and Dwar comboed up really, really well. They kept picking off JDG in their own jungle, and it got to such a point that when JDG got to the team fights, Flandre had to find ridiculous angles to start getting onto Lien, start trying to assassinate the back lane in a weirdly, the only way, which Zach can. And this is well later into the game at this point, but basically JDG really struggled to use their composition for what it was meant to do. It was meant to get onto the backline, have lots of interrupts, so stuff like that Misfortune ult to threaten the Smolder in his positioning too. Realistically, that just never came to be because of the early game advantage once again coming through from NIP.
Unfortunately, not able to block your teammate there, but it doesn't matter. Get the dub in the end. And I think I asked the question at the end of last time around is we just need others to step up for JDG. And I feel like it's so funny that we find ourselves in the reverse position where that was literally the question for NIP for all of this summer. And now we're asking that to JDG.
Yeah, I mean, we were asking, get Kanavi more resources. I mean, he had the Nidalee this time, but I think what we saw in Game 1 and now in Game 3 as well is that, yes, Kanavi can play however he wants. I think the Sejuani game was actually not bad on an individual level. This Nidalee game was less impactful, but it's really hard to play early games when your bot lane is losing this hard. I have huge questions of missing. I had questions before this series, but I think that coming into this one, I did not expect Photo Control to be just brutalizing the 2v2 in this series. That's just not something you expect between these two teams. One of the weakest points of NIP coming up against traditionally one of the stronger points of JDG, even if 2v2 hasn't been their specialty. It hasn't been to this kind of level, and now NIP, they're on match point against a team which ended up eliminating them in spring and putting them into 4th instead of 3rd. And I think Shanji had a fantastic game on this Cassante too, because when we're talking about denying that backline access to the Zac, most of it was Shanji. Great on the weak side, great in the team fights. Shanji, like we call it Kashanji for a reason.
Yeah, and it was on full display this time around as well. Just really good access, really good pickouts, and just allowing for the damage to be safe behind him in a lot of cases. The 1v4 outplay here is just a signifier of the end, it feels like.
Yeah, if you're losing 1v4, that's a problem. You've committed so many resources and you can't even get a clean victory there. And I think the big problem here was that because Shanji was doing so well on the weak side, it meant that there was no resources left to do anything on the strong side of Rookie. Rookie was stacking up all of this time, and then when it came to the team fight, Shanji played frontline for the person that got all the stacks and got all the gold. Rookie and Shanji's solo lane has outvalued JDG's this game. I do think that Flandre's had a pretty good series. Coming into the draft just before this, I was saying, oh, well, is there just going to be a problem with just Flandre outvaluing Shanji? I think that was true for the first 2 games of the series, not in Game 3. Shanji had a fantastic Sensei game.
He did, and there's just something about playoff NIP that just hits different, I guess. We saw it in spring.
Snip magic!
It's Snip magic. It's happening now. And it's to much of the chagrin of JDG. This is not a position that JDG might expect of themselves. This is not a situation where in a split where you were so heavily down on yourself for the lackluster into spring, even though you made it to 3rd and didn't make it to internationals, weighed so heavily on them, they said this is going to be a redemption. And now they potentially find themselves 1 game away from elimination from these playoffs. And NIP find themselves 1 win away from regionals.
Yeah, NIP, they win here. They will at least get themselves that last shot to go to Worlds. They'll have that safety blanket, that safety net, I suppose, to get themselves towards that international. It would be the first international that Rookie has been to since Worlds 2019. If we haven't said that one enough. And JDG, their worst regular season result in 3 years could lead to their worst playoffs result in a very long time. So, JDG, they are up against it. They will get side select for this one. Wouldn't surprise me if they went back towards that blue side and tried to get themselves a draft advantage. They struggled in that last one, and indeed they do. JDG on the blue side.
All right, you've been testing out the weaponry. You've been making sure everything fits right. JDG, they need to go full pedal to the metal. I want to see all the stops given. No saving anything for later best of 5. Everything you got needs to be on display right now to stave yourself off of that darkness. We're already getting through the first ban phase. The Misfortune, Leona, Renekton by JDG. It's the Aurora, obviously, as well as the Ashe and the Braum by NIP on red.
So we have Rel, we have Rumble, and that's going to go through as well. The Ezreal is available too. It wouldn't surprise me to see that Ezreal immediately locked in for NIP, but Flandre, we said that in the first 2 games, really just bullied about Shanji. Getting a Rumble to do that with is very, very dangerous for NIP.
Lodwo will have his Rel. I think it's been a centerpiece for a lot of these wins for NIP in these playoffs. The Skarner also making it through. These are bans that had been given all these games by NIP, and now this time around we're going to get the dual lock-in and the Corki to follow it up. Udyr also let through for Shanji.
So, we see the Skarner being locked in. Hang on, this means that we got some different stuff going on. That does mean that potentially we have either the Rumble support or into the jungle. Skarner really in LPL and within China as a whole in terms of solo queue isn't played in jungle that much, but Skarner has been a while since we've seen him, and JDG has been a while since we've seen them in this as well. So, bits of flexibility now on display here from JDG.
Have to see what the lockaways are here in the second phase already. Looking at bot lane, looking at Ruler's signatures in the Xayah, as well as the mid lane focus for JDG in Rookie's Lucian. Very, very deadly.
So, bot lane yet to be locked in from JDG. Of course, we did say the Rumble can go towards that support there. Wouldn't be the engaged support for him. It's typically that was what Life was playing over in FBX, but it has been played elsewhere. NIP banning out some of the more, I suppose, self-sufficient AD carries. The Xayah can deal with the big engage from the Rel. The Varus is very, very lane dominant. They can, of course, play around kind of that playing in the pocket. So we're getting really deep into the AD carries at this point. Zeri still available, I suppose. Ruler could go towards that.
See what the choices are going to be. I don't think I want to see the Jhin again. I'll just say that outright. I want to see all the guns. JDG. I want to see everything they got. Lay it all on the table. NIP, they have been putting everything on the table, and it's been coming up aces for them every time. And this has been another one of the crucial picks in a lot of their wins, just like Woe's Rel. This Zyra, now 10 plays in these playoffs, finally end.
Hovering over that Jhin, again, it is locked in, so you're going towards the Jhin Rumble kind of combo composition. It does look like, I mean, JDG might just have picked in pick order where they have the Skarner jungle, the Rumble top. We might have just done pick order as Rookie once again goes towards that Smolder mid. I think Rookie has massively outvalued Yagao across most of the games in this series, and that Smolder had the highest individual gold differential in that last game, got given so many resources and so high damage. That'll be a problem. I do think that JDG have a good long-range combo between the Jhin, the Corki rockets, and then the Rumble, but I don't think that is going to be nearly the same value as the Zyra, the Smolder ult, and the Ezreal Qs coming in as well. So we have a lot of range on both sides. Really need to see whether JDG's lanes can make the difference this time. They did lose those lanes in their losses, particularly through that bot lane. Photic and Draw have been fantastic in that 2v2. Before we even start talking about these big combos later on with big long-range combos, you need to make sure you get through the early game. I do feel like all of these games have been very one-sided. One team sweeps one big fight or gets a lane advantage and they start running away with the game. JDG, if they want to stay alive here, they need to have a good laning performance.
It's do or die now for JDG, a team with so much pressure on their shoulders, so much veterancy across both these teams, but it's an NIP who lost to JDG in the spring playoffs. They are wanting to make it right. That miracle magic that they're made of here on full display as they're putting one of the teams that should be at the top to their tests. It's one game away from at least qualifying to the regional playoffs, and that campaign for Rookie to Worlds is being led by the man himself every single game. It's game 4, a do-or-die game for JDG, and it's NIP who have had all the want, all the give, and everything falling in their lap. It's been holistically focused around Rookie, and now it's all the eyes on JDG to bring us to 5. Oh no. Ruler, he's gonna not try to burn any of his abilities. Does dodge away from the Mystic Shot. That's rough. Though you still hear the energy has just been sucked out of Suzhou for the JDG fandom.
You can see that Ruler even has to cancel back there. So Ruler is going to be late back to lane again. What did we say about this before? You need to be so careful in this 2v2. JDG's 2v2 has lost to Photic and Draw. That's not something which I thought I'd be saying today, but that has been the nature of it. Rookie takes a hard trade in that mid lane. That's something nice for Yagao at least. Rookie has actually been doing well in the early levels against the Corki before, not to be in this one. But forward to control, this has been the biggest step up of individual players from NIP's roster here in this series today. The fact that they are not just surviving, but actually doing very well on individual levels is a huge difference.
They're thriving. It's about survival now. Rookie maybe not thriving as heavily. Yagao, he's learning from the last time around. Put some pressure earlier on, and Centerpiece has been stated as this middle lane, and it leads to a lot. But now a bit of a different style from Kanavi potentially coming out. We also get Flandre's Rumble already losing pretty heavily to the Udyr, and you could have seen this pick coming.
That's what happens. That's what happens when you miss your Electro Harpoons. Rumble always did lose to the Udyr in the early levels because Rumble can sometimes struggle to, one, kind of run away from the Udyr at the right points, but also loses in the wave clear too. That can be very dangerous. At least in the 2v2 now, Ruler actually gets some really good damage back there onto Photic and Draw. If that can continue, and they don't lose the level 2 trade too hard, which I think they're losing the race to level 2 right now.
Yeah,
that could be a bit of a problem.
Okay, they get it in the middle of the fight, but Missing's already lost about half his health. Photic is able to dodge away from the deadly flourish. Ruler just puts that fourth shot into Juo. They're going to keep balance down here, but we have to think about where these junglers are pathing. There is no safety coming for JDG's bot lane.
But Photic is low HP, and the thing is, you can pop a barrier against the Jhin. Still get the execute damage based on your HP, so if you get that fourth shot onto you, you still take a load of damage. So Photic and Draw being contended better with by Ruler and Missing, at least on this level 2. They have been winning a lot of those level 2 trades just before this point. Another big problem here is that JDG, they lost a lot of HP on Missing, but they didn't lose a lot of that HP on Ruler, who still has his pot and his cookie. In 2v2 bot lane, it is typically about 80 carry HP in early game skirmishes, because one, they're typically longer range than your melee supports, and they can do a lot more damage with their auto attacks, even just a couple of levels in. Now we have Lien walking towards mid lane.
Lien isn't going bot lane, he's going mid lane here. As the Deja Vu not going to be here. Yagao is going to have to Valkyrie away from Lien, who's still chasing him down, trying to get some vision over here. Maybe try to contest over that blue, just going to sink a little plant over the wall, see what's going on. Knows that Kanavi's on that side, going to go for the scuttle.
We'll see whether Lien can get himself a double scuttle. Kanavi's going to run his way down there, but Lien, he doesn't need to smite this. He can let the last plant take it, and he can start contesting towards this bot scuttle. So, watch what's happening with supports. Mid-prior put in from Rookie as well. He will be able to teleport back. This should be double scuttle over to Lien. I don't really think Kanavi can walk up towards this one, especially with Rookie teleporting back in.
He's going to maybe contest for it. He's going to be a little bit late to the party, though. The move up by Ruler, first and foremost. Navi, a bit left wanting in the early pathing here, but just going to get the reset from both these two junglers, and that's where I want to talk about the impact this Skarner can have. When it was being picked in topside, it's all about that team fight impact, locking down multiple members as well, but you're going to have those go buttons coming through from the jungle position and from Kanavi.
Yeah, it's still a go button. I will say the Skarner's going to really struggle to hit a lot of these champions. If you find a good angle, yeah, Zyra really struggles to deal with people coming from more than one direction, so that can be a problem. Problem is with the Ezreal and the Smolder, they can throw like some skill shots back at you, they can dash away or flap over the wall. It's going to be hard to reach them. And also the problem with the jungle Skarner compared to the top lane Skarner is that you are just much less tanky. You can still get tanky from the jungle, but you're not going to be the hyper tank, which means you could do ridiculous 1v4 frontlining stunts and get out alive with the ability to just like reposition so heavily. So Kanavi is going to have to prove to me that the Skarner in the jungle is good enough here for LPL standard. We saw one game of Skarner in the jungle with the LPL. It was a loss so far. We saw 62 games of it in top lane, where it was much more successful at 55% win rate or thereabouts. So he's going to have to prove that this pick is worthwhile.
They know that they did deserve a little bit of respect going into the series.
And he
so
did
we'll
get some
see.
buffs. He did get some buffs.
But,
so it's not like completely dead.
But the thing is, you're picking this in a do-or-die game where losing puts you at 60 championship points and takes a lot of the decision-making out of your hands for JDG, which I think is bold. But if somebody's going to do it, I do believe in King Kanavi, as he has been this team's staple for 5 years now.
Man, the thought of Kanavi and Ruler missing worlds potentially, or at least putting themselves in a position where that's a possibility, is just wild to me. So wild to me. Missing double internationals after being MSI champions and Golden Road hopefuls from that last year, with Kanavi being an LPL contender and an international contender for so many years against at this point. It is so alien if you look towards the start of this year. So NIP, potentially the ones to put JDG in the hot seat, waiting for the rest of the results to see exactly where they're going to end up in terms of championship points. That is just not something which I would have considered. But NIP, credit to them on the other side of this. They have come up, they have improved, and much like Spring, they went off of a shaky qualification into playoffs.
Shaky? I don't know if you can even say. I think there's a worse word you could use. I mean, not getting a single series win.
I'm trying to be diplomatic. I'm trying to be polite.
In a group that was all the best teams. That's why this team didn't have these big expectations, and that's why this performance of these last 3 best-of-3s has been incredible.
I see that we're doing a bad cop and worse cop here today.
Absolutely,
so, trying to be diplomatic, but sometimes it works like that. Rookie will spot out Konami again. But yeah, I mean, this performance from NIP can't be overstated right now. They have been playing so well comparative to those expectations. Konami wandering into that neighbor jungle, trying to see if he can scout out Lian, and will do.
You're going to try to get over there with the Shattered Earth there damage, but in the end, it's just going to be all right as rain right now. Rookie trying to help get some clearing going in this mid lane with Mom's call, but that last cannon minion maybe eluding him, and Kanavi waiting around. He's being very active right now. Yagao going on Rookie going for the plays. Who's dying though? It's going to be Yagao with a solo bono.
Yago has been fairly quiet in this series, I think it's fair to say, but Rookie is solo killed by him. True shot barrage.
Oh, the flash comes out. I don't know if he needed it, but might as well.
So Yago uses its flash, does take that kill in the mid lane. Rookie is stuck around to try and kill himself. That cannon minion probably dies for it, but still, he'll get himself back into lane. This is the kind of Legion's kind of performance you need to see against that Smolder. Lian going towards bot lane.
That's a really good play by Missing. He might just sacrifice his life for it, though. Flashes away, but it's going to be the follow-up by Lian to get the kill. And now it's tied up 1-1 in those kills, and Ruler being pressured in bot side. Kanavi right around the corner, though. He does have Impale, and they are opening up shop on this bot lane. Both to get a flash. One more shot available. Oh, it's going to go through for a second game in a row. Sniper action, man, Ruler.
How does he keep doing it? Ruler on the Jhin somehow gets that, the wanted curve the bullet around this support and gets a kill onto Photic. Most of this series has been about Photic and Dwo if we're looking at bot lane, getting that domination, but at least Ruler fires one back in this time.
Yagao has had enough of being put down in the mid lane, by the way. This is the first game, it feels like, we're actually seeing him constantly pressure Rookie and find that prio there. We're going to take a look back, though.
Yeah, and you can see that Missing, he uses that headbutt, and he flashes late. He flashes late, he tries to backstep on the route, but Lian's been really good at hitting them, and Missing once again caught out in inopportune circumstances. Photic probably should have jumped forward on that HP though, and he goes down. Overall, what were we asking all for from JDG? A better laning performance. I think this qualifies as a better laning performance. That is about as close as it gets, and another kill goes on to Dwo now. Much better game from JDG in the early game, and that has been the focus in this series.
I know Photic is spamming some Missing pings right now. For sure.
No, he's spamming some Dwo pings.
Yeah. Get it right. Get the right name on there at least. But we are looking at some setup around this top side of the map. There is going to be another spawn of grubs in about 40 seconds. JDG had already taken the first 3. But the thing about NIP's composition now is they will have a lot of spacing tools in these fights.
Oh yeah, for sure. You're going to have Dwo buying some space with that ultimate, and of course Shanji trying to use that Wingborn Storm as well. I believe he's got the ultimate on that to try and make sure he can kind of slow down an area of a team fight to add that into the Strangleforms. And yes, there's a lot of ability to make sure that some of the damage from JDG can't really get in range to contest these team fights. However, there is still that Jhin and the Rumble.
No.
That Jhin, speaking of it, does have Flash, might have to use it.
Want to run away, Ruler. He's got a little bit of an angle here. Going to burn the fat Flash over there and does get away.
So gonna go lose himself a summoner, but does live. That's
they
nice.
Just go straight to grubs here.
Yeah, I think they absolutely can. I mean, Ruler can't stick around towards this bot side. Rookie has teleport, so he can stick around that. Ruler's gonna get himself back towards this top side of the map, and JDG, they're gonna start these up. Should be able to get one, especially with the smite from Kanavi. Don't know whether they'll be able to stick for anything more than that. We'll see. Might have to come down to a fight if they want to go towards more than 4.
There's the TP coming in. And we'll end up getting the 1. So they got the Might spawn. NIP, I don't know if you necessarily want to give up the 6 They're going to try to pressure on Knavi, but Knavi wants to fight, gets the Exalt's impact into the wall. The double impale on top of the equalize. You're being cooked on the coals, but not enough damage went through, and now the wombo combo has been turned right back on you. And NIP pounce like wolves as now Rulers open it up with the curtain call. Can he do it again? Can this man get all the kills? A fourth shot not going to go through. He does get 12 in the end. JDG move forward, pick up some kills, but they will be denied the 6 grubs.
It's 2 for 1 as well, so NIP pick up some gold from there. Ruler does come back with that, the curtain call, and gets himself involved in that play despite being forced off from that bot lane. The early fights still looking better for NIP than they absolutely could do. Earlier in the series, JDG were massively outplaying in the 5v5s, or, well, okay, maybe that's a bit of an overstatement, but they were doing well in the 5v5s, we'll put it that way. This one starts with Missing not being able to get his own big engage. This is part of the huge combo you can see from this. You've got the Jhin Rumble, but of course the Skarner, if he gets his ult, he's going to drag you right over those red hot coals, and the damage from that is going to go absolutely massive after that point. I had no idea that that skin sounded like that when it died, by the way. Rumble, the sound effects, that genuinely terrified me for a second. I did think there was a child crying somewhere in my room. That would have been very distressing.
Terrifying, especially at a pivotal moment.
That genuinely caught me off guard, man.
But I'd love to see Ruler stepping up in the moment right now. JDG themselves seeing those silver scrapes in their eyes, trying to get the Exalt's impact. Knavi misses it. They need to pull off of this, but Missing is tanking the turret all by himself. It is going to be run down right now, giving stacks over to Rookie, and all these stacks could be to their detriment. TP coming in now from JDG. It's a bit late. They've already lost Missing, but Flandre is here to make sure to cook him up nice and good for him, as he's been hanging out in the chef room of JDG's house, and they will end up finding a little bit of purchase on top side and take down these plates.
Rookie is not nearly having as easy access to resources as his previous Smolder game. You can see that JDG, with that laning phase from Yagao, with the side lane plays that we're starting to see now as well, they're denying the Smolder getting as many... I'm sorry, these sound effects from that Rumble skin is really getting to me. But now maybe Knavi's overstepped. He can go through the wall once, but he might get caught.
Impact. No, it's actually the Impale put combo, and Rookie just dies to Yagao. Here comes 12, but it's too little, too late. Sanji doesn't have the damage. He doesn't have anything to give, and now they might just give over a couple more kills. Flandre's got him cooking with the Flame Spitter. The man needs to get a chef hat for himself. Sanji trying to clear the wave here to make sure he can't get dove, but JDG, they're still looking, and they brought more bodies.
Oh, Shanji. Oh, Shanji. We'll put a salute to him. 07's in there for him. Shanji goes down. And NIP, they are the ones misjudging the fights now. JDG get themselves a significant gold lead. And when they start winning these fights, they get to use those grubs as well. JDG, very much not wanting to go quietly to a 1-3 defeat against the team they punted out of playoffs in spring. They want to bring us to 2-5 games in a row. It'll be, of course, very much in keeping with LPL playoffs to go the distance in so many of these series right the way from the start of it. I will say, though, NIP, despite losing that top side play, they did at least have Ezreal in mid lane and Zyra down bot lane to keep getting some gold across the map. It's not a completely barren trade for them, but you can just see... in these longer trades, yes, the cross map is going on, but then you can't overstay in this. You only have the 3 people here. And yes, I know it's 3v3 technically, but when you're going into a Rumble ult, it's just not fair. Everyone gets clumped up into this, and your Smolder's not the hyper late game Smolder at this point. This is not an even 3v3, so they do overstay in this one.
I see the constant bans by NIP on a couple of these crucial picks, and you wonder, what made that adaptation come through, because this is exactly what JDG wanted. I mean, these picks that they wanted that have been banned away from them are working out so strongly.
Okay. The observers, thank you very much.
We
did see
thank you.
3 full plates per takedown on that boss. Look, that is still great for NIP and Lian, because you do have the much higher damage jungler of Lian on this Zyra. And I think particularly when you're starting to walk forwards with the Alistar and the Skarner, trying to get through particularly the 2-item spike of the Leandry's Rylai's from Lian is going to be really, really painful. So that gold is going to accelerate him to that point. That is important for NIP. But I will still just say the problem is much unlike that last game, the gold's not going to the Smolder this time. You don't have that incredible record-breaking stacking pace coming in from Rookie. It's still very fast, by the way. He's almost got 10 minutes. Still really crazy stacking value, but it's not going to be the hyper-fed Smolder from before, which will be that huge late-game insurance brought online early.
You do have 2 items right now for Lian, but he's looking to continue stacking, give Rookie some more of those stacks himself with those Krugs going. As I thought maybe Lian might look for a little bit more of an aggressive play now that he has the Rallies, but so close.
Hey.
So close. Knavi is going to secure that one, though. Those Heartsteel stacks stacking up. He's almost at 100 now. But they have a potential play on mid lane if they want to take this outer turret.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Heartsteel gets more valuable the more you proc it.
It's like
and,
Smolder, right? It's the same, right?
Yeah, you got your own stacks.
225 and...
The early fighting very much helps. How's going to go in mid lane? That'll help. Is Draw looking for engage? No, he's not. Loads of grubs, though. I mean, they get the tower anyway.
Missing was, though. And of getting the fast reaction. Kanavi pulled out of his fellow Void monster, I guess. But now also, NIP don't want to leave any pressure down here because they want to kind of form up around this would-be dragon. It's already potentially a sole point for them.
I was completely forgot that. I mean, yeah, Scotter is... Yeah, that skin looks like a Void monster.
Yeah.
It does look similar to that. Dude's from Ixtal now, right? I think they've changed exactly where he was from. The bracket lore has changed quite a lot since that rework came through. Anyway, more important things to talk about.
Seraphine and Joy Unite.
There are dozens of them. Actually, there are quite a lot. It's a very popular champion. Anyway, Dragon up in 40 seconds. NIP do have the 2 dragons. So NIP, they can give up a dragon, get some gold onto Smolder, and get him some extra stacks in that side lane if they want. I mean, if they give up this dragon now, they will have the Smolder stacks probably by the time the next dragon comes around. In fact, with that in mind, I think NIP should just let this one go. They're not setting up for it. They do have vision down there, but realistically, you want to be just getting Rookie to a point where you can become that late game Smolder.
I'm also just so happy for JDG that, like, I literally was like yelling the question, who can step up and help Kanavi make this dream a reality for them? And so far, everybody has. We've seen really Flantra, Yagao, and Ruler step up in their own ways across this early game so far into the mid game. And now we are on second items, not going to have the transformation just yet for Yagao, but it's still looking to continue putting the presence and pressure onto NIP with this composition.
Equalizer used in that top lane. Dragon being taken by JDG, but as we said, NIP, they are completely happy to let one of these go. You really just want to make sure you get your big stacks onto Smolder. You're, of course, getting towards your second item onto Ezreal as well. You're not at your points of power yet, and I think you're completely fine to give over one dragon. Scale up a little bit more. Kanavi potentially going towards Shanji.
Shanji out dodges up there. That one and connect that Ixtal's impact in the end, but giving over presence around that turret down there to give Yagao free reign over it. And IP are going to try to respond with their own on top and TP as well. As Shanji had given up the pressure there, they might find kills on top of it all. Missing, giving so many stacks over to Rookie now as well. Will end up burning that flash to get away.
So, Corki is on bot side pushing in that inner turret. He didn't have the teleport, couldn't teleport towards this top side, but may potentially get himself with the Triforce and the 4 grubs a full inner turret. In fact, he will do so.
Wow.
Good gold over towards Corki. The cross maps from JDG have been much better this game compared to previous ones. It is still going to be stacks over towards Rookie. It's still going to be a tower and gold towards him too. But in terms of the overall gold, JDG are actually winning out on this. And of course, they did get the dragon before that too. It's still an advantage for them, even if NIP were willing to give that one up.
We also thought maybe the stacking was being denied a little bit by Rookie. He's still on pace. He's at 219.
Oh, he's actually really, really powerful.
Yeah, he's real strong. But it's NIP that need these team fights to come online. So you expect the next big team fights, they will try to fully force these. And I think that's on JDG's side where we look at their composition, and their in-between moments are very strong. Their big catch-outs are very strong, and their combos are. But can they win those sustained fights?
That's the thing, right? Because NIP, they are getting to a point where they can start teamfighting obviously very, very effectively when they have multiple items on the Zyra, and of course the double kind of backliners as well of the Ezreal and the Smolder. JDG still have good team fight. It's just whether they can get that in the right place at the right time. I think Kanavi on the Skarner, he's where I've got my eyes on. Typically when I'm watching JDG, I have my eyes on Kanavi. He's a very good player. But when he has a tanky initiator like this, it will still be quite hard to make his way to the backline, but if he manages to get that ult onto any of these immobile backliners or catch them when they have that mobility down, rather, that could genuinely be game-winning. So watch out for Kanavi's next big engage. He has that flash. He'll have himself a chance to really slam this door shut and see if he can bring JDG to a Game 5 and make sure that this will be another full-distance series.
I had so many 5-game series in my predictions. I need them to come true. I need the moments and all the drama that our reality series brings us here. Rookie taking about half his health there. Yagao having a much, much better performance here in this game number 4 comparatively to what he's had in the other games.
I think that level 1 really, really helps him getting that half HP on Rookie from a full Gatling gun. Set up his lane for success, and when you're in pro play, it doesn't seem like much, but taking a single advantage like that and running it through to a bigger lead is exactly what pro players can do. Yagao Not had the best series, but this game is definitely much more potent from him. Now, Dragon spawning in 2 minutes, Baron already up, JDG. They are putting down a lot of wards. You can see that NIP don't really have great vision across the map, and that's going to be a little bit of an issue because it's going to make it much harder for Rookie to safely push out. He does have his stacks now, though, so that is one of the big things which NIP were looking for achieve.
Navi looking to be proactive now. Has cleared his side. Has a little bit of vision to know that NIP don't necessarily have much to play for. He's looking for those in-between moments like we were talking about. Those in-between moments are going to come fewer and farther between, as the Dragon will be spawning here. Still that NIP early stacking reigning in their favor to put them potentially on soul point.
So I think JDG, with the vision that they have, and NIP, they're starting to put down some wards now, but it's not quite there. JDG should be able to look for the big pick opportunities, which you've been talking about, the in-between moments. You're not quite set up. JDG, if they get Kanavi into a good spot, if you get Yagao and Ruler being able to combo onto a target as well that's out of position, the fight isn't going to be quick for NIP. So there is a difficulty in NIP arriving to the right part of the map. They need to do it very safely, and that's going to be hard.
NIP's trajectory here has not been the easiest. We've mentioned it so many times, but this playoff glow-up that they've had these last 2 splits has been incredible to watch. JDG on the other side so hard on themselves for some of the lackluster moments over this last year. And now find themselves backs against the wall, but trying to rise above it all. Still have a 4,000 gold lead to boot in this earlier part of the game. But they can threaten over with the lack of vision that NIP have over both objectives.
Yeah, and again, that vision control is probably where the game could be decided. JDG, we do see NIP grouping up all 5 members on one part of the screen. Much harder to get those pickoffs if they're all stood there at the same time. Multiple items, 2 items for the carries. JDG still very, very strong though.
The Megazord has been formed for NIP. They've got all their pieces of the puzzle here together. They got Rookie with that execute. Yagao very strong. Duo going forward though, actually away as Shanji needed to run away now as well. Yagao steps up too far and now he's in trouble. Mom comes through onto 3. Shanji getting low as now they will end up turning back onto the Dragon Pit for JDG and NIP. They have been rebuffed once, but maybe they look to capitalize again. They will just give this one over.
Yeah, they do still have that Dragon advantage. It'd be the 2nd Dragon for JDG, but that's not worth dying for, right? You got to make sure you can actually win these fights. Fodic trying to get a ult across the team, maybe stop some resets. He's trying to at least allow Rookie some time on this turret. So NIP, they're going to chunk a mid lane turret. Sadly for them, can't get more than that. JDG, they managed to stop NIP from getting that big turnaround onto Yagao. I will say, though, initially that did start with Kanavi not quite managing to get that big pick-off onto Dwar, who manages to interrupt that Hickstyle's impact with the Magnet Storm. So, back to the objective game. Baron up, Dragon down, so there's only one side of the map which really has the focus on it right now, and NIP will have to do the same dance again.
A dance of titans, if you will. A lot of veterans, a lot of big names on both these sides. Is it going to matter much if you take a loss here? Now catching Rookie out, though. He's going to immediately flash, flap his way to safety at least. That vision gain, though, like you were talking about, being the decider.
This is exactly what we're talking about. Exactly what we're talking about. You get those wards down and you think you're safe up until somehow a skill shot comes out of Fog of War. It's quite hard to tell how oppressive this is without seeing NIP's perspective here, but Rookie now being down his flash is definitely going to help his ability to team fight. NIP, this doesn't get easier for them. They do have a True Shot Barrage to check every so often, but they do need to check in the Fog of War.
Baron already getting very low. Loyen does have flash if he wants to go over. Missing is waiting for the counter engage here. TP's coming in. Baron going low. Loyen knocked out of the pit. He's not in an angle to take it. Now Baron going down, missing. Counter engage. Oh, the Exhaust Impact gets stopped there. Stranglethorn splitting the team. JDG, they are completely split, but doesn't matter. Loyen, he's not with the team either. Dwo goes in with the big engage. Now Flandre is getting low, and here comes Rookie. The flip of the wings, and it's not nearly an Elder, but it's a Smolder as a double kill came over for Ruler. It didn't matter in the end because guess who's online, baby?
It's 2 for 2 overall, though, and JDG get the Baron. That is a good damage check for NIP. They do definitely have damage in the Smolder despite not having the full items like Nagao in terms of this point in the game. He is behind in the individual level, but NIP, they aren't quite getting themselves those clean team fights that they would potentially be looking towards here. Lian doesn't look for a flash steal. He is denied that by missing, but he gets a root really importantly onto Skadi. You called that out in the team fight. That was stopped there. Lian does get out with his life, and that means that JDG don't quite get the combat that the engage which they wanted to. We did say that this competition can have some issues reaching that backline in the right way. I think that was actually a shiv kill, which ends up killing Rel at the back there. That's where the 2 for 2 comes in from Ruler, just about picking himself up those kills, and that will fund him towards, of course, his 4th item coming up shortly. Of course, that Infinity Edge in as well. Very, very powerful point for Ruler.
Huge 3-item spikes for the dual carries of JDG here in Ruler and Yagao. Very important moments to capitalize on. You're starting to see some of the ways this team composition works time again. And we'll have a little bit more of a siege potential here with another minute and 20-ish on this Baron buff. NIP still stacking their way to a dream as they are almost on 3 items. It looks like it's going to be a Rabadon's 3rd for Lian.
Which is, okay, so there have been some changes to Zyra, which means that she has some more AP ratios on her plants, but less flat damage. I will say, though, just on the whole, I'm not a huge fan of Rabadons on Zyra. She's not that bursty a champion. She prefers to be applying item on hits and stuff like that. She really likes Magic Pen as opposed to those ratios. Still, if he gets towards that, his ult is going to absolutely obliterate someone, so watch how much AoE damage he can get weirdly in that burst. And yeah, it can be a difference. It's just a little bit of a different take on the champion, which you've seen a lot of.
I mean, his ults have been so crucial in separating JDG. And there's a reason why he keeps grabbing the Zyra over and over again. 10 times here in these best of 5s, he's taken it. Now JDG, multi-lane pressure. They were looking for a dive potentially in that mid lane, just get a little pressure there. They cannot get the siege to stick up here on the top side of the map. And now NIP move towards mid. Don't get Kanavi in the end.
Close from Draw. Just misjudges where Kanavi's going, learns his flash. That's a big tool down though, because Draw, we saw how important he's been on that Rel so far. A swing and a miss there for what has otherwise been a fantastic series for Draw. Might end up being a big difference. W hits some Ruler. He does have the ult.
There's no rockets for Yagao though. He can't really get the damage back on the Lian. Here comes the equalizer. Lian's just walking straight through those pineapples. They hurt. As now JDG reposition up towards this top side. Don't have a wave just yet though, and the Baron buff is gone.
I don't think Lian likes a pina colada. I think he'd like to get away from those pineapples. As he's going to go for that recall, see if he can get himself towards that item sooner rather than later. Draw gets himself a Warmogs as well. That can be important. Shrug off some of that poke coming in from Yagao and Ruler, depending on the situation. Dragon up in 10 seconds. We've been set up around this top side and around the Baron push, so it's not necessarily been an extended setup for the Dragon. So, JDG don't have the best vision control from this. Imagine how much more difficult this would be if all of those vision control was kind of set up from JDG. NIP, they don't necessarily know that though, so they're walking down towards this bot side, but they know they're going to be slow to it. They're going to give up yet another Dragon. This is the bonus of them taking 2 early Dragons, but this is a lot of stats to give over to JDG, even when you're stacking with the Smolder.
It's so much stats to give over. It's going to be so terrifying. And they have decent damage, but they're going to have to make it stick here as well, as maybe just delaying the inevitable fight for that soul that JDG are craving. And maybe giving themselves some more time to stack. I mean, the biggest things is you have like 3.5 items for both Yagao and Ruler with a massive lead over their counterparts, and you just don't have that yet for NIP.
Yeah, the damage differential is really high in terms of those items, and you got to look squarely at the likes of Yagao and Ruler, who are going to be obliterating people in that front line. The front line from NIP is not bad. I will say, of course, Udyr. The reason Udyr is picked is because he's a tank that has a pushing laning phase. He is not the best hyper tank. He's not the Cassante Ornn, which can be just obnoxiously strong in that late game like that. He is tanky, but it's just not quite at that same hyper tank kind of level. It does mean that Jhin, when he's ahead of the game like this, can still do a huge amount of damage to him if you're not careful and you drop below half HP and you start getting those execute values really coming online. As we set up for the next phase of play, JDG once again putting down some wards, once again forcing NIP to play scared. They're forcing them to play as far away from the fog of war as they can, using ults like this, because what else are you to do? You have to wave clear safely.
The health bars are just getting so thick right now for JDG as well. it's so hard to deal with for NIP. And you have gotten to those 3 item spikes, but the damage just is not there. And now Luyen and Rookie, they're being collapsed on. Kanavi going for the impale. Can't get the combo there, though. Luyen will burn his flash. Stranglethorn back. NIP, they're trying to fight this one out now. They have the execute damage. It is also Shanji who's already taken a sideline turret. Kanavi getting low. Kanavi will not be executed, but here comes Photic and Dwo. They want the combos. Rookie just a little bit off of the damage profile there. JDG, they do not get that inhib turret, and now they're going to be a little bit behind the play to set up on the map.
Jeez, that was so close to a couple of those carries going down, or rather, characters from JDG going down. Kanavi, we did say not as tanky in the jungle as it's compared to that top roll from the Skada. Still a Skada, though. Still has himself a decent amount of tank. Yago, Yago, buddy, you got to be careful there. If they know that there's no one stood behind you, it could be very dangerous. And hey, gets away with that one. While all this is happening,
this man into poker.
Shanji showing that, of course, he can still push out that bot lane despite the anti-tank-ish build coming in from Flandre with the double mask stacking Riftmaker Leandres. Gets himself an inner turret while that is happening, so he gets some gold back for his team. 2.5 minutes now for NIP to decide where they're going to fight. They have that soul point looking across from them at JDG, and if you give 4 Mountain Dragons over to JDG, yes, you have great anti-tank and that smaller. That is still going to be very, very hard to go against with that Mountain Soul, though. NIP need to find a fight. Their time is running out.
And you almost have 225 stacks for Kanavi.
True! Wow, does he get anything special?
I don't think he does, but NIP are hoping they get a little bit of something special here. They've been buying a lot of time in the setup. Now they're going to try to catch out missing, but Kanavi is in there. He's trying to get the impale, gets a double. There's the equalizer on top of it. Look at them cooking alive! I hope you like those pina coladas being shoved straight down your throat. Big true shot barrage back. Rookie still full health, still has the execute, but Photic being run down by a giant scorpion. Rookie still untouched. Is he gonna be the difference? A double kill. Maybe it's setting up for a penta if he wants to try to get it, but he's trying to save his teammates here. As he does end up getting a couple kills back, it's still JDG who are pushing them to the brink.
Superhero play from Shanjido to make sure the game doesn't completely end here. If he doesn't block out that 4th shot, if he doesn't save his carries, JDG will be marching towards the base. We'll look back at a replay of this. We're missing initially gets caught. We did say that the engage combo from JDG, it can be quite hard to pull out. This is huge though. Lien, no flash, Kanavi gets on top of him. He doesn't get the double AD carries, but getting that Zyra down is pretty huge. He doesn't have a Zhonya's, doesn't have a Banshees. He went for that death cap to be more damaging, more bursty, and that kind of works against him at this point. This game could have ended unless Shanji goes in to block that final shot. They do manage to turn things around and just about take down the giant scorpion in the back end of that, and at least make sure it is a Pyrrhic victory for JDG.
Oh, Ruler and Photic going at it. Photic's losing that one hard. He's burning, and now he just ties to Flandre. Long distance, brother. As JDG, they're pushing on NIP. The Ruler might be a little bit caught out. Now Dwo is the one getting caught out, and he's just dying. He does have to flash away from the deadly flourish there, and NIP, they're losing bodies left and right here in the front lines.
JDG have just been much more composed. They've been very responsible about the way that they've set up the map. They haven't been flinging themselves at NIP trying to end the game. They have just found themselves 2 great fights in a row. They'll be able to get themselves the Baron, which does mean that there's a chance that the Dragon goes down on the other side of the map. Whether Lien gets there in time, I don't think he will do. So JDG, they get themselves the Baron, they'll get themselves the Soul. In NIP, they have not found their fight in that 2.5 minute window we were talking about. They're going to be against some hyper late game buffs now at this point. Yeah, that's not looking great from Photic. He gets caught out. Of course, gets massively burst out by Ruler, who has 2 levels up from him. Just the tag from that equalizer takes him down. JDG in one fell swoop punished the misposition from NIP.
Hey, you were buying time. You said, oh, we'll take the next fight. Oh, no, the next one. Oh, no, the next. Oh, wait, they already have the Soul.
All gone now.
4 Mountain Dragons in a row for JDG on a composition where health-wise, they just completely outstack NIP, and they know that. They're putting the hurt in, and now they're looking at bot lane siege. They're looking at mid lane siege.
Right. So, NIP fans, Rookie fans out there, now we ask the question, how much hyper late game carrying can a Smolder do in the current meta? 4 items, rapid fire cannon built up, but you're against a quad Mountain Dragon, Mountain Soul team. It feels so unbelievable that NIP could work their way back from this point. JDG, they have been good at using their front line. Look at this, Kanavi is so tanky. They sat there, they're getting skill shots onto it, it just doesn't matter.
We labeled it a boxing championship match for a reason. Going all 5 games. Stop the siege from continuing just now. There's about 1 minute and 25 seconds left on the Baron buff. JDG can return as these waves continue to crash. But NIP's clear now with Rookie down here is pretty strong.
It is, and that's the great thing about the true damage burn coming through alongside the Leandries and the mixed damage just overall from Smolder. Your wave clear is good. You can hold on to one wave like that. Level 18 continuing to get steps. They're hovering over a ward. I don't really know whether you can get yourself a good teleport angle here. They're going for it anyway. Can they find themselves a push onto the overextended JDG?
Flandre, I'm frozen. Oh, we're back. Oh, God, the fight's continuing up. Kanavi's almost dead. What happened? Okay, the burn. Is it going to be enough? NIP? They're not going down? All right, now we have the re-follow-up. The True Shot Barrage not going to be there. JDG, they barely make it out alive, but they're still 5-man strong. Yeah, no problem. I was frozen there for a second as well. But, you know, NIP somehow made something happen. And now JDG, they will end up backing out. They will get full item builds for Ruler. And now getting very close for Yagao and Kanavi as well.
The power of these teams so powerful that we lose ourselves, our connection.
Honestly,
very,
it really
briefly.
is.
It is just that, going past that 36-minute mark, and we are really into the hyper late game. Smolder does very much thrive here, but will it be enough?
So far, the answer to that question has been no. JDG have had a very strong advantage for pretty much this entire game. And they've been just slowly cracking into the armor of NIP. I don't know why Rookie's been just smiling and like laughing the last like minute and a half in his cam, and I love it. Even though their backs against the wall here, the super heavily down, they still have a lot of that siege fighting potential.
Look, we have so many players in this game which have been playing since 2014, 2015, 2016. Look, they've been through the wars, folks. They know exactly what happens in these late game scenarios. It is very hard to train this area of the game. You don't just practice hyper late game. You have to learn that through living through it a lot of the time. And now Elder up in 2 minutes 40. That's kind of a bonus to NIP, I suppose, getting those 2 early dragons as well. It's not just delaying for the stacks there. It also means that JDG couldn't get themselves an Elder, which probably would have ended the game after that point. JDG still massively favored in this game. They get a tiny bit of damage. They catch someone out on vision. This game does just end. But NIP, credit to them for at least making it harder for JDG to look toward those kills.
Kanavi has like 6,000 workable health now on this corner. Oh, incredible stuff to see as they've had so much strength in a lot of these fights, just finding those big pickouts, finding the members to take down. And NIP, they are just holding up in their base, holding up and making sure that they can hit the item spikes that they need to try to fight this.
Folks, in case you hadn't got the memo, LPL has 18 best of 5s post Rumble stage, post that. We had an extra 3 added in from the Night's Rivals. We got an extra 3 after finals as well from the regional qualifiers. Folks, we have 18 of these to go through, and we're only into just a few of them. 3 from the Night's Rivals, a couple coming in from playoffs as well, and we're getting ourselves potentially a second game 5, but this one's gone long enough already to drag out the series again. NIP, they are just really trying to turtle up and trying to be as responsible, that's the word I keep using, being responsible with the way that they keep playing around this map. They can't walk up beyond this fog of war very easily. Dro is trying to walk up like this, knows he has that Warmog so he can survive a little bit. It's really hard for NIP to push beyond this.
Yeah, it's very hard, but you know what changes the whole tempo of a game? An Elder Dragon. As they will have that opportunity potentially to flip the game on that one, about a minute out, but the Baron is coming up in about 30 seconds. Now that we see the fog cleared a little bit, JDG had just come back off of a reset. Yagao is now full items completed as well with the RFC there, and JDG know they have NIP on the back foot.
So, NIP managed to get some control of this mid wave. That is important. If you don't have vision in your jungle, which, you know, NIP have half-half, you can just push through mid lane. It's much easier to get into the river through these big river brushes. That's a big equalizer, though. Great chunk onto Leanne.
Oh, you can't see. Okay, now Dwo, take the 4th shot. That's the damage done. As JDG, they do get Dwo very, very low. He'll be able to heal up a lot, though, as this fight continues on in mid lane. JDG are starting up the Baron.
They are Dragon coming up in 20 seconds, so JDG leaving 2 people there. I don't know whether NIP know that everyone is over there. They do have, of course, knowledge that the equalizer is down. 10 seconds still, the Elder. Can JDG really contest both?
Okay, now they will know that the Baron had been started up. They had vision on it from the true shot there, but it's too little, too late. Baron goes over to the whole 5 stack of JDG, but now they have to reposition because Elder is on the line.
Okay, so Dragon started up, NIP bursting it down. Can they do it quick enough? There will be a chance for a smite steal.
Whoa, going in! Monk hold on top of it all, but Lian is already down! All the hopes, all that magical dust, it's gone to hell in a handbasket! JDG, they know they had NIP's number in spring! They brought them to all 5 games, and they were the better for it! And now, JDG on the precipice of singing those sweet, sweet silver scrapes!
Rookie tried to teleport mid lane to kill the wave, but a counter teleport came back in from JDG to make sure the minion wave survived. The game will end here. We will be going to silver scrapes 2 days in a row here in the LPL playoffs. And NIP, they will have to fight a little longer to see if they can get that revenge on JDG.
All the glitz, all the glam, Yagao stepping up big in a moment he needed to. We knew that Rookie had the better of him all along. JDG, they will not go quietly in these playoffs, and they will push us all the way to 5 games. JDG versus NIP, delivering in the race to the Silver Dragon Cup.
JDG NIP. I don't think a lot of people would have thought that JDG would be sat here chasing the series 2 times, going 1-0 down, and then an extra 2-1 down after that. But they bring us to that Game 5, draws level again, and now JDG, they can see if they can somehow secure themselves what should have been for them a foregone conclusion against NIP, the team which didn't win a single series in that Ascension group in the Rumble stage.
Mind-blowing. We've seen these teams trade blow for blow. And my God, of course, we got to go all 5 rounds. One last game to decide if you continue on here in this playoff run. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the LPL Summer Playoffs as we see in the picture of the eye of a dog, I guess. In the end, only one eye is needed to take down a very, very strong dragon of this series. But it's maybe a little bit of semblance of what we've seen so far, as you heard those sweet, sweet silver scrapes, and to the disheartening function of a rookie.
I mean,
JDG
was
push
that
us the distance.
How to Kill Your Dragon? I didn't know they had a new book series out or something
New Pixar
like that.
coming to you soon.
Hey, Game 5. We have had one 5-game series in the Knights Rivals. We've now had 2 in playoffs out of, 3 played so far. LPL has 18 best of 5s after its season, goes into the postseason beyond that point, and I love that we are getting close contests between teams with such large stories and such reputable, well-storied players at this point. It goes to Game 5 in a 41-minute slugfest between these two teams, and this is the first game, really, that I felt like Yagao outvalued Rookie. Rookie was actually held down in this game, which is not something which NIP have had the rest of this series. I also think that Ruler and Missing had a better showing of things in that bot lane matchup as well, which typically both Control were getting the better of in that 2v2. So JDG, they did have that better laning performance, and they had much better control of the vision and also ability to just be responsible with their position on the map. Not just randomly walking into objectives, not just randomly throwing themselves at the enemy team. They did actually play out the game the way that their vision dictated it should have done.
I think, again, just taking advantage of a lot of those in-between moments and everybody stepping up, right? It's not just Konami. It's not just Yagao. It's a holistic team effort that I think was due for a long time from this JDG team in this series as a whole, right? Like, we came into this one, game number 1, a shocker. NIP just completely handling JDG. But just as in spring, you know these two teams are going to put everything on the line, and we're going to 5.
I love that we get this between these two as well. Back in spring, we had JDG and NIP for the 3rd, 4th kind of matchup there. NIP got knocked out by JDG after an incredible spring's playoffs run from them. And that was after a difficult spring regular season. Now in summer, NIP, once again, really, really struggling. They've had to reinvent themselves again. They've had to figure out what they're doing with their compositions. They changed out Aki for Lien as well. And they've now brought us to 5 games. I think maybe they'll be feeling a little bit sad that they couldn't close it a little earlier than this, because they've had a lot of really good games so far in this series. But JDG are still JDG. They are the 3-peat champions from 23, and then of course the 22 summer title as well. Flandre coming in this year to replace outgoing 369 has of course added a different style of top laner here. We didn't know whether it'd be him or Sheer starting today, but it has been him, and that rumble was really key to how this team might just pull themselves over the line.
That's the craziest part, is we literally were just seeing a couple picks that had been banned away literally every game by NIP make it through and then be a lot of the difference makers, right? Like Kanavi on this Skarner actually had a huge hand in the early game. Flandre was cooking up people left and right. Might have called him a barbecue on Sunday up there in top lane.
Those pineapples were very, very nasty for NIP to deal with that equalizer. I will say, though, this still wasn't a blowout game. I think that Joao on the rel, he missed some rel cues, but he hit some good combos as well, and we did see that, of course, Rookie and Photic had some decent carry damage as well. I think Photic has still been having probably his best back-to-back games that we've seen from him maybe in this year he's had a bit of a torrid time of things at points, and of course we saw him get caught out here too, but still, the fact that Photic and Rookie have been able to put out really good damage has been a huge part of how this series has gone for 5. And now we get ourselves to the point where NIP gets side selection because they lost that last game. I would imagine they choose themselves on that blue side again. And now JDG, they're going to have to figure out their drafts a little bit for that red side because they've struggled with that a little bit. I think that JDG's drafts have not necessarily been everything that we've hoped for. Some of these games have not necessarily been made easy from JDG through draft. They have been playing pretty well once they have got either even or ahead from that early game, but they will need to make sure they give themselves the best possible chances from that draft.
Speaking of the draft, we are headed into it now. There is nothing left in this series but one game. We are so far away from the Guardian Angel and from all those juicy championship points. But NIP on the blue side for Game 5, JDG on the red. We get the Aurora Ashe and the Ezreal ban by NIP already. JDG gonna ban away that Rumble as well as the Lucian that has been a centerpiece for NIP and the Misfortune.
So we have a lot of power picks still open. Of course, Corki for Yago has been a big thing. Renekton let through too. So we haven't seen the Renekton this series. We've had some concerns about Renekton players here at the LPL, but it does help you win out that laning phase, which Shanji on the whole has been struggling in against Flandre. He's been picking up the Udib, partly because of that. It's a tank which can at least have a safe early game. That does leave open stuff like the Leona, though. That could be a very easy lock-in.
Love some of this change up in the draft. Little picks making it through. JDG have banned that pick every single first phase so far. See if Shanji makes good that it's finally open. Miguel has felt himself rise into the role, I guess you could say, on this Corki so far. Maybe not the strongest early start to the series, but he's been growing into it.
So, I think Leona is very, very powerful here. The stuff like Lily are open too as well, which is, of course, very, very powerful, and potentially could be a pick that could change this draft as well. NIP, they now see themselves locking in against a Nidalee instead. So, what's the answer? They take away potentially the Nidalee away from... Lien is a Nidalee player himself, so it's a takeaway from him, and Kanavi played a game with this before. He had a not great Nidalee game the last time in, though, and I think Lien is very happy to slab in yet another Zyra game for him.
Let's go! Literally in 3 best of 5s, he's played this pick 11 times. Oh my goodness gracious. Anyways, the Solar Flare combo is definitely going to be alive and well for NIP. Love to see Dwo on that one. Maybe not the rel that he's earned those MVPs on, but still giving that direction to NIP so far as the Jace is locked in for JDG.
Okay. So, Flandre, game 1, played that Jace. On an individual level, he actually played very, very well. His laning phase was good versus Shanji. He was versus Nasus, not the strongest early laner, but still, Flandre going towards that does mean that you have 2 solo lanes that don't have setup really for the Nidalee, but you do have triple poke. Does mean that even if you miss the spears, maybe the shock blast or the rockets do hit later into the game, so that can be a long-range combination for JDG. They do have 0 setup right now, though, whereas NIP, they have themselves Renekton flank into a stun, they have themselves the Leona, and of course the Zyra can bring some slows and some roots to the table as well. Again, IP, they probably want to ban away, Alistair, maybe the Braum as well, if they really want to deal with the the Leona laning phase well, but they want to ban out setup champions first and foremost, I think, and the Jhin does fall into that category.
I am just really concerned about only having 1 go button for JDG. I think we find that a lot with LPL teams, and yes, some of the best teams, which JDG could be counted as one of them.
I'm concerned here, because I don't even know, if they have 1 go button, they have 0 CC besides
there's
a
no way they don't grab somebody in the second phase. Like, there's no, that would be bold, Captain. But maybe we'll see as ADC is going to continue to be the ban phase. We do get the Smolder locked away, as well as the Ziggs towards Photic. It's the Varus, and obviously that Jhin you had mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so this is kind of weirdly twigging onto what you were saying earlier. Yeah, you're still probably going to, even if you double banned engage AD supports rather, you would have had 1 coming through. There are, however, now basically no setup AD carries. No Jhin, no Varus, no Ashe. You don't have any CC coming in from that AD carry role, so it will just be missing on the engaged duty. You can lock in something like a Rel or an Alistair, goes towards that Rel, which of course has been very powerful for both of these supports throughout their recent history as well. In IP, they get to choose themselves their AD carry and of course their mid laner.
I gotta say, though, I'm getting so hyped. I'm literally shaking over here because the fact that it's a Game 5, Ruler has not had a good split. He used to be what literally made this team win. He was the bar that was set for ADs. The fact that he hovered the Xayah, the fact that we have him as the counter pick here into Photic, maybe they're giving him some more resources as the Kai'Sa will be locked in for NIP.
Rookie, what does he go towards here? He could take the Zeri. That means that you've actually taken away 2 AD carry options away from Ruler. It means that he is, again, really starved of options. What do you go for? You have the Ral. You could go towards that Xayah. There is a lot of engage coming through from, you know, someone like the Renekton going for a flank. You can deal with that. You don't really love playing the Xayah into the Leona, though, because her ult cooldown is lower than yours. You might be forced into it anyway, though. Elimination game, and we get Ruler's Xayah. I'm sure he'll pull out his own skin from Samsung Galaxy 2017, all those years ago. He has a skin for the champion. Let's see if he can use it to earn his keep here in the team and keep this team in playoffs in Game 5.
Now let's talk about these setups. There is that one go button for JDG. They have all the firepower you could ask for now, though, but so much weight is going to be on missing shoulders to get these fights going for them.
So, NIP, much easier team composition to play. However, JDG, they do have strong lane topside with this Jace. They do have a strong Corki, and of course, Nidalee doesn't have the best setup, but if Nidalee just hits spears and does something early, JDG might be able to snowball. I do think JDG, this composition is very hard to play. I'm not sure I would have drafted that for them in a Game 5, but if they do get themselves strong laning performance again, strong early game, they might just be able to snowball beyond their team composition's doubts and worries. NIP, opposite said for them. If you can get those early skirmishes, great. But as soon as it comes to the bigger 5v5s, you get Renekton and Leona engaging in the right places, they should be good as gold to go.
Game 5 on the line. Regionals qualifying here on the line for both teams. If NIP lose, they have no more hopes. If JDG lose, they got to rely on the other members of these playoffs to make sure they can get to that qualifier. Last spring, it went all 5, so you know we got to go all 5 again. Get loud as we head to Summoner's Rift in Suzhou. It's round 2 of the LPL playoffs and the race for the Silver Dragon Cup and all those wonderful international appearances. It's the campaign for Rookie versus a revenge split for JDG, all coming down to next game. Getting a little bit more gumption in those lungs there. Get a little bit more excited now that we've heard those silver scrapes and everything. All these dreams, all these aspirations for 2024 on the line now. They've done this dance time and time again. The years of veterancy on this rift right now are countless. But it's not going to matter if you take a loss.
Yeah, so NIP, they lose this game, and that's it. Their year is done. Regardless of who wins tomorrow from FPX they will get ahead in terms of those championship points, and that will be the end of them. They need to get a good early game here. Shanji jumps on Super. NIP are here in force.
Oh, they're going to flash. Oh, Flandre, he's in trouble now. He's going to give over and kill the Liana. First blood for the ninjas in pajamas.
Flandre will respawn in time to get a teleport towards topside, but giving that first kill over towards Liane is going to give Zyra a very powerful first back of the game. AP junglers, their first back means so much to them. One of the negatives here, though, is the fact that Photic and Dwarf are going to be so late towards this bot lane. They're going to give over wave control over to Ruler and Missing and maybe drop some XP as well. Is this advantage for topside and the advantage for jungle going to be enough to stop this bot lane advantage really just ripping their heads off? A lot of this series has been about NIP's bot lane actually getting advantages versus Ruler and Missing. I don't know if they can do that now.
See if the Renekton is going to come in clutch for NIP. See if this Ruler Xayah skin is going to be enough energy in the tank to get them over the finish line here. Love to see everything colliding at this point, but Flandre will have a decent enough job of the ranged into melee topside matchup here.
And also, it's flash to no flash. So, in terms of that level 1, great that you get the dopamine of that level 1 kill, but you don't have flash, your wave's getting crashed, and Shanji still hasn't been able to teleport back to lane, so he's going to eat kind of the losing lane matchup for now. He'll be fine on his first back, but I think the bigger thing is that Dwar committed 2 summoners into killing Flandre as well, so it was 3 summoners used by the side of NIP to get that kill. Does mean that wave control goes to Ruler and Missing, and Ruler, of course, as we were saying, coming out of that draft, is using his own skin on the Xayah from all those years ago to try and bring themselves across the line. Goes towards the Xayah. It has typically been his fallback champion, and I think now in this game, they actually have themselves a much more calm early start to this lane. That is going to be a good sign for JDG.
I want to take a look at the repathing here. Legend is actually playing a little bit with the pathing style. He did skip those Gromps on top side, maybe going back up towards this side of the map to try to stop some of this pressure that Flandre is having over Shanji.
Problem there is, so yes, I think it's great to regank that lane if you can find a success there. No flash on Renekton though. Remember that Shanji flashed for that stun at the level 1. Also means you're leaving this bot lane under the bus, really. It will be fine in terms of picking up that CS. And you can also see that it looks like Flandre put a red ping in there. I think he ended up seeing that one out. Flandre completely fine to just keep putting that wave in. And I think Flandre very, very happy despite losing that first kill. He didn't blow the flash and his laning phase is still fine.
The junglers trading sides of the map. Now Rookie going forward does use his dash. Lian stopped his back here. That's actually so big because now Rookie can continue to play forward as he sees Kanavi. This jungle matchup has been such a big heartbeat for this series, and we're going to see them trade blow for blow.
Yeah, I think that particularly that jungle matchup has been so critical because it affects that early game, which is so big. JDG, when they don't have that early game advantage, they still look for the same team fights, but they just don't quite have the stats to see them out in the same way. Big 3v3 in mid lane now. Are we really going to get a big fight over this? No, not just about. It's just about crashing in that wave and getting that first back of the game in for these mid laners.
And that is why we're seeing so much prevalence around willing to commit to these fights, is because the early game has really decided the control of the game in every single one we've seen to this point all the way to 5. Love to see JDG staying proactive, though. Missing and Jwo out on the map. We will not see them bot lane for some time, I'm sure, and both teams looking for those early advantages.
Missing has Ignite. Shanji doesn't have level 6 and he's off HP. There was a dive threat there, but I think JDG, with the knowledge of Lian and Jwo also being active on the map, kind of staves that one off. Jungle support movements so important between any Pro League of Legends team, but I think particularly in this series when it has been about the team that gets that first foot in the door has typically managed to walk away with that game. The early game advantages being so strong. Moments like that where actually Lian and Dwar managed to stop Kanavi and Missing making the big play keeps that timer ticking just a little bit longer before we find where that first really crucial hammer blow lands.
Love we're getting a little spotlight on Ruler. He was not having a good time. And not only in this series, but he has not been the same Ruler, I feel like, that you can recall back to 2023. But in these last couple games, we've seen him really hone in on the focus that he has to be a guy on this team that represents strongly.
Yeah, Ruler last year was largely touted as the best AD carry in the world. Does have a cleanse, has Missing coming down, blows the cleanse early.
They might actually take the fight back there as the crash down comes through on Photic. Now Missing's in a little bit of trouble, gonna get the Blade Caller back, but Missing realizes that Lian had an angle there and will just sacrifice his life. It goes over to Photic too in the end. Now in mid lane, Rookie. He's looking for the solo kill onto Yagao, but can't find it.
Use that lightning crash, gets a load of health out of Yagao, but JDG, this is getting a little bit worrying for them. They have a team comp with very little setup. If they give up too many early kills, if they give up too much too early gold, it's going to be really, really hard to play this composition. They have a lot of poke, but basically no setup. NIP have a much easier pick combo to play around, so NIP getting 2 early kills and getting themselves an early gold lead is very good for the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Last time around, I feel like Kanavi was struggling to find entrances into the fights as this Nidalee. Still, if he can continue to be a nuisance here to Lian's pathing, might be able to keep up with him in that regard. Still been a JDG that have missed a couple of their early opportunities. Now looking at the Grub spawn, this might be another one for them to strike. Lian is level 6 now though, Stranglethorn completed, and gonna try to combo it underneath there as Yagao trying to fight off Rookie. Double knockup ends up coming through, but now NIP, they've used a lot of their tools, but they'll move back over to the Grubs.
Yeah, Kanavi not quite able to bring the same amount of value as Lian there. That was a huge Stranglethorns. See, potentially a 1v1 between these two AD carries as well. Both have ultimates. We might have ourselves some multi-fights across the map. But Root hits onto Missing. Not going to lead on to too much else. These Grubs really, really in the eye of both teams.
Dude, both teams are realizing how lopsided these games become if you give over a little bit of an advantage. And so far, it's NIP looking to move Shanji over first before Flandre. Now going for the flash play out of Missing. Missing getting low. Missing going down to Joel. And now Kanavi's locked down. Rookie going to dodge out of the rock barrage. Yao doesn't have any mana. He does have flash, though. The burn, the plant.
Oh!
Pricks him right in the booty as Lien takes another one. It's 4-0 start for NIP.
Yeah, Yagao finding out that this jungle replacement for NIP has some thorns to show him. 2-0-2 on the champion. He's been spamming all the time for the ninjas in pajamas. JDG do get themselves the grubs, but they lose themselves more kills. So, what's going to be more important here for JDG? The fact that they're losing this immediate gold reward, which you said is very important. They want to get ahead to play out this composition. All those grubs and the value they can get after this point. Shanji commits another flash. He has himself that empowered W, gets himself an incredible amount of damage early on that a Renekton can do with that triple auto attack with the press the attack build. Lien manages to come around too, so 2 kills very, very quickly for NIP and JDG. They need to be so careful giving over that kind of gold. You can see how important people in the back room for NIP think that was.
Any momentum is strong momentum here in this series, as it's been bend or break here every single time. This NIP team, I still am completely taken aback. The fact that they are here in 5 games when they've had this kind of split so far. It's been rough to watch, but it only matters when it matters most, and this team just turns alive in the playoffs for some reason this year.
That happened in spring, happening again in summer, and you know what? I'm absolutely not going to fault anyone for having doubts about NIP. I was one of those people as well, but getting towards this 5th game, showcasing that they can absolutely prep for these best of 5s and show us something special. JDG, they're going to have to show us something special beyond this point. They're behind 1,500 gold, and as we've been saying, really think they need the gold lead. This is not an easy comp to play, and JDG, if they want their story to continue as well and have their destiny in their own hands, they need to win this game. If they lose here, they're not out of the regional qualifiers, but there is a chance that they can be, depending on other results through the playoffs. That would be a very inglorious end for JDG in this year. They went from being the 3-peat champions to this year missing out on the finals in spring and potentially going out even just in round 2 here. It could be massive nosedive for this team with so many legendary players on it. You're going to have to find something special here now against the early gold lead of NIP.
Try to stop any of those advantages from growing too much. The other thing is they haven't really been able to use this pressure on bot side. They haven't really gotten any pressure to that matter. It's 10 minutes in. We haven't had a single dragon take, so no big stacking in that regard. It's going to be late game if we do get to that, where Kanavi maybe not going to have as much of an influence. And the grubs are going to be coming up soon that JDG themselves, are going to want to try to grab. But Kanavi is pressuring over this dragon.
Yeah, as jungle is just around the top side of this play, trying to see what's happening with mid prior. Looks like both mid laners are clearing the wave right now. They can move once again. It's going to be a bit of a diffusing of the situation down there. Flandre doing okay in this individual 1v1. Haven't really seen the top laners spread that pressure too much. Well, we have from Shanji. He had that one flash out, but I want to see whether Flandre can get himself online with that poke build nice and early. Gets himself that Dirk up very early too. So JDG waiting really to see where that next burst of damage for themselves is going to come through. They do have a potent poke composition, but that lack of setup is going to hurt them, as we said, to death already.
Rookie's just playing with Kanavi, by the way. Just dodging out there. Had no rights being that far up. Still just dodging out of the spears means there's no real follow-through by Kanavi. Still no presence around the dragons, and by this time, that time's come and gone, because the grubs are going to be about 50 seconds, and that takes very much more priority for JDG. They can try to get this damage potential back after the fights go down their way. It could be huge to open up the base of NIP.
Kanavi on this Nidalee, walking up, using those traps to do pseudo-warding, I suppose. His last Nidalee game wasn't really that much of a contest because his lane's lost and he couldn't end up really walking into his own jungle. He got shut down. This time it's still not a great early game, but maybe he still has something left to play around. Nidalee, just one spear out of Fog of War could really change something in this early game for JDG. NIP, what are they going to do about these grubs spawning? Coming up in 10 seconds. They're here. First, Ruler has backed and he gets himself his many components as he can afford for this time being. Where are JDG going to really put themselves on the map? What do they want to contest?
Looks like they're going to give this side of the map right now, actually, though Kanavi is on his way as I say that. onto this top side, though TP will be utilized now to come rejoin this fight. Rookie coming with the Blade of the Rune King completed there, does have a decent amount of damage, but Shanji could not close the gap there, but they will have presence from this top side, so NIP start up these grubs, and JDG really have no answer.
Flandre could teleport back in, but he's not going to be there in
want
time. Konami trying to steal
He
one.
got it. Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't even get it. Konami, he's down. Photic takes him out at NIP. They're making plays all over.
Rookie trying to fire through that turret. Takes a couple of tower shots. Flandre teleporting away. Can Shanji get to him? No, he can't. Flandre gets himself a bit of a Soaz escape, but is not what JDG wanted from that top side. Once again, shut out of those kills. 5-0 on that kill score right now, and more gold going over to the side of the Ninjas in pajamas. They are the underdogs, but they are here in Game 5. Doesn't matter. This is a glorified best of one now, and NIP are walking away with yet another strong early game versus JDG, which has been a real kicker here. JDG, they have not been able to get off the ground early consistently at all this series.
They're going to try to get the stacking going their way and get some of these plates down for Yagao. He had a big step up last couple of games now as well. And still trying to get him some resources, get this stacking going, giving themselves something to think about later on. Now Shanji realizing there's a play coming his way will back off. This could be the first turret, although Rookie is on this top side as well. It is going to go the way of JDG, so they will get that extra bit of gold immediately traded right back, though. And there's Rift Herald coming up on the map, so you know the fighting ain't stopping.
So, first turret goes over to JDG, but the turret on top side for NIP is killed before the plates go down. Kanavi's going to get himself a quick camp steal away if possible. Going towards these grubs again. If you're playing defensively on the Nidalee, you really start to feel some of the problems of this champion. You cannot ever really afford to get CC'd with any sort of follow-up nearby. He goes down very easily trying to greed for that Herald, for that grub steal. Doesn't manage to get it. It's 3 for 3 in them right now. And once again, this Nidalee early game hasn't been fantastic.
Feels a little bad now, though. Feeling bad as well as Duo as he gets the feathers pulled right back on him. Flandre claims the kill, and now Loyen cannot do the Rift Herald. JDG have come in full force. They got their first kill on the board, and now more objectives going their way.
Yeah, I'm going to find Loyen out as well. He has the Stranglethorn. This could be quite dangerous.
Yeah, that was bold there, but he does make it out alive. Does also get the Stranglethorn out of Loyen.
Means that there's no contest coming through onto the Herald at all, but it was very unlikely anyway with Draw going down, but NIP now see themselves lose that first kill, lose that Herald. Shanji is going to get himself that turret in that bot side, so they get an objective on the other side, but at least JDG get themselves a way to potentially break open one of these towers across the map as well. I don't really think it's going to be able to do much on mid lane, because I don't think either mid lane has been able to hit mid lane turret that much in this game so far. Earlier in the game, we saw the classic 3-man mid lane play with jungle support coming there as well, and it does mean that the Herald is going to make it. Ruler. Ruler. That's not it. That's going to be a bit of a swing and a miss from him. Big ultimate usage. He's laughing. Look, guys, as we said, a lot of these players are veterans. They've seen world championships. They've seen domestic titles. They've seen it all. They've apparently also seen misused ults in a Game 5 elimination match. Come on, Ruler.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I mean, that's a little bit of the pressure, right? Like, we talked about so much how much weight JDG have put on themselves because of the lackluster finish in their eyes of not making it to finals, not making it to internationals in spring. I mean, that was like a slap to the face to a lot of them when you're watching the content, when you hear them talk about it. And little moments like that maybe come back to slap you back in the face if this game goes the way that NIP wanted to so far. They have lost a little bit of that big lead they had, just cutting it down to under 1,000 now. And now cutting it down to even more so, as it's a dead even game. Yep.
Cole just cashed in, which helped a little bit there. So, even gold game, that's important. We were saying that JDG, if they let this gold get out of hand, and honestly, if they didn't have that gold advantage, things get very hard for them. As we keep repeating, they don't really have that much setup. That doesn't have to be the end of things. If NIP don't close the distance, you can't just keep throwing skill shots out. So it is on NIP to make sure that they can stop some of this poke coming through. That might change later on with Kai'Sa getting that poke, but still, JDG bringing that gold closer is absolutely something they need to do. They need that fighting potential. Shanji teleporting onto Yagao, but both the solo laners of JDG been very, very on it today in terms of their defensive teleports, making sure that NIP don't get random kills in side lanes.
Now they bring all 5 to bear here in mid lane. They're trying to push this wave down and get the Herald into the charge. Shanji going to take a decent chunk on the back end there. Takes the spear to the back. The charge not going to get the turret. Does get a good chunking on it. And nothing else. Just a staring contest in mid lane. Has no objective for another minute and 20 in the Dragon.
Yeah, you can see JDG. That could be something they use later on. Siege composition. If they have any way to push in a wave or force NIP to stand in one area of the map, that is going to be very, very powerful. As long as they hit enough skill shots and NIP don't engage, that can be very, very cool for them. NIP on the other side, once they get the Kaiser to AP upgrade, which should be at the 3 items when he builds the Nash's Tooth, is a long way off. They can contend a little bit in that, but until then, they're realistically looking to shove out waves quickly, get themselves a Leona combo or a Zyra catch on someone, and then have everyone else fly into the play. Zeri over the wall, Kaiser in with the ult, and see if they can catch out JDG. That's realistically how these team compositions can play out. And we're even enough in this game that the next big play could really determine the whole course of this series. We know how quickly these games are snowballed once a lead is established.
We saw the resets come through from JDG. They want to try to get back on the map before this potential dragon spawns. Get that stacking going would be nice. NIP want to even that up now, though, as they do have Lian and Zhuo going for a bit of an aggressive play. JDG maybe losing a little bit of that presence on the bot side that they were looking to gain. But now it will be NIP's dragon to call.
Shanji pushing in towards that bot side. Lian and Draw make sure he's on the strong side for that point. Rookie, therefore, is on the weak side, though, and Missing does have Flash. They see Rookie over here. They see each other. That's less ships in the night. That's just more, hey, how you doing there as he crossed the street. Does mean that Flandre has the ability to push up into this turret.
He's going to take that outer turret as NIP even up the dragons. We'll have a Chemtech Soul on the Rift, so maybe some cool Blast Cone gameplay coming through here, as we've seen in the playoffs so far. But that's where I also want to talk a little bit about the entrances that that JDG have here. They have so much poke, they have so much standoff damage, and this has been a team that we know has loved to hands diff people. But that execution, it's going to be hard to execute as time goes on in this one, so they got to keep as much of the head on their shoulders as they can.
Yeah, the bonus of JDG, individual excellence can absolutely win this game still. They have a lot of champions which can potentially outwin a team fight in the right situation. You know, if you overdive into a Xayah, the poke comes through, there's some things you can go towards that. The negative is it's just really hard to do that if NIP pull off their combo well. So, things which I'm looking for in the next big fights to come through. One of the big things about Ruler on Xayah is that when he has all of his summoners available and his ult, he's incredibly good at punishing teams that try and engage onto him. He's very good at positioning aggressively and getting the most out of it. So, NIP, 1, can they take away those tools from Ruler? And 2, while they are trying to take away those tools from Ruler, can they not die at the same time? That's a big thing I want to see out of NIP first and foremost. But as for the moment, it hasn't really come down to any sort of 5v5. It has been about pushing in side lanes, trying to get down vision, and trying to navigate the map.
It's crazy how many times I've seen myself just watching Ruler navigate a team fight, bring all 5 people towards him, and just blade collar them all to death. See if he can do that again in a moment that matters the most for JDG and for NIP. Those track records, all that history, all that veterancy, it needs to be pulled on now. And we see a pretty steady gameplay. Both teams extremely respectful of each other. We are on second items for major carries now. We're at least getting close.
Yeah, Ruler hasn't pressed R in a little while now, so he's actually got that back. His only ult of the game was that thing. One hasn't led to anything else. We see one of those, I don't know, like, souped-up energy drink blast cones on the top side there. Shanji is on the weak side. Just needs to be a little bit careful there. Nidalee is at still their point of power for now. They have that one item. Will start to fall apart a little bit later, but still for now, Kanavi in the split map stays very, very powerful. It's a tense game 5. It's not been all action. It has been very close in that gold. And I kind of like that in some ways. It's that slow burn where you get that chance to consider what it means to these teams, consider what it means to these players. Kanavi, leader of his team for so long. Be so sad to see him potentially miss out on later stage in this playoffs, potentially miss out even on regionals if other results go poorly against him. But on the other side for NIP, we keep saying it about this team. It became a bit of a meme. Can Rookie make worlds? Well, he can do if he wins this series.
So
if he
long,
doesn't,
man.
it's the end of that road. This is the great and terrible thing about LPL playoffs. There are a million teams involved. We have 10 teams in these playoffs. And so many of them have these old gods, these old veterans, which really do deserve that last chance to showcase their skill. Well, not even the last chance, but another chance to showcase their skill. But you can only have so many teams coming through from this region. We have so much stacked talent here.
The road to the Silver Dragon Cup is paved in blood and tears, and so far, it's been a little bit of that. We've had some good games, we've had a lot of fivers, and now we have another one here as NIP still dead even, still setting up around this top side of the map. It's all about when these damage spikes are going to be coming through. We have those 2 items that I was mentioning for everybody, and NIP looking for picks potentially in the in-betweens, and that's something that maybe that game 4 had a little bit more of than this game number 5 does, is both teams just kind of trying to muscle their way into these moments without objectives.
You can see that a lot of these are very opportunistic plays. They're not necessarily the highest percentage opportunity to make things work, but what that means is that JDG, now with the solar flare being down for NIP, can look for this poke a bit more aggressively. Look, Jigao Valkyrieing forwards, knowing that there is a lot less of that combo coming in from NIP. Next time we see that solar flare up, Draw is going to have to use that more effectively. Otherwise, you miss that skill, JDG can absolutely start returning fire with their long-range skill shots.
You can see immediately, as soon as he used that, they all just turned, like fangs
let's
forward,
go,
like,
go! Let's skedaddle.
You gotta get him.
Okay, so, Dragon up in 40 seconds, that's the next big thing as well. 1 dragon apiece, we can see these teams give it up, but again, we'll have that ultimate from Draw coming up soon enough. It really is about, can JDG land a lot of those long-range skill shots before NIP get theirs, and actually it's the Baron start from NIP before that Dragon's even thought about.
This is the power of the Zyra, just gonna pull every resource from JDG. They get the TP out there from Yagao as well. Now moving back towards this mid lane prio.
So, NIP get themselves a teleport for that. That's nice for them. I don't think it's going to matter that much for the Dragon fight. Yagao's probably going to stay with the group right now, so that teleport isn't going to mean that much. Shanji pushing in bot side, that's 1 pushing wave. NIP do actually have the wave advantage across the map right now. JDG don't have great wards on the bot side. Might help NIP look for that big engage they're looking for. Shanji has flash, has ult. He could be a big engage for that flank threat in the next fight.
JDG feeling a little bit hesitant to move down towards this bottom side vision. As the Dragon already started up by NIP, they will just give that one over. So some of the stacking going the way of the ninjas in pajamas. JDG not going to threaten anything on this top side. Still have a ton of vision over here if NIP want to come over and check just in case they don't know that the Baron is not being taken. Solar Flare coming out on the double. That's a big cleanse being used. Now Kanavi will go golden, buying a lot of time with that Seekers. A little bit of damage back as well as the poke starting to come through. Lien now down half health too.
So, I mean, Ruler loses that cleanse. What did we say about looking for Ruler's summoners? Try and get them out without dying. Okay, that's one thing. You also get that flash away from Kanavi as well. I consider that a... That's an advantageous play for Dwarf. That's a better solar flare than particularly that last one. Next time that's up, let's see if we can use that onto Ruler well enough. However, with the solar flare still down, JDG used this time window to start the Baron.
Ruler was the first one here, first and foremost. We take a little bit of the reins in his own hands here. Lien trying to get over. We've seen this go down. Missing going to stop him from even getting close to the Baron. At 25 minutes goes the way of JDG. They will lose Missing for it in the end, but that is worth, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, NIP, they were looking for taking away the summoners from these carries. Yeah, but then you don't have the solar flare for the big fight. JDG realized this, and they take that Baron. NIP trying to slap back with the mid lane turret. I think they can get it at least.
Bloodied and not beaten. Both these teams giving it their all here. All the presence, all the pressure, the little micro decisions coming in clutch. NIP, they will get themselves a little bit back there.
So, JDG have the Baron buff. If they can start pushing in waves to set up a siege, this composition could do some real damage in the next few minutes. But can they get to that point? NIP, they still have a flash on Shanji, and if you're pushing too fast, there's a nice secure of his own grump there for Kanavi. If JDG push in too fast, there is a chance that they could walk into an enemy flank. They could walk into Shanji, coming out of Fog of War with his solar flare coming back up. JDG, they would really like to use this moment with the Baron buff, though, to start pushing out the map and see if they can get this siege composition doing a lot of work with those long-range skill shots.
They at least want to get this outer tower and mid lane down, because then it just gives you so much more free access to the follow-up team fights as well. If they can get that siege down, but Fotic doing a wonderful job of clearing so far. He's also going to be opting into the AP style to finish it off as well. Going to have some of the poke to return on his own. JDG still looking for things in these in-betweens. His Ruler, he's up a little bit, does have his Flash and Featherstorm available. JDG looking to crash on this outer turret. They are getting traded, though, by Rookie in the side lane, but maybe they can make it worse.
I mean, you've got Flandre here now. He's part of that siege. You've got, of course, the Kanavi Spears as well. They go fall out of that mid lane and go back towards their top side jungle. So, yes, Rookie does get that push in towards top side. Doesn't lead into that much after that point. JDG at least gets some work done. And this is what we're talking about. JDG getting that Baron buff. If they manage to actually set up a shooting gallery like that, it is a very powerful composition. That Baron buff could have been much more painful for NIP, but at least they stopped JDG from pushing in all of their waves.
And we just have a moment to think about a little bit of the trajectory, the teamwork that we've seen from these teams, the journey to this point. NIP, they made it out of that placement stage. Yeah, they made it to the Ascend group, but then they didn't win a single series when they were supposed to be the battle of the best in the LPL in this new format. And now they find themselves 3 best-of-5s in and feeling like the team that should have been there from the start.
NIP. I'm glad they've at least shown this. Even if they were to lose this game, I think they would have shown that they had that growth. Of course, it wouldn't be enough for them. It won't be enough for those rookie fans either. They will not want this story to end here. But then again, no team really does in an elimination match. JDG, I feel like they've actually done quite a good job of making sure that NIP haven't just picked them apart. I think they are the team which needs to be really afraid of the Engage this time around. Another thing that we talked about just before that Baron, and this ties into what we were just saying there, Ruler lost his cleanse, but the Engage hasn't come through in a time window to punish him while it was down. Ruler now has all of his summoners again, and that means that NIP will once again have to see whether Draw can buy some of these big summoner spells from JDG, maybe in a 2-part play to punish them while they're down.
As we crest over to this 50-minute timer, 50-second timer rather, for the Dragon. I will say, Rookie and Photic, they've completed their 3rd items. They're going to have a lot of strength. We're still getting the back completed by Yagao to join them in that precipice here, but it's going to be completely centered on this Dragon fight. Mortal Reminder there completed.
Big pass fight for Yagao, of course, on the current patch. Basically the same as Lord Dominic's regards, only a 10 AD difference and the Grievous wins difference between them. 20 seconds till Dragon, though. Will that make a difference? JDG, they have themselves some good poke, but what did we say? The Kai'Sa can do the same now. It is going to be long-range skill shot gallery. Rookie has Bloodthirster. He can heal up and deny some of it, but that skill shot accuracy could really help these HP bars get into the advantage before the fight starts in earnest.
It's a bullet hell for NIP, but if they can find their in, that is the moment that they can strike, but they have to find it. We said missing is the only engage tool for JDG, so they want to keep you at range. They want to keep you at this distance, but Yagao getting traded a little bit heavy. Now NIP stepping up. The Dragon going low. Is this really what you want to give it all for? Going in, it's Kanavi! Stranglethorn goes through. That's the Zong is used as well by Kanavi. As NIP now reset back off the fight. They did not get what they came for, and they lose the back end because the poke is just too much to deal with.
Yeah, you see the HP bars. That wasn't a proper fight, and yet Drow is almost dead. Shanji almost dead as well after propping that ultimate. JDG, they managed to just stop NIP looking for the engage angles. You know what, considering these drafts, I thought NIP would have easier time looking for the combos. That hasn't been the case at all. JDG have actually been making it quite hard a job for NIP to find those solar flares in the right place. And it means that JDG, yes, they are 6-1, but they are still ahead in gold, and now they're even in dragons. And at this point now, when you're getting towards huge items on Jace, you're getting towards the point where, look, if Nidalee is the only skill shot, she's bad. If you got multiple skill shots, one of them's going to hit at some point. This is a powerful point in the competition for JDG. This could be a very, very tense kind of like just shootout late game where everyone's trying to hit the late game skill shots.
It's so difficult in these moments. So much tension, so much on the line. One little slip up can mean the difference between elation or sorrow. And now we've seen that JDG, they're entering the comfort zone, it feels like. They're entering a confident portion of it as well. Shanji will end up TPing away, trying to get to safety.
We've had 3 out of our 4 solo laners do those teleports. Just teleport the heck out of there, get somewhere else. Shanji escapes, but Flandre and Yagao were the first 2 to do that in this game. It will be that summoner spell down. That will be down for the next Dragon Spawn, and of course the Baron as well. Shanji not able to stick in that bot lane, which means that Rookie has to do it as well. JDG managing to force that wave in, giving themselves that one pushing side lane to give themselves a little bit of map pressure to contain the map.
And you feel JDG, they realize the strength that they have is finding those big pickouts, staving off, finding a lot of those reserved fights. And it's worked out very well for them so far. You have to think, though, if NIP are able to catch one, then they can get that catch out going. If they can get that snowball rolling, it's an either team game at this point. We have to see who's going to use a little bit of the trump card of this Baron play here.
Yeah, so we have a lot of Bloodthirsters built up as well. That'll help the extended plays for either side. The Xayah, the Zeri both having that. There's a heal from the Nidalee, also known as the Jungle Soraka as well. So that'll definitely help in terms of some of the sustain in these longer poke siege fights. JDG, they land something Onto Lien there as well. Of course, you can just keep aggroing that Baron over the wall. It is set up. Plants comes through. Not that many plants, though. The Baron's still going down, though.
Pretty healthy, though. Okay, they got Ruler. Gets the Blade Caller, though. We've seen this time and time again. Now Shanji in trouble. Oh, my God, he does so much damage. Derek's Gate's going to be popped. Look at Lien. He's getting low. Shanji going low, too. Yagao tries to go forward. Yagao oversteps. He's got damage, though. He takedowns. Whoa. It's going to be a trade, though. Photic now has some damage of his own. We get some heavy fighting between these two teams. It will be the trade of 1-to-1, but health bars are very hurt. Lien, he has like 200 health. He's going for this one.
Yeah, he's going to get aggro by the Baron as well. Some of that extra damage coming through. They can't stick around for this, and there are wards from JDG. I think JDG, on the whole, will take that play. Ruler does lose his flash, which is a big problem, though. They do stop that Baron going over. That's not necessarily what they would have wanted. NIP get the flash out of him. They get the flash and the kill onto Yagao as well. And, of course, those summoners will not be available for the Dragon fight or the next big objective fight that comes through. So, NIP, JDG, I'm not willing to call that like a one play either way. We need to see the implication of those summoners being down in the next shootout and the next big pick attempt that comes through from either of these teams.
So much riding on these potential last fights, these potential next fights. As NIP, they want to try to force over this top side. Dragon is coming up in less than a minute. Would be soul point for either side. NIP, though, can pull some presence over here. They could maybe get the TP from Yagao. They do have Lien on the Zyra. We know this pick can just burn down this big purple worm.
So he hasn't gone for the Rylai's, which doesn't exactly help with the poke, but the Shadow Flame very good at killing people who are low HP. So Liam, watch out for his low HP burst, might catch someone off guard, and anything which catches people off guard in a Game 5 like this can be valuable. Dragon in 30 seconds, flash on missing, he can look for a big engage. He is the only big engage for JDG, but they do have that poke. First shot blast lands, and that's going to start racking up the HP bar advantages. Here comes Rookie.
Oh, they try to get Ruler. They realize he didn't have any summoners. He still has the Featherstorm. He is stepping up. Now that poke coming in. Stranglethorn on a Missing. Missing gets out, though. The Crashdown gets him to safety. Photic, he's going for the play on a Missing. Missing's gone. Now they follow through. They have their own poke now, and Photic representing for his team. NIP, they're going to push onto the Baron.
Yeah, Missing not being there to help the team fight engage means that NIP have a free run at this Baron finally. There's a lot of HP bars down on JDG. They should be able to get themselves that Dragon and contain in trade for that Baron, but NIP will definitely take that one. The Baron means that they can kind of hide behind their minions, stop that siege coming in later from JDG, and this is a very close back and forth Game 5. We have not had ourselves a significant lead in this game. It has now got towards the late game. Without the soul being claimed, 5 Dragons in between both teams. In a Game 5 elimination match, I'm sorry for the fans watching this, this is getting your heartbeat beyond those safe levels, but as an LPL fan, you just gotta love it.
You better be used to it at this point. This league is nothing but a wonder to watch. These teams putting everything on the line. The journeys of both these in such stark contrasts. And the little things meaning so much for your entire season.
I can see that, once again, trying to punish the fact that Ruler didn't have that flash. Maybe flash forces cleanses and all. Couldn't quite manage to do that. But in the ensuing fight, Missing just oversteps a little bit. He goes down. Photic, 5-0. By the way, Photic, need we mention how good a series he's had overall this time around. The TV2 didn't necessarily go the same way. His drone does catch out Missing. He has flash. Don't think there's going to be much from that at the end of that play. But Photic getting towards late game Kai'Sa. We have criticized Photic a lot, and we have mentioned that a lot in this series. Photic, throughout this year, has not really been a fantastic AD carry of the V5 era of past, but in this series, he has, on the whole, really given a fight towards Ruler and Missing.
Him and Rookie, the core components, that wonderful regular season run by that V5 roster. Finally seeing these two guys perform to the expectations we set for themselves. And now a little bit of a lead for NIP, but they got to close it down. JDG are not ones to go any kind of silently into the night. And with a split that has been all about making up for what Spring didn't give them, this is the moment that it needs to all come to a head.
So, NIP, really big items coming in from that. Well, look, it's big items for everyone, folks. We're in a hyper late game, but I think particularly the Infinity Edge for Zeri opens up another poke option, of course, for NIP2. Your W, when it goes through a wall, auto crits. The Infinity Edge buffs that crit as well, so the W is doing significant damage if it hits onto the right target alongside that slow. The minions being buffed up allows you to, again, hide behind those minions, deny the enemy poke, look for your own, and look for burst like that.
They do end up getting his flash out. That's big. The siege going to continue. Ruler was trying to clear the minions, but can't do it. A tier 2 falls now. JDG, they're being pushed into their base. There's still about 30 seconds on this Baron buff here, Nightmare.
Don't know if this is going to be leading to the breaking of the base, but it's definitely close enough to it. A lot of gold been built up from NIP, over 4,000 in the Baron power play. And JDG, they've not been able to cross map. They can't send anyone towards that top lane. They've just had to sit here and kind of just eat this wave push over and over. JDG waiting for their moment.
They saw missing over the wall. Oh my god, that was like 2 deer in headlights there, both wall missing. Who's going to go in first? As it might just be the one that goes in first that loses everything.
Channeling that empowered recall just with the last second of the Baron. So, now there is a lead for NIP, but it's a lead at 37 minutes. No, 69,000 compared to 65,000. It's not that much in terms of percentage gold differences. Let's have a look at some of these items again. We already talked about those Bloodthirsters earlier into the game. Yagao just gets himself one here as well. That does nullify some of the poke coming through. It won't help people like particularly Lien. It won't protect people, particularly like Flandre as well. At least Flandre has himself that Nidalee who will be getting some decent heals with the AP stacking up, and especially with that Primal Surge coming through. That could be so important. That poke really has been the tail of this game. Not necessarily those big cataclysmic engages. It's about your sidesteps, about your skill shot accuracy, and your positioning on the map to make them easier or harder for the enemy team.
It's all about those little things. And now that everybody's full build, Joel is just looking for it every time. Because they actually have a lot of follow-through with Photic. I mean, he can absolutely obliterate somebody if he goes in on them with the Killer Instinct, especially.
He should be looking for it. He should be looking for it every time. The whole thing about Leona and Desire is that your ult is lower cooldown than theirs. Doesn't blow the cleanse or the ult this time, though. Ruler's been really good at being disciplined, not giving it for free, making sure that NIP don't get that ability to just play off of that second ult cooldown. Makes it a lot harder for NIP to engage.
Everything with a little bit of pressure on mid. Going to be moved down towards bot as Rookie. He's extending a little bit, trying to get the siege there onto the turret. But it's crazy to think that NIP have the better hand here when it's been since 2019. That Rookie hasn't been back to the international stage, at least in the world's regard. And now it's also NIP trying to make their regional qualifying at least a dream and a hope.
Rookie pushing in that bot side, Tony hawking his way over those walls to safety, skating his way back towards his team. Lien is on vision. That is dangerous. That poke could be so dangerous. Missing doesn't have flash, luckily for him. The poke, watch out for that poke. Watch out to see who it lands onto. Dragon spawning now. JDG are first in River. This would be Chemsec Soul for them.
NIP a bit split. Oh, where's his JDG? Stranglethorn pop there. Shanji, Dominus is ready to go. Locked and loaded. The Croc, he finds it. Ruler's gone. Everything from JDG is falling apart. NIP from the brink of nowhere, from a devastating summer split, are going for the end.
The Ruler's crown may have just been broken once again. From 3-peat champions to missing out on internationals, potentially for the entire year. NIP from nowhere bring out this series as they look potentially for an end.
They're surrounding. I can feel everything. All the disappointment for JDG. It's starting to stack up. They were denied in 2022. They were denied in 2023. And they lost their best of 5 against JDG in spring. They will right the wrongs. And elation for the ninjas in pajamas as they move on to face Weibo.
NIP do not win a best of 3 in their Ascension group, but who gives a damn when you start winning the best of 5 afterwards? They get themselves through those Nevada groups, they get themselves through LGD. That was something, and you think, okay, that's all right. You're going through the struggling teams. They just beat JDG and got their revenge for spring. JDG knock out NIP in spring. They return the favor in summer. Kanavi, Yagao, Ruler, so many of these legendary players. They are knocked out in round 2 of playoffs. There is still that chance they make it to regionals, but it will depend on the results of the other best of 5s on the other side of the bracket, depending on who can knock them down a peg. JDG, what a fall from grace, but NIP, they come from the shadows, and what a series. What a 5-game banger from them.
Either way, I was going to have tears in my eyes. Either way, it was going to end in elation and heartbreak. And for JDG, it is the latter. For JDG, it is out of their hands. And for JDG, it is a potential extremely disappointing entirety of 2024. But on the other side, I mean, what can you say when you're up against the stuff that's made of miracles, when you're up against this team, this NIP team, who for some reason in playoffs just becomes a different beast, and everybody is performing. We're getting Photic and Dwo gapping, Ruler and missing. That was not on any of the bingo cards. None of this was.
Yeah, I'm not saying that this was a flawless performance from NIP. They definitely had their mistakes too. But yeah, if you look across the board, I think Shanji did have his struggles in lane up points versus Flandre, but he was impacting the game, especially on that Cassante game. Oh my god, that was powerful. But Lian just Zyra botting his way through this game, coming in to replace Aki. He has been a revelation for this team. He has brought in an extra spark of life, which can play those AP junglers. Rookie is rookie. I don't think we need to say anything more there. But really, where my focus in this series goes towards is how the hell did Photic and Dwo outplay Ruler and Missing like that over a full 5-game best of 5? Again, not without their missteps as well. But, you know, in the course of that series, I would take Photic over Ruler for most of those games, and I definitely would take Dwo over Missing for most of those games as well. What used to be the core piece of the roster that potentially looked towards that golden road, but with Ruler being such an incredible teamfight AD carry of that 2023 DG, just got broken in half here. They just got absolutely shattered by NIP. I didn't expect this. Honestly, I thought this might be a 3-0 or a 3-1 to JDG. I couldn't have been more wrong. NIP, they showcased just like in spring, even though they might have had a hard time qualifying for the playoffs and the stage just before it. It doesn't matter. As soon as those best of 5s hit, this team finds a little bit of that magic.
They have indeed. Rookie's campaign to Worlds is still on, baby. But also, I mean, the guy, Lian, has played the Zyra 11 times in 3
If it's working, why change it?
I mean, yeah, but what happens when you ban it? The question of the matter is, there were some conversations that you can have around JDG's drafting style in this series as a whole.
Sure.
And I think that does come back to bite them a bit. You brought in Warhorse in the offseason. It was supposed to be this big change, the mentality, things like that. And we haven't necessarily seen that pay off. They started off so strong, but you have to finish strong as well.
And, you know, it wasn't even just Warhorse. In off-season, they brought in Martha over from Gen G, the LCK 3-peat champions at that point. They didn't find themselves a success with him. They brought in Warhorse afterwards, too. That hasn't worked either. And JDG, they are the most dominant LPL team of the recent era of this region. This is a massive fall.
It's a new era, baby.
And you know, yes, losing 369 and Knight, that would hurt any team. They're incredible players for sure, but Flandre and Yagao, they're not any slouches. They have been, you know, champions. Flandre is a world champion as well. Yagao on that BLG roster of last year too, found himself in some really historically dominant moments too with that team domestically. But this is it for them in this playoffs. They will still have a chance to go towards that regional qualifiers again, depending on other results in the playoffs bracket. But NIP, they will have guaranteed themselves now a place in that regional qualifiers bare minimum. They might get more than that, we'll have to see. And with NIP playing like this and keep growing from series to series, while I am not convinced they will win against Weibo in the next round, I am now much more questioning that than I would have done in any world before this.
And you have to think, I mean, while regional qualifiers, I will say, have ended in absolute devastation for Rookie and Co. over the past history, you don't have JDG to deal with. You don't have to worry about the nightmare that puts you to bed in spring. You already took care of that. You woke up and said, there's no monsters in my closet. And really, NIP, I think they've been a wonderful surprise. Not only in the Knights round, being able to handle RA, then coming through LGD, which LGD actually had the better hand of them in the Sin group as well. So did JDG. And we see moments that this bot lane does find a little bit of success throughout this series as a whole.
Yeah, across the whole series, the most unexpected victory for NIP was this bot lane. We've said that a lot at this point, but Ruler and Missing, this was an incredible, if not laning 2v2 duo, then at least team-fighting duo beyond this point. And they just couldn't find that today. JDG, they have not always been a team which is great at figuring out their own weaknesses mid-series. And I think we saw that again here in the best of 5. That Game 5 draft was really conditional and hitting skill shots and making sure you avoid that engage. I think that draft was eventually put on show. It only had to happen once in that late game. We saw that, of course, Yagao was caught out, and that was the end of it. Photic,
love to see it with the IG skin.
Using the IG skin, which of course Rookie won Worlds alongside before that. Photic on this Kai'Sa, following up when it was needed, being that poke earlier when it was needed as well, and Ruler on his own skin, of course. But that Zaya could not be the difference maker today. He could not be it for most of this split Sidley for him. And JDG will have to wait in the icebox, in the fridge, waiting to see what will happen with the rest of the playoffs.
All the drama, you could ever ask for. And it's on full display here. NIP making the run, making the miracle happen, it seems. And JDG left wanting once again. Big, big plays. I think you have to look at the consistency that Loyan was bringing to the table on this Zyra. I think when we came into this, we said, like, Kanavi should just be absolutely running Loyan, and that wasn't the case whatsoever.
No, and I think, you know, incredible consistency with Roots and catching people off guard. I will say on the other side, too, this is one of the worst series I've seen from Yago in a long time. Yago in playoffs has typically been someone who steps up to that margin. He didn't today. He didn't. He had that one game in Game 4 against Rookie, had that good level 1 and ran away with it, but this is not the Yago which I've come to expect, at least in playoffs. You can have your qualms about him in regular season at some points too, but seeing what happened with him today, you got to expect more from some of these genuinely LPL legendary characters within this roster, and JDG find themselves again with another early exit. Round 2 exit from playoffs from JDG. I think a lot of people would have thought they shouldn't have even been here, being 5th rank coming out of that Ascension group, and they're left leaving early to NIP, who have found their form.
It's so hard. It gets so emotional when you follow these players where you're so invested in a lot of their stories, and the way that things pan out necessarily is a bit heart-wrenching. And I think in this regard, like, they were coming in with the worst regular season finish they've had in years. They were coming in with maybe a chip on their shoulder with not exactly finishing out that Ascend group in the way they wanted to. And fact of the matter is, you have to win when it matters most. And on this gauntlet run, you only have one chance until round 4. So we'll see if they do end up making it to that regional qualifier. But all the props, all the love to the Ninjas in Pajamas, who maybe even shouldn't have been here in the first place, but have earned that right and earned their stay here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to have as many arguments about their Rumble stage as you want, and they are still valid for that period in time. Doesn't matter now if they're playing like this. You can use it to try and predict how they're going to play in the next series, but I think we've seen quite qualitatively here. Their best of 5s have looked really, really good. They have had a much better understanding of their 2v2 bot lane. I was worried about NIP versus LGD in their bot lane. I was worried about them even in the Knights rival stage as well, and that just didn't come to be. I think the 2v2 has massively stepped up, which was one of the problems for NIP before. I think that Shanji, his champion pool is certainly out there, but hey, at least he's finding some value out of that too. I'm not completely sold on Shanji just yet, but hey, even then, better series from him in some ways than he has shown previously too. So NIP, we now ask how far they can go. They will face up against Weibo in the next round on this side of the bracket, and round 3 on, I guess, the left leg of playoffs, depending on how you feel. Whatever comes through from that. The left leg, you know, there's like the 2 legs of the bracket.
Down. That's like visually.
Yeah, if you kind of like put it so it's kind of going up. Look, okay, going into lost amongst the weirds here. But
yeah,
they will
10
be going
games
against
in 2 days will do that to you, you know?
Sure. Yeah. We've had 2 best of 5s go to 5 games over the last 2 days. And I love this. You know, back in spring, across the entirety of the playoffs bracket, we had, 5 series go to 5 games. We've thrown in a bunch of extra best of 5s here, so that's going to be probably even more. We had 1 in the Knights rivals already. So we've had 3 with 3 from there and another 3 hit from 6 series played so far. We've had half of them go to 5 games. I wouldn't have it any other way.
I want to give also some a little bit of a shout out. Thank you, Sheen, for the clarification as well. If FPX win tomorrow, JDG are out regardless, completely. So big onus and big fandom joining the FPX ranks, maybe here for the rest of the holistic stable, but a lot of JDG fans going to be hoping and praying on their downfall. And that also brings us to that next stage of competition for NIP. We'll be waiting on the MVP, obviously, but it is going to be a Weibo team that they got to take this momentum into and continue working off these things that are going well for them.
And I will say, you know, Weibo are another team that typically turn up in best of 5s too. They've had a share of their 5-game series as well. Okay, we won't mention the World Finals. That was.
Don't worry about it.
Hey, on the whole, that can come through. Lian gets himself his playoffs MVP. One of my favorite things about this for NIP is now you've had multiple people with multiple MVPs. With MVPs coming through from NIP. You had one for Lian, you had one for Draw, and you had one for Shanji as well. So the 3 victories, 3 different MVPs. That is a good sign if you are an NIP fan, because none of those MVPs went towards Rookie, and that's great, because Rookie also played really well in this best of 5. If other people are worthy of getting those MVPs, it means that people are stepping up to the plate. That's a very kind of good visual way to say, hey, these players are actually playing much better in the best of 5s than they did in the rest of summer.
11 times the charm here for old Lian. Honestly, been a massive massive, consistent performance from him in these best of fives we've seen from him, especially towards the end of that Ascend group when he came in for Aki. I was very curious as to what he was going to bring to the table that Aki wasn't. I felt like I had labeled both of them a lot in that maybe kind of 50-50 category of, yeah, sometimes you have some of the great performances, sometimes maybe lose the game.
Of our league.
And I think Luyen has proved that he's trying to make this stay on NIP a long one, because I think Luyen has been a player that's been subbed out. He's been moved around so often, and really nice to see him stay in this kind of consistent atmosphere for NIP.
No, he's had, what, 3 teams in the last 2 years, RA, IG, and now onto NIP as well. We said the same of ZDZ over on the side of Team W. He's on his 3rd team in a single year. There are a couple of players in the LPL which are very much acting as mercenaries right now, but hey, if they find that right spot and they are the right fit for a team, it can be so impactful. I'm not going to dig teams for making those changes. If you have the resources to change them out, it can really help you change away from that funk, from those ruts that you can get yourself into.
Let's go ahead and take a look down memory lane. This wonderful best of 5 that we all had the pleasure of watching. The rookie campaign to Worlds is still on. They will guarantee themselves into that regional qualifier. JDG, they are awaiting the results of tomorrow's series. A heck of a place to be for a team that has put so much pressure on themselves. Now, speaking of that tomorrow series, AL versus FPX. Not only is it their lives in this gauntlet run, but if FPX win, they will knock out JDG, and we will not see them until 2025.
That is so huge. The fact that JDG wouldn't even be in regional qualifiers is so alien to me. Looking over the last few years, well, many years of LPL competition, they have been such a mainstay. But FPX going against AL, anything can happen there. Seed 6 versus Seed 7. Yes, AL were in that second round, but I think anyone's legend, they're a team which haven't necessarily found themselves the level of form they wanted to reprise from that early part of that split, through the early part of that Rumble stage. That could also be, believe it or not, another 5-game series, and I'm sure that JDG fans will be nail-biting their way through each and every second of it.
I love how all these early matchups, I mean, we have so much wonderful stuff to watch from the jungle setup. I mean, honestly, when you look at all these setups, like, oh my god, the jungle matchup is so banger. Anyways, I want to say thank you so much to you, Nightmare, for sticking it in there for all the 10 games, to our production staff, and for everybody watching. This gauntlet is not easy for the players and for us, so thank you all for tuning in, and we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow, and we'll see you there.